Good morning everyone. In this video, we are going to cover the current affairs. For mobile optimized ebooks, please install GKToday Academy app. For regular updates, you can join our Telegram channel. This is the name of Telegram channel, GKToday YouTube. Now, let's start. Which Union Minister released ebook on standard treatment guidelines for substance use disorders and behavioral addictions? So recently these guidelines were released by Dr. Harshvardhan, who is present Health Minister. And the Minister specified that due to COVID-19, the substance use may increase. In fact, this was questioned by World Drug Report. So this World Drug Report was prepared by UNODC, that is United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes. Recently, UNODC was also in news as it released World Wildlife Crime Report. And as per this report, India and Thailand are two countries on top in terms of international trade of tiger parts. Now recently, Tiger Day was celebrated on 29th of July. Ambala Air Base, where the first batch of Rafale fighter jets arrived, is in which Indian state? So it is in Haryana. So recently, India got its first batch of Rafale fighter jets and they landed at Ambala Air Force in Haryana. We got Rafale from France. Recently, France was in news as India decided to purchase Hammer missiles from France. So these fighter jets will be inducted in Squadron number 17. And this is also known as Golden Arrows. So it will be inducted in the squadron of IAF, that is Indian Air Force. Present IAF chief is Air Chief Marshal RKS Bhadoria. Which power producer is the first to complete all wind power projects awarded by SECI, that is Solar Energy Corporation of India? So this is Sembcorp Energy India, and it is a subsidiary of Sembcorp Industries and it is a company of Singapore. So recently it announced the completion of its latest 800 megawatt wind power project, and therefore it became the first independent power producer to commission the project awarded by SECI. Now SECI is under MNRE. What is MNRE? It is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Recently MNRE was in news as it partnered with USAID for clean energy development. And recently USAID was in news because of RAISE initiative. So RAISE initiative is an initiative of EESL and USAID. What is the objective of RAISE? The objective is to ensure cleaner and greener office spaces. Now answer in comment box, this EESL is under which union ministry? A new helicopter service has been unveiled in which state under Udan scheme, and it will be operated by Pawan Hans Limited. So this will be in Uttarakhand. And this has been announced under Udan scheme. Udan stands for Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, and this will be operated by Pawan Hans Limited. Uttarakhand was also in news because of Gairsen, as it is the new capital of state. It is the summer capital. Uttarakhand was also in news as recently India's first lichen park was started in Uttarakhand. The state was also in news as recently Chief Minister of Uttarakhand announced first international airport of Uttarakhand, and it is going to be in Pantnagar. So this is going to be the first international airport of Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand was also in news as recently India's first green Ramayana park with the plant species associated to Lord Rama was inaugurated. Which country has claimed Diaoyu Islands as its territory and declared its right to conduct law enforcement agencies? So this is a disputed island between China and Japan. And Japan called these islands as Senkaku Islands, while China called these islands as Diaoyu Islands. Recently, China was also in news because of Azad Pattan hydropower project. And Pakistan and China signed agreement for this hydropower project. It is in POK, that is Pakistan Occupied Kashmir, and it is our territory. Therefore, India has raised objection against this project. Apart from that, China and Pakistan are collaborating for Diamer Bhasha Dam. This is also in our territory. China was also in news because of its investment deal with Iran. Now coming back to this island, so recently this island was in news as this island group is administered by the Ishigaki City Administration of Japan. And recently a bill was passed, and as per this bill, the Tonoshiro area will be renamed as Tonoshiro Shinkaku. It is important to note that this island area is known as Tonoshiro. That means the entire area in which this island is located is known as Tonoshiro in Japan. The specific island is known as Shinkaku. Which two cities are additionally selected by Union Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to be made as smart cities? So these two cities are Leh and Kargil. These cities will be developed as smart cities. Recently, MOHUA, that is Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, formed a team, and this team will be headed by Rahul Kapoor. So what is the objective of this team? This will formulate the roadmap for the infrastructure development in these two areas, that means in Leh and in Kargil. Now, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs was also in news as recently PM Swanidhi scheme was launched, and this is a scheme for street vendors. And for this scheme, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, which is the nodal ministry for the scheme, collaborated with SIDBI. What is SIDBI? It is Small Industries Development Bank of India. So SIDBI is going to be the implementing authority for this PM Swanidhi. The nodal ministry for this scheme is Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. What is the name of robotic Mars rover launched by NASA? So the name of this rover is Perseverance, and the name of the helicopter is Ingenuity. So please remember that Perseverance is rover and Ingenuity is the helicopter. So recently NASA successfully launched its Mars rover named Perseverance, and this rover is expected to land at the base of a crater on Mars, and the name of this crater is Zero. So NASA is the space agency of USA. Recently NASA was in news as it decided to rename its headquarters after Mary W. Jackson. Now, apart from this Mars mission of USA, recently few other Mars missions were in news. Hope probe is the Mars mission of UAE, and UAE launched this mission with the help of Japan. On the other hand, our Mars mission is MOM, which we launched few years ago. Apart from that, recently China launched its Mars mission and it is named as Tianwen-1. Who has been appointed as the MD and Group CEO of ICRA Limited? So recently, N. Sivaraman has been appointed as the MD and Group CEO of ICRA. ICRA is a credit rating agency. Now, apart from him, recently few other appointments were in news. Recently, Hardik Satish Chandra was appointed as the new private secretary to Prime Minister. In addition to him, recently, Varun Sridhar was appointed as the CEO of Paytm Money. Subhash Chandra Bose Aapda Prabandhan Puraskar is awarded by which union ministry? So this is awarded by Ministry of Home Affairs, and this is for the contribution of individuals as well as the contribution of institutions in the disaster management. Why this award was in news recently? Because the Government of India invited the nominations for this award, and this award is presented on the birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and his birth anniversary is on 23rd of January. So this award is related to the disaster management. It is named after Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. It is given on his birth anniversary. It is given by Ministry of Home Affairs, and it is given in individual as well as in institution category. What is the modified deadline of filing income tax returns as announced by the Union Government? So the new deadline is September 30. And for income tax, we have ITD, that is Income Tax Department. And it is a government agency responsible for the direct tax collection. And it functions under DOR, that is Department of Revenue. This DOR is under Finance Ministry. And Income Tax Department is headed by CBDT, that is Central Board of Direct Taxes. Which technology company released a Security Endpoint Threat Report 2019? So it was released by Microsoft. And as per this report, India is one of the highest vulnerable countries, and India registered the 7th highest malware encounters and 3rd highest ransomware encounters across the Asia Pacific region. Now, Microsoft was also in news as recently it partnered with NSDC to provide skill training to our youth. What is NSDC? It is National Skill Development Corporation. Recently, NSDC was also in news because of ASEEM portal. What is ASEEM portal? It was launched by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And ASEEM stands for Atmanirbhar Skilled Employee-Employer Mapping. So this is a portal for employment opportunities. And this portal has been developed by NSDC in collaboration with Better Place. So this Better Place is a private company and it is a Bengaluru based company. Now NSDC that is National Skill Development Corporation. So in case of NSDC, the Government of India holds 49% shares, while 59% is with the private sector. Now Government of India holds these 49% shares through Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. The Indian government has imposed safeguard duty on which product till July 2021 to protect domestic manufacturers? Right answer is solar cells. So recently, Indian government imposed safeguard duty on solar cells for 1 more year to protect the domestic manufacturers. Now, how the domestic manufacturers will be protected by imposing safeguard duty? See, China is exporting cheap solar cells to India. And if these solar cells will be imported in India, then obviously they will be less costly than our domestic products. But this will discourage the domestic manufacturers to produce it, and they will prefer to import it from China. And that's why, to safeguard the domestic manufacturers, this decision was taken. So DGTR recommended this safeguard duty, and it was imposed by DOR. DOR is Department of Revenue. It is under Finance Ministry. What is DGTR? It is Directorate General of Trade Remedies, and it is under Commerce Ministry. Now your homework is to read about safeguard duty, anti-dumping duty, and countervailing duty. What will be the effective contribution by the employees and employers to the EPF from August 2020? So it is going to be 24%. That means 12% from employer and 12% from employees. In the month of May, Finance Ministry reduced the EPF contribution by 4%, and this was reduced only for 3 months to provide a relief. Now it is back to normal. So from the month of August, the effective contribution will be back to old rate of 24%. Now this EPF is managed by EPFO, that is Employees Provident Fund Organization, and it is under Labor Ministry. So these were the most important questions of today's quiz. Now we are going to discuss important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to BRICS. What is BRICS? It is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So recently the BRICS Environment Ministers meeting was organized, and this was the 6th meeting. This was attended by our Environment Minister, Mr. Prakash Javadekar. And for present year, Russia is the chair of BRICS. Next year, India will be the chair of BRICS. Next is MSME Saksham. So SIDBI, the authority responsible for the implementation of PM Swanidhi. So SIDBI, in association with TransUnion CIBIL, has launched this MSME Saksham, and it is a support platform for MSME sector. Next is Operation Muskan. So this was a special drive conducted by the Andhra Pradesh Police to trace the missing children. So this is related to Andhra Pradesh Police. Next is Kona Kona Ummeed. So this was a campaign which was started by Kotak Mahindra Bank, and this is a campaign to provide special offers and discounts in this time of pandemic situation. Next is Hamid Bakayoko. So recently Hamid Bakayoko has been appointed as the new Prime Minister of Ivory Coast. It is a African country. Next is Lee Teng-hui. So he passed away recently. He was popularly known as Mr. Democracy, and he was the former president of Taiwan. Next is Great Eastern Shipping Company Limited. So recently it was in news because it appointed former RBI Governor Urjit Patel as additional and independent director. Recently Mr. Patel was also in news because of his book Overdraft. Next is mpay.me. So MobiKwik launched this UPI payment interface, and the name of this interface is mpay.me. What is UPI? It is Unified Payment Interface. Next is Babita Fogart. So recently the wrestler Babita Fogart was in news as she has been appointed as the Deputy Director in the Sports and Youth Affairs Department of Haryana. Apart from her, Kavita Devi was also appointed as the Deputy Director in the Sports and Youth Affairs Department of Haryana. Kavita Devi is a Kabaddi player. Next is Reliance Power and JERA. So both these companies have signed an agreement for a new power generation project in Bangladesh. JERA is a company of Japan. Next is AIM iCrest. So it is an initiative of Niti Aayog. So to be specific, this is an initiative of Atal Innovation Mission of Niti Aayog, and this is a program for the startups. And for this program, it has partnered with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and Wadhwani Foundation. So this is a platform for startups. Next is Rajat Bhatia. So he was associated to cricket and recently he was in news because he announced his retirement. Next is Avni Doshi. So recently Dubai-based Indian origin author Avni Doshi was in news because of her book Brunt Sugar. So she is in the list of prestigious 2020 Booker Prize for her book. So total 13 authors are in this list and she is one of them. And last news is related to P. Hari Krishna. So Indian Grandmaster P. Hari Krishna finished second in the 53rd Biel International Chess Festival. And this festival held in Switzerland. Which financial institution has launched the MSME Saksham portal in association with TransUnion CIBIL? So this has been launched by SIDBI in association with TransUnion CIBIL. What is SIDBI? It is Small Industries Development Bank of India. What is the name of portal? It is MSME Saksham portal. Now SIDBI was also in news as it is the implementing agency for PM Swanidhi scheme. And PM Swanidhi scheme is a scheme of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and it is a scheme for street vendors. Now for MSME sector recently, government launched Champions portal. Apart from that, recently the state government of Andhra Pradesh launched Restart package for MSME sector. And recently CBDT, that is Central Board of Direct Taxes, signed an agreement with MSME Ministry to share the information about the small business. Next question is, what is the name of nodal agency that will regulate the use of ISRO facilities by private sector? So the name of this entity is InSpace. What is the full form of InSpace? It is Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. So this will be the nodal agency to regulate the space activities and to regulate the use of ISRO facilities by private sector. Now, what is ISRO? It is Indian Space Research Organization. It is under Department of Space. Now, the headquarters of ISRO is in Bengaluru in Karnataka. The present chief of ISRO is Dr. K. Sivan. And recently, Dr. Sivan was in news as he was named for Von Karman Award by IAA. What is IAA? It is International Academy of Astronautics, which trade association organized the National Digital Conference on Ease of Doing Business for Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this was organized by CII, that is Confederation of Indian Industry. And the name of the conference was National Digital Conference on Ease of Doing Business for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now recently CII was in news as Mr. Uday Kotak took over as the president of CII. If we talk about ease of doing business, there is an index released by World Bank. That means as per this report, New Zealand is the top performer, while India is on 63rd position as per the latest report. Now recently CII was also in news as it partnered with TDB, that is Technology Development Board, and these two organizations launched Restart. So this Restart is different from MSME Restart, which was started by Andhra Pradesh government. So what is the full form of this Restart? It stands for Reboot the Economy Through Science, Technology and Research Translations. So for this TDB and CII collaborated. Next is Sonam Sering Lepcha, who passed away recently, was associated to which field? So he was folk musician and he passed away recently in West Bengal. Now apart from him, recently few other personalities passed away. Kamal Rani Varun, who was a minister in UP government, passed away recently. In addition to her, recently Amar Singh passed away. He was associated to Samajwadi Party. Next question is, BIDO is the navigation satellite system commissioned by which country? So it is a navigation system of China. And recently it was in news because China is celebrating the completion of BIDO navigation system. And recently its 55th and final satellite was launched. So BIDO is the navigation system of China, while GPS is the navigation system of USA. GLONASS is the navigation system of Russia, and Galileo is the navigation system of European Union. On the other hand, NAVIC is our navigation system. China was also in news because of its Mars mission. Answer in comment box what is the name of its first independent mission to Mars. Next question is, which major technology company is to launch Project Kuiper for building satellite infrastructure? So this project is related to Amazon, and this will be launched to provide high-speed broadband internet services, and this will compete with the Starlink network, and the Starlink network is a project of SpaceX. SpaceX is headed by Elon Musk. Recently, Amazon was also in news as it acquired Zoox. It is a self-driving car making company. Recently, SpaceX was in news because of Ansys 2nd. So it is the first military satellite of South Korea and it was launched by SpaceX. Next question is, India has imposed restrictions on the import of which electronic gadget after 2 decades? So recently, India imposed restrictions on the import of color television. Now, DGFT, that is Directorate General of Foreign Trade, notified the change and now color television sets are in restricted category. Previously, they were in free category. Now they are in restricted category. However, there is no restriction on the import of monochrome television. Now, what is DGFT? It is Directorate General of Foreign Trade and it is under Commerce Ministry. Recently, DGFT was also in news as Environment Ministry issued guidelines for the import of exotic animals. And if you want to import exotic animals, then you need a license. That means you need a permission from DGFT and DGFT is under Commerce Ministry. Next question is, which country is the first to make Facebook and Google pay its media outlet for news content? So this country is Australia. That means now these technology companies will pay to the media outlets for their news content. For example, if Facebook is showing some news, then it will have to pay to that particular media outlet from which it has taken this news. Now, Australia was also in news because of few other issues. It was in news because of Malabar. It was in news because of Quad. Australia was also in news because of 2+2 dialogue upgradation with India. Previously, it was of secretariat level. Now, it is of ministerial level. Australia was also in news because of Shobha Sekhar, as recently she was conferred with the Medal of Order of Australia. It was also in news as it is the host of FIFA Women's World Cup 2023. So Australia and New Zealand are going to co-host this tournament, while FIFA Men's Tournament will be hosted by Qatar. Capital of Qatar is Doha. Recently, Doha was in news because of US Taliban deal in Doha. Taliban is a militant group of Afghanistan. Next question is, what is the name of mobile application launched by the Directorate of Cashew Research? So the name of this application is Cashew India. So this application has been launched to provide a support to the farmers of cashew. Next question is, which is the first armed police force to partner with KVIC to procure products for its personnel? So it is ITBP, that is Indo-Tibetan Border Police. So recently, ITBP partnered with KVIC to procure products for its personnel. It is important to note that ITBP is under MHA, that is Ministry of Home Affairs, and few months ago, MHA announced that CAPF canteens, that is Central Armed Police Forces canteens, will sell only local made products. So in this direction, to provide a boost to the local manufacturing, ITBP partnered with KVIC. KVIC is under MSME Ministry. Recently, KVIC was in news as it partnered with Titan for Khadi wristwatches. KVIC was also in news as recently it launched first silk processing plant in Surendranagar district of Gujarat. In Surendranagar of Gujarat, and this is a first silk processing plant and it is for Patola saris. Next question is, which international bloc has imposed its first ever sanctions over cyber attacks on the organizations of Russia, China and North Korea? So right answer is European Union. Recently, European Union has imposed first ever sanctions over cyber attacks on the alleged agents, spies and firms of Russia, China and North Korea. Now, European Union was also in news because of GDPR. So it is a data protection regime in European Union and it is General Data Protection Regulation. European Union was also in news because of recent 15th meeting of India and European Union. Next question is, who is the head of Sports Ministry's committee to select this year's National Sports Awards winners? So this committee will be headed by Justice Mukundkam Sharma, and this committee will select the award winners among both athletes and coaches. And the other members of this committee are former cricketer Virender Sehwag, hockey player Sardar Singh and Paralympic Deepa Malik. So this committee will select the award winners. This committee is headed by Justice Mukundkam Sharma. Next question is, what is the name of India's solar-powered ferry that has won the prestigious Gustav Trove Award. So the name of this ferry is Aditya, and recently it was in news because it won this Gustav Trove Award, and this was the first solar powered ferry which was launched in our country, and it started its operations in 2017, and it started its operations in Kerala. So these were the most important questions of today's quiz. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to Mohammad Irfan Ali. So he has been named as the new president of Guyana. Next is Ek Mask Anek Jindagi. So it is a campaign, public awareness campaign started by Madhya Pradesh government. Next is Barak nuclear power plant. So it is in UAE, and UAE became the first country in the Arab world to start nuclear power plant. Next is Scotch Gold Award. So recently MOTA, that is Ministry of Tribal Affairs, won this Scotch Gold Award for its initiative to empower the tribals through IT schemes, that is information technology schemes. Next is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So this term was in news because of new education policy. Now I have already uploaded a special video on this topic, and it is on Civils Academy channel. You can watch that video for more details. This new national education policy is very important from exam perspective. So you should be aware about all the terms which are mentioned in this policy. Next is Agati Island. So recently this island was in news because of NGT. What is NGT? It is National Green Tribunal. So this island is in the Union Territory of Lakshadweep. What is NGT? It is National Green Tribunal. It is a statutory body, and the headquarters of NGT, that means the principal bench of NGT, is in New Delhi. Next is Khadi Agarbatti Atmanirbhar Mission. So recently MSME Ministry approved the plan of KVIC for Agarbatti sector. So the focus will be on the production of Agarbatti in our country and to generate employment. And in this context, the Gramodyog Vikas Yojana was in news, as recently this scheme was approved by MSME Ministry, and this is a scheme for the Agarbatti sector. So KVIC, that is Khadi and Village Industries Commission, will provide the training to the artisans for Agarbatti manufacturing. And recently, Government of India increased the import duty on these Agarbattis so that we can focus on our domestic manufacturing. Next is Vidyarthi Vigyan Manthan. So this was the event which was organized to popularize the science among the school students. And recently, this event was launched by Dr. Harshvardhan. Why Dr. Harshvardhan? Because he is the Minister of Science and Technology. Next is Pradeep Shah. So recently, a committee was constituted by IFSCA. What is IFSCA? It is International Financial Services Centers Authority. So this authority constituted a committee, and this committee will be headed by Mr. Pradeep Shah. And this committee will suggest how to develop the international retail business. Next is Smarth program. So it is a program of Flipkart, and recently it was in news because it provided support to lot of artisans and craftsmen. So what is the objective of this Smarth program of Flipkart? The objective is to provide support to the artisans and weavers so that they can sell their items online. Next is Natasha. So it is an idol. It was in news because recently it was recovered from UK and it was smuggled to UK few decades ago. So it is a rare sandstone idol and it is related to Rajasthan. Next is Bal Gangadhar Tilak. So recently his 100th death anniversary was observed and it was on 1st of August. Next is Siyasat Mein Sadashyata. So recently Bihar Chief Minister Mr. Nitish Kumar released this book Siyasat Mein Sadashyata, and this book has been authored by Bihar Assembly Speaker Vijay Chaudhary. Next is Green Lights. So recently this book was in news and it is authored by Matthew McConaughey. So it is a book authored by Matthew McConaughey. Next is Vishesh Code to Win. So this book is authored by Nirupma Yadav. Next is Women's World Team Squash Championship. So recently this championship was in news as India decided to withdraw from this championship, and this is going to be in Malaysia in Kuala Lumpur. Next is 5% reservation in the state's judicial service. So recently Rajasthan decided to provide 5% reservation to the MBC, that is more backward classes in the state judicial service. And last news is related to British Grand Prix, and Lewis Hamilton is related to Mercedes. Mahatma Gandhi Setu, that means bridge, which was in news recently, is located in which state of India? So recently this bridge was in news because the upstream land of this bridge was inaugurated by Minister of Road Transport and Highways, that means Mr. Nitin Gadkari. So this bridge is in Bihar and this bridge is over river Ganga. This will connect Patna and Hajipur. So the bridge is in Bihar, it is over river Ganga. It was inaugurated by Minister of Road Transport and Highways and it will connect Patna and Hajipur. Now recently Bihar was in news as actor Pankaj Tripathi was appointed as the brand ambassador of Khadi of Bihar. Recently Mr. Nitin Gadkari was in news as he launched Khadi gift box of silk mask, and this gift box has been developed by KVIC. What is KVIC? It is Khadi and Village Industries Commission. It is under MSME and present minister is Mr. Nitin Gadkari. Who is the chairperson of High Level Group on Agricultural Exports set up by 15th Finance Commission? So this will be headed by Mr. Sanjeev Puri and he is the chairperson of ITC. So this high level group has been set up to increase our exports of agricultural products. What is Finance Commission? It is a constitutional body. It is constituted as per the articles of 280. What is the meaning of constitutional body? It means those organizations which are mentioned in the Constitution of India. What is the meaning of statutory body? Statutory bodies are those bodies which are made by the law of Parliament. For example, NHRC, that is National Human Rights Commission. Now, what are executive bodies? Executive bodies are those bodies which are created through executive action. That means neither they are mentioned in the constitution nor there is a specific law for those bodies. For example, Niti Aayog. Now coming back to 15th Finance Commission. So the chairperson of 15th Finance Commission is Mr. N.K. Singh. Which global institution has inked deal with Reliance Power for constructing power plant in Bangladesh? So recently ADB, that is Asian Development Bank, signed a deal with Reliance Bangladesh LNG and Power Limited. So this is an agreement of $200 million and this has been signed between Asian Development Bank and Reliance. So Reliance Power is going to build and operate a power plant in Bangladesh. Now out of these $200 million, $100 million will be provided by Asian Development Bank. Remaining 100 will be provided by LEAP initiative. What is LEAP? It is Leading Asia's Private Infrastructure Fund. So this is a fund of JICA. What is JICA? It is Japan International Cooperation Agency. Now recently Asian Development Bank was also in news as it became the observer of NGFS. What is NGFS? It is Network for Greening the Financial System and this was launched during the Paris One Planet Summit and this summit held in 2017. So what is this NGFS? It is Network for Greening the Financial System. Which global firm became the world's most valuable publicly listed company after surpassing Saudi Aramco? So recently Apple became the world's most valuable publicly listed company. So the market capitalization of Aramco is 1.760 trillion while the market capitalization of Apple is 1.82 trillion. Now coming back to Saudi. So recently Saudi Arabia was in news as it is the president of G20 group for this year. Saudi Arabia was also in news as it became the first Arab nation to be the full-fledged member of FATF. What is FATF? It is Financial Action Task Force. Recently FATF was in news as it released first ever report on wildlife trade and the title of this report was Money Laundering and Illegal Wildlife Trade. So this is the first ever report by FATF on the issues of illegal wildlife trade. Now FATF was set up in 1989 and it is an initiative of G7 group. The headquarters of FATF is in OECD Secretariat. What is OECD? It is Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development and this is in Paris in France. What is the limit of turnover above which companies are mandated to submit e-invoice? So right now this amount is 500 crore rupees. Recently this was notified by the government under GST. What is GST? It is Goods and Services Tax. Previously this limit was 100 crore. Now it is 500 crore rupees. That means if your turnover is over 500 crore rupees, you are mandated to submit sales invoice electronically. Now, what is GST? It is Goods and Services Tax. And for GST, we have GST Council. And this council is headed by Finance Minister. That is Union Finance Minister. And this GST Council is a constitutional body and it is constituted as per the provisions of Article 279A. India observed the 100th death anniversary of which freedom fighter on 1st of August? Right answer is Bal Gangadhar Tilak. So this was 100th death anniversary and therefore it is very important from exam perspective. He was integral part of a trio named Lal, Bal, Pal. That is Lala Lajpat Rai, Bal Gangadhar Tilak and Bipin Chandra Pal. So 1st of August was death anniversary of Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Now in yesterday's video I mentioned that Muslim Women's Rights Day was celebrated on 31st of July. Though some sources mentioned that it is on 1st of August. The date 31st of July was tweeted by our Law Minister. And you can check this tweet. Which country successfully operated Arab world's first nuclear power reactor? So this country is UAE, that is United Arab Emirates. And the name of this power reactor is Barak Power Reactor. It is the name of place. And it is built and run by a joint venture with Korea, that is South Korea. Now UAE was also in news because of various other news. It is the host of this year's IPL tournament. It was also in news because of Hope Probe. So Hope Probe was the Mars mission of UAE which was launched recently and it was launched with the help of Japan. The space agency of Japan is JAXA. Recently Japan was in news because of Tonoshiro. Now answer in comment box what is Tonoshiro. Japan was also in news because of Hanko system. How many states or union territories implement the One Nation One Ration Card scheme as on 4th of August? So 24 states and union territories have implemented this scheme. What is the objective of the scheme? Objective is to ensure the portability of ration card. That means if you are migrating from one state to another state, even after migration, you should be able to assess the benefits of various food security programs which are provided through ration card. So this is related to Ministry of Consumer Affairs. Now recently Ministry of Consumer Affairs was also in news as new Consumer Protection Act became effective from 20th of July. So this date is important. It can be asked in exam. And this is going to replace, that means this Act of 2019. Why 2019? Because this Act was passed in 2019 itself. This year it became effective. So this Act of 2019 will replace the Consumer Protection Act of 1986. And this new act provides for CCPA. I have already uploaded a special video on this topic. You can watch that. Now answer in comment box what is CCPA and what is going to be the responsibility of CCPA. Which major technology company launched the second phase of More Together campaign in our country? So this is a campaign of Facebook and recently it was in news because of its second phase. So what is the objective of this campaign? Through this campaign, the Facebook will spotlight people. That means Facebook will focus on those people who connected with each other through Facebook and who jointly addressed various challenges. Now Facebook was also in news as recently it acquired Jiffy. It was also in news because of its investment in Jio. It was also in news as it acquired Mapillary. Recently, Facebook was also in news as it partnered with CBSC to introduce the curriculum on digital safety. What is the theme of World Breastfeeding Week? So the theme was support breastfeeding for a healthier planet. And from 1st of August to 7th of August, this World Breastfeeding Week is celebrated to spread awareness about the benefits of breastfeeding. And this campaign was initially organized by WABA. What is WABA? It is World Alliance for Breastfeeding Action. What is the name of Incubator Enhancement Program which was launched by Atal Innovation Mission? So the name of this program is AIM ICREST. And recently Atal Innovation Mission in collaboration with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and with Wadhwani Foundation launched this AIM ICREST. So this is for support in entrepreneurship and in innovation. Now what is Atal Innovation Mission? It is the flagship program of Niti Aayog. It is important to note that Niti Aayog is an executive body. It is the successor of Planning Commission. Recently Niti Aayog was in news as it presented India's second VNR and this was presented at HLPF. What is VNR? It is voluntary national review. So the second voluntary national review was presented recently, and this was presented at United Nations High Level Political Forum. So this VNR is related to our progress on SDG, that is Sustainable Development Goals. Where is the All India Institute of Ayurveda located? So this institute is in New Delhi. Recently it was in news because it has started providing free testing and treatment to the COVID-19 patients. MyGov platform has announced a logo design contest for which government program in August 2020. So this logo design contest has been announced for Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. Recently MyGov was in news as it completed 6 years. It was launched in 2014. Apart from that, recently MOD, that is Ministry of Defense, started Atmanirbhar Bharat Sautantra Bharat quiz, and this quiz was started on MyGov. So this quiz was started to create the patriotic sense among the youth. So these were the most important questions of today's video. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it if you do not like the format. So first news is related to EVIN, that is Electronic Vaccine Intelligence Network. So this EVIN provide real-time information on the vaccine stocks, that how many vaccines are available. It also ensure the optimum storage temperature for all the vaccines. So this EVIN is related to vaccines. Next is ISA, that is International Solar Alliance. Recently it was in news because now all the members of United Nations can join the ISA. Previously the alliance, that means International Solar Alliance, was open to only those countries which lie between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. Now all the countries which are the members of United Nations can be the part of ISA. The headquarters of ISA is in Gurugram in Haryana, and ISA was launched during COP21. What is COP? It is Conference of Parties. So it was launched by the Indian Prime Minister and French President Emmanuel Macron. Next is Women Entrepreneurship and Empowerment, that is V. So this V initiative was in news recently, and it is a first of its kind social national initiative. So this is initiative by IIT Delhi, and this initiative has been started to strengthen the women entrepreneurship in our country. And for this purpose, DST, that is Department of Science and Technology, will provide the support. Next is Ian Botham. So the all-rounder cricketer of England was in news recently as he has been made a member of House of Lords. The upper house in the British Parliament is popularly known as House of Lords. In India, it is Rajya Sabha. Next is AXAA. So recently, Axis Bank launched this voice automation platform, and this is a bot, and the name of the bot is AXAA. So it is IVR. What is IVR? It is interactive voice response. Next is John Hume. So recently, the Nobel Peace Prize winner John Hume passed away. He was well-known politician from the Northern Ireland. Next is ICCR. So ICCR was in news as it organized a webinar on Lokmanya Tilak, as on 1st of August, 100th death anniversary of Lokmanya Tilak was observed. So in that context, ICCR organized a webinar, and this webinar was inaugurated by our Home Minister. Now ICCR is Indian Council for Cultural Relationships, and it was set up in 1950, and it was founded by Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. He was our first Education Minister of Independent India. Next is UV Baggage Bath. So it is a kiosk to prevent the COVID-19, and recently this has been inaugurated at the Bengaluru railway station. Next is Rakshak. So it is a health assistant robot, and it has been designed by the Central Railways. To be specific, it has been designed by the Mumbai division of Central Railways, and it is a health assistant robot. Next is Sridhar Jagdishan. So recently RBI, that is Reserve Bank of India, approved Mr. Jagdishan as the next MD and CEO of HDFC Bank, and he is going to be the successor of Aditya Puri. Next is Infosys Finacle. So recently Infosys Finacle was selected by the National Bank of Bahrain to provide its services. This Infosys Finacle is an entity of Infosys. Next is NTC machine. So what is the full form of NTC? NTC stands for New Track Construction. So this machine was used for the first time by the Indian Railways, and Indian Railways is using this machine for the construction of new track. That's why it was in news. So this will help in speeding up the infrastructure development in the field of railway. Next is defense production and export promotion policy. So recently this policy was in news because on 3rd of August, draft was released for public feedback. So as per this policy, DDP, that is Department of Defense Production, will be the nodal department for the coordination, and it will be the nodal department to achieve the objectives mentioned in this policy. Now, one key objective of this policy is that it aims to achieve the manufacturing turnover of 25 billion by 2025, and in this 25 billion it also have an objective of 5 billion of exports in aerospace and defense goods and services. Next is Bharat Air Fiber Services. So recently Bharat Air Fire Services has been inaugurated by Mr. Sanjay Dhotre, and these services have been inaugurated in Akola in Maharashtra, and it has been launched by BSNL, that is Bharat Sansar Nigam Limited. And last news is related to Ladakh. So recently Jammu and Kashmir administration announced 4% reservation for the Ladakh students in medical and engineering colleges. So these were the most important questions of today's video. Thank you, and that's all for the day. Which Indian journalist has been named the winner of Prem Bhatia Award for Political Reporting? Right answer is Mr. Dipankar Ghosh. So he is the special correspondent of Indian Express, and he won this Prem Bhatia Award for Political Reporting. On the other hand, PARI, that is People's Archive of Rural India. This is a website, a journalism website. This has been selected for the reporting on the environmental and development issues. Name of this is PARI. This is a journalism website. Which state has launched a cyber crime awareness program named E-Raksha Bandhan? So this is an initiative by Andhra Pradesh. Now this is a cyber crime awareness campaign. Recently the state of Andhra Pradesh was also in news because of Restart package. So this Restart package was started by Andhra Pradesh to provide boost to the MSME sector. Apart from that, the state was also in news as Andhra Pradesh government launched online waste exchange website, and it is APEMC. In addition to that, state was also in news as first online Nistha program has been launched by Mr. Ramesh Nishank, and this has been launched in Andhra Pradesh. Now Nistha is an initiative of MHRD, that is Ministry of Human Resource Development, and now it has been renamed as MOE, that is Ministry of Education. That means this renaming has been approved. The ministry was also in news because of new education policy, and this new education policy of 2020 will replace the existing education policy of 1986. Answer in comment box in which year the first education policy was launched. Who is said to become the first non-white person to feature on a British coin? Right answer is Gandhiji. So Mr. Rishi Sunak, who is the Chancellor of Exchequer, has sent a recommendation to RMAC. What is RMAC? It is Royal Mint Advisory Committee. So a new campaign is in news, and the name of the campaign is We2 Built Britain. So this is the name of campaign to focus on those personalities who helped in the development of Britain. So if the coins are minted with Gandhiji's image, he would be the first non-white person to feature on British coins. So this was recommended by the Rishi Sunak, who is the Chancellor of Exchequer. Next question is, what is the maximum amount of guaranteed emergency credit line funding under ECLGS scheme after the notification in August 2020? Right answer is 10 crore. So recently Union government expanded the emergency credit line guarantee scheme by doubling the upper ceiling of the loans. The scheme also includes the individual loans given for the business purpose. The maximum amount of guaranteed emergency credit line funding under this ECLGS scheme is increased, and now it is 10 crore. Previously it was 5 crore. Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises has launched a program for Agarbatti artisans under which scheme? The name of this scheme is Gramodyog Vikas Yojana. So what is the objective of this program? Objective is to develop the village industry under Gramodyog Vikas Yojana. What is the meaning of Gramodyog? It is Gram plus Udyog, that means village industries. So this is for the Agarbatti artisans. Now recently MSME sector was also in news as MSME Saksham was launched. What is MSME Saksham? This is for the empowerment of MSME sector, and this has been launched by SIDBI in association with TransUnion CIBIL. Now what is SIDBI? It is Small Industries Development Bank of India. SIDBI is the implementing authority of PM Swanidhi scheme. So this PM Swanidhi scheme was launched for the street vendors, and it is an initiative of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Recently, Madhya Pradesh became the top state in the implementation of this PM Swanidhi scheme. Madhya Pradesh was also in news as recently Anandiben Patel has been appointed as the new governor of state, as recently former governor Mr. Lalji Tandon passed away recently. And after his demise, the Lucknow Municipal Corporation, that is LMC, has named a road and crossing in the city after him. Now the state of Madhya Pradesh was also in news because of Intajar Aapka campaign. Answer in comment box what is the objective of this campaign. Which zone of Indian Railways operated the first ever Vyapar Mala Express train? Right answer is Northern Railways. So Northern Railway operated the first ever Vyapar Mala Express train from Delhi to Jirania. Now this Jirania is in Tripura. So this is a Vyapar Mala Express train. Now if we talk about Indian Railways, recently it was in news as India handed over 10 broad gauge railway locos to Bangladesh. Capital of Bangladesh is Dhaka. Prime Minister of Bangladesh is Sheikh Hasina. Now coming back to Indian Railways, recently Railway Minister Mr. Piyush Goyal announced that Anji Khad Bridge is India's first cable-stayed railway bridge. So this is India's first cable-stayed railway bridge, and it is in Jammu and Kashmir. What is the name of hurricane that has hit the US state of North Carolina? So the name of this hurricane is Isaias, and USA was in news because of this hurricane. Now recently USA was also in news as it decided to quit WHO. It was also in news because of Open Skies Treaty. It was also in news because of USMCA. USA was also in news because of CATSA, and it is India's biggest trading partner. On which day the Sanskrit Divas, that is Sanskrit Day, is celebrated? So it is celebrated on 3rd of August. So 3rd of August is celebrated as Sanskrit Divas, and it is celebrated on the full month of Shravan month of Hindu calendar. Now on this occasion, AIR, that is All India Radio, broadcasted the first special program in Sanskrit, and the title of this program is Bahujan Bhasha, Sanskrit Bhasha. So this was the program which has been started by AIR, that is All India Radio. Now AIR was also in news as it decided to start Sanskrit Saptahi, that means news bulletin, weekly news bulletin in Sanskrit. So it is the first ever news magazine program in Sanskrit. Which oil company has formed a joint venture to manufacture bitumen derivatives? So French energy giant Total SA has decided to collaborate with IOC, that is Indian Oil Corporation. So this is going to be a joint venture, and they are going to manufacture and market high quality bitumen derivative. Now this Total SA is a company of France. Now France was also in news because of ISA, that is International Solar Alliance. So ISA was launched during COP21, and this was in Paris in France. All the members of United Nations can be the part of International Solar Alliance. Previously, only those countries which are between Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn can be the member of ISA. The headquarters of ISA is in Gurugram, and this is in Haryana. What is the name of Crew Dragon spacecraft from which NASA astronauts landed back to Earth? So it is Endeavour, and two astronauts of NASA, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, who flew to the ISS, that is International Space Station, landed back to Earth. They flew to the International Space Station through this new Crew Dragon. Now they returned back to Earth, and the name of this spacecraft is Endeavour. So these are the astronauts of NASA. What is NASA? It is the space agency of USA, that is National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Recently, NASA was in news as it decided to rename its headquarters in Washington after Mary W. Jackson. NASA was also in news because of Astros mission. So this is an initiative for stratosphere. NASA was also in news because of Sunrise mission. Answer in comment box what is the objective of the Sunrise mission of NASA. So NASA is the space agency of USA, and recently USA was in news because of TikTok controversy. I have already uploaded a special video on this topic. you can watch that. With Sports Association has declared that it will pardon the players who voluntarily declare age fraud. So this was announced by BCCI, that is Board of Control for Cricket in India. So it is going to pardon those who voluntarily declare age fraud. What is the meaning of age fraud? It means they have manipulated their date of birth to show themselves as younger. Now, if someone found guilty, that means they did not declare themselves, and later if they found guilty, then there will be a 2-year suspension. Now, if we talk about few other events related to cricket, so IPL, that is Indian Premier League, is going to be in UAE. Recently, UAE was in news because of Hope probe. So this is the mission on Mars, and it has been launched with the help of Japan. Recently, Japan was in news as India and Japan decided to collaborate for the lunar polar exploration. That means for the polar exploration of Moon. The Space Agency of Japan is JAXA. The Space Agency of India is ISRO. Japan was also in news because of Hanko system. So it is a stamping system in Japan. And Japan was also in news as it is the largest shareholder of US government securities. In terms of government securities, India is on 12th position. That means India is the 12th largest holder of US government securities. Ciro Immobile, who was in news, is associated with sports. So he is associated to football, and he is Italian professional footballer. That means he is from Italy and he play from football club named Lazio. Recently he was in news because he won the domestic Golden Boot and European Golden Shoe Award. Now recently Italy was in news because of I Feel You. So these are the bracelets developed by Italy to maintain social distancing. Italy was also in news as the 43rd Governing Council meeting of IFAD held in Rome in Italy. What is IFAD? It is International Fund for Agricultural Development. Now the headquarters of FAO, that is Food and Agriculture Organization, is also in Rome, and recently FAO launched FRA, that is Global Forest Resource Assessment Report. So as per this report, India is on 3rd position in terms of those countries whose forest cover has increased in the last decade. So these were the most important questions of today's quiz. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to temple architecture. So the Grand Temple at Ram Janambhoomi in Ayodhya is going to be in Nagara style of temple architecture, and this style is found in northern India. If you are preparing for those exams where GS is a part of syllabus, then please read about Dravid style of temple architecture and Vesa style of temple architecture. Next news is related to Prime Minister of Guyana. So Mark Phillips was sworn in as the new Prime Minister of Guyana. Next is related to H-1B visa. So recently US President signed executive order, and this executive order prevents the federal agencies from contracting or subcontracting foreign workers from hiring. That means it prohibits the federal companies from hiring H-1B visa holders. Now this H-1B visa is a non-immigrant visa that is given by the USA to employ the foreign workers. Next is Beirut. So it is in Lebanon, and recently it was in news because of blast, and this blast was because of the ammonium nitrate in a warehouse. So Lebanon was in news because of this blast, and Beirut is the capital of Lebanon. Next is third power exchange. So recently CERC, that is Central Electrical Regulatory Committee, has approved the application of Pran Urja Solutions to set up a power exchange. So this one is going to be the third power exchange. The previous two power exchanges are IEX and PXIL. Next is COVID-19 BWM app. So this app is for biomedical waste, and recently this app was in news as Supreme Court has made it mandatory for the old municipal corporations and for the state pollution boards to use this COVID-19 BWM app. So this app is for tracking the biomedical waste, and this has been developed by CPCB, that is Central Pollution Control Board, and it is under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So the CPCB is a statutory body. Next is policy brief, education during COVID-19 and beyond. So this is a report which has been released by United Nations. Next is Parivar Pehchan Patra, that means family identity card. So this is an initiative started by Haryana government to provide identity card to the family. So it is going to be the identity card of entire family, and this will ensure the better service delivery. Next is first general meeting of Khelo India. So this first meeting held recently and it was chaired by Sports Minister Mr. Kiran Rijiju. Next is Sahkar Co-op Tube NCDC channel. So this channel has been launched by Union Agriculture Minister Mr. Narendra Tomar, and it is a initiative of NCDC. What is NCDC? It is National Cooperative Development Corporation. So this YouTube channel has been started to encourage the farmers and youth to take the benefit of cooperative societies and various schemes for the sector. Next is 3-language policy. So recently this policy was in news because of new education policy. So as per this policy, children will learn in their mother tongue till class 5, and Hindi, English along with native languages will be used to teach the curriculum. So this is 3-language formula, that is Hindi, English plus 1 local language. Now some states are not happy with inclusion of Hindi in this. However, the stance of central government is that it is not mandatory, it is just a recommendation. So that's why this policy was in news. Next is Shivajirao Patil. So the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra passed away recently. Next is OXY2. So this is a device, and it is a wireless device to monitor the patient. So it can monitor various health parameters such as temperature, oxygen saturation and respiration rate and heart rate. So recently this device was in news as it has been developed by IIT Madras and healthcare startup Helizon. Next is HEFA, that is Higher Education Financing Agency. So this term was in news because of new education policy. I have already uploaded a special video on this topic, you can watch that. Next is criteria of minimum 25% public shareholding. So listed companies get 3 years to meet the criteria of minimum 25% shareholdings. And recently the central government made some changes in the rule. Previously the time period was 2 years. Now it has been extended to 3 years. That means companies will get 3 years to ensure minimum 25% public shareholding in the listed companies. Next is Thanjavur Golf Resort. So recently this resort was virtually inaugurated, and this is in Mizoram. Next is eGyan Mitra. So this mobile application has been launched by Union Territory of Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu. So this mobile application has been launched for online education. Next is William Kirk English. So he was a computer engineer, he was from USA, and he co-invented the world's first computer mouse. He was in news because he passed away recently. And last news is related to contempt of court. So this was in news because of the Prashant Bhushan controversy. So please read about it. I have already uploaded a special video on this topic. What is the name of book that has been released with essays on Swachh Bharat Mission? So it is Swachh Bharat Kranti. It is a book of essays on this SBM. What is SBM? It is Swachh Bharat Mission. So this was released by Union Minister of Jal Shakti, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, along with Smriti Irani. What is the meaning of Swachh Bharat Kranti? In English, it is Clean India Revolution. So the English edition of this book is Swachh Bharat Revolution. Now, if we talk about SBM, the rural component of SBM is implemented by Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, while the urban component of Swachh Bharat Mission is implemented by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Now, recently this Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs was also in news as it launched PM Swanidhi scheme. So this scheme was launched for street vendors, and for the scheme recently Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs partnered with SIDBI. So SIDBI is going to be the implementing authority for this PM Swanidhi scheme, which is a scheme for street vendors. Now recently Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs was also in news as it partnered with MHRD, that is Ministry of Human Resource Development, to launch Tulip scheme. Now recently MHRD was in news as the cabinet has approved a proposal to rename it. So now it is going to be MOE, that is Ministry of Education. Which technology company is to set up robotics laboratory at IISc Bengaluru to study about 5G technology? So this company is Nokia, and it will be set up at IISc Bengaluru, and it will be set up to study about 5G technology. Now, the headquarters of Nokia is in Espoo, and it is in Finland. Recently, Finland was in news as Mr. Ravish Kumar has been appointed as the India's ambassador to Finland. Now, there's a convention named after Espoo, and it is Espoo Convention. So it is a convention for Environment Impact Assessment, that is EIA, in the context of transboundaries. That means Environment Impact Assessment of the projects in which more than one country is involved. So this is Espoo Convention. Now recently, EIA, this term, was also in news as Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change released a draft EIA. So this was released for public comment, and this EIA draft, that means Environment Impact Assessment draft, was released as per the provisions of Environment Protection Act of 1986. Nodal Ministries, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Which Indian city featured in the top 20 most surveilled cities, a survey which was conducted by Comparitech. So as per this survey, Hyderabad is the most surveilled city of India. What is the meaning of surveilled city? That means this city has most number of surveillance cameras. So overall, Hyderabad is on 16th position, but in India it is on top position. And this survey was conducted by Comparitech. It is a UK based firm. And as per this survey, Taiyam city of China is on top position. That means it is the most surveilled city globally. Which company has been approved to set up the third power exchange of India? Right answer is PTC India. So it has been approved to set up the third power exchange. Now please understand that CERC, that is Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, has approved the application of Pran Urja Solutions. And this Pran Urja Solutions is a company which is promoted by BSC, PTC India and by ICICI Bank. So it will be the third power exchange of India. Which are the first two power exchanges? These are IEX, that is Indian Energy Exchange, and second one is PXIL. What is PXIL? It is Power Exchange India Limited. Now what is CERC? It is Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. So it is a statutory body and it has been constituted as per the provisions of Electricity Act of 2003. The Information and Broadcasting Ministry has launched a dedicated Doordarshan channel for which state? So recently this was announced for Assam, and it is going to be DD Assam channel. Now recently the state was also in news as it decided that Poba Reserve Forest in Assam will be upgraded as Wildlife Sanctuary. Assam was also in news as recently state government decided to upgrade Dehing Patkai Wildlife Sanctuary as National Park. Now this Dehing Patkai Wildlife Sanctuary is in the Dibrugarh and Tinsukia district of Assam. Recently, Assam was also in news because of fire incident in Baghjan oil well. So this was oil well of Oil India Limited. And after this incident, NGT, that is National Green Tribunal, constituted a committee, and this committee was headed by Justice B.P. Katke. Now what is NGT? It is National Green Tribunal. It is a statutory body as per the NGT Act of 2010. Ibrahim Al-Qazi, who passed away recently, was associated with which field? So he was associated with arts, and he was the longest serving director of NSD, that is National School of Drama. He passed away recently. Which Union Ministry signed Memorandum of Understanding with DARPG and IIT Kanpur for analysis of grievances using artificial intelligence? So recently MOD, that is Ministry of Defense, signed agreement with IIT Kanpur and DARPG. Now what is this DARPG? It is Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. So this MOU has been signed for developing artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques to analyze public grievances. Now, if we talk about artificial intelligence, Telangana is celebrating 2020 as Year of Artificial Intelligence. The world's first graduate level artificial intelligence university is in UAE. Which mode of payment clocked its highest monthly transactions since its inception? So it is UPI. It has recorded highest transactions in the month of July. And this is highest since its inception. That means since its beginning. Now recently UPI was also in news as MobiKwik launched a personal UPI payment link, and it is mpay.me. UPI is a unified payment interface, and it has been developed by NPCI. What is NPCI? It is National Payments Corporation of India, and this interface is regulated by RBI. Recently, UPI was also in news as NPCI launched UPI Auto Pay facility for recurring payments. What is the meaning of recurring payments? That means these payments are done on regular basis, like payment for your electricity bill. So this is done every month. Similarly, payment for your mobile phone, you have to recharge it continuously. So these are recurring payments. Which Indian state has signed Memorandum of Understanding with leading MNCs such as ITC, P&G and Hindustan Unilever for women empowerment? So this state is state of Andhra Pradesh. This has been signed for women empowerment. Now the state government was also in news because of APEMC. What is APEMC? It is a online waste exchange website which has been launched by the state government of Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh was also in news as recently it launched E-Raksha Bandhan initiative. So this is a cybercrime awareness initiative. Andhra Pradesh was also in news as recently it launched Restart package for MSME sector. Recently, central government also launched a platform for MSME sector and it is Champions Platform. Now answer in comment box, what are the new limits for MSME sector? That means for micro, small and medium enterprises, what are the new limits? Which Indian state is to set up the country's first snow leopard conservation center? So this will be set up by the state government of Uttarakhand, and it was recently announced by Uttarakhand Chief Minister Mr. Trivendra Singh Rawat. And this center will be opened in Uttarkashi Forest Division, and it is set up jointly with the help of UNDP, that is United Nations Development Program, and it is a part of a project called Secure Himalayas. So this will be India's first snow leopard conservation center. Now the state of Uttarakhand was also in news as recently India's first lichen park was started in Uttarakhand. Was also in news as recently Forest Department of Uttarakhand developed a green Ramayana park. Mohammad Irfan Ali has been sworn in as the new president of which South American country? Right answer is Guyana. So first thing is that he is appointed as new president, and he is the new president of Guyana. Guyana is a South American country. Now Mark Phillip has been appointed as the new prime minister of Guyana. Guyana is a South American country and it shares border boundary with North Atlantic coast. The capital of Guyana is Georgetown. IIM Sirmaur, which was in news recently, is located in which Indian state? So this is located in Himachal Pradesh, and recently the foundation stone for this IIM was laid down by Union Education Minister Mr. Ramesh Pokhriyal Nishank. Now Himachal Pradesh was also in news as recently it started Panchvati Yojana. So this is a scheme for setting up parks and gardens for the senior citizens in rural areas. The state government was also in news as it won the Panchayati Raj Department's prize, and this award was given by the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. So these were the most important questions of today's video. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to second bi-monthly monetary policy. So recently Monetary Policy Committee, that is MPC, meeting held, and as per the recent meeting, the repo rate is 4%. It is important to note that this is unchanged. That means it is same as last statement. Reverse repo is 3.3%. Reverse repo is 3.35%. So these two are part of LAF. What is LAF? It is Liquidity Adjustment Facility. On the other hand, MSF rate is 4.25% and it is bank rate as well. Next is Mandarin. So new national education policy has dropped Mandarin or Chinese from its list of foreign languages that can be taught in schools. Next is Pokali. So this is a variety of rice which is quite popular in Kerala, and it is saltwater resistant variety. Now why it was in news? Because farmers in West Bengal are experimenting with this variety of rice. Why they are trying it? Because in the areas of Sundarban, due to various cyclones, the paddy fields are flooded with salt water. Next is Brew or Rayang. So recently, the organizations which are representing Brew community have rejected the sites which were proposed for their settlement in Tripura. Now let me explain you this entire issue. So Brew or Rayang communities are in Mizoram. They are found in other states as well, but this issue is about those communities in Mizoram. So they used to live in Mizoram, and after some ethnic conflict, they were forced to leave Mizoram and they settled in Tripura. Now, in the beginning of this year, an agreement was signed between the state government of Tripura, representatives of Bru community, and this agreement was signed for their resettlement in the state of Tripura. Please note that originally they used to live in Mizoram, and because of the ethnic conflicts, they were forced to settle in Tripura. Now, after this agreement, they were supposed to settle in Tripura permanently. But now, the representatives of Bru community have rejected the sites which were proposed for their resettlement in the state of Tripura. So this was the entire issue. Next is Shade Smart. So TERI, in partnership with DST, that is Department of Science and Technology, have developed an external shading system, and the name of the system is Shade Smart. What is TERI? It is the Energy and Resource Institute. Next is Air Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary. So recently, Air Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary was in news as he took charge as the Commander-in-Chief of Western Air Command of Indian Air Force. Next is M-Healthy. So Tech Mahindra launched this M-Healthy to enable the workforce and community safety against COVID-19. Next is Mr. Manoj Sinha. So recently he was appointed as the new LG of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The previous LG was Mr. G.C. Murmu. So he resigned, and after him, Mr. Manoj Sinha was appointed as the new LG. And Mr. G.C. Murmu has been appointed as new CAG, that is Comptroller and Auditor General. He is going to replace Mr. Rajiv Maharshi. Next is SEBI chairperson, Mr. Ajay Tyagi. So recently he was in news because he was given the extension of 18 months. So he is going to stay as SEBI chairman for 18 more months. Next is Mr. Ram Pradhan. So he was the former governor of Arunachal Pradesh and he passed away recently. He played a key role in two accords. One is Assam Accord and one is Mizo Accord. So this is your homework. Please read about these two important accords. Next is Dodo Drop. So this is a file sharing application which has been developed by Ashfaq Mahmood Chaudhary. So he is from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and this is Indian file sharing application which has been developed by Mr. Ashfaq Mahmood Chaudhary. So this allow the file sharing without internet access. Next is India's first mobile RT-PCR COVID lab. So recently this was inaugurated in Karnataka. Next is OHE inspection app. So recently this app was launched by Railway. What is the meaning of OHE? It is overhead equipment. So this has been launched for overhead equipment inspection. So this will help in minimizing the train delays due to technical issues. Next is Future Brand Index 2020. So as per this index, Apple is on top position while Reliance Industries Limited is on second position in terms of biggest brands. Next is Hiroshima Day. So it was on 6th of August and it marks the anniversary of atomic bombing in Hiroshima during Second World War. USA in 1945 USA dropped atomic bomb named Little Boy, and this was dropped on a town Hiroshima. This Hiroshima town is in Japan. Next is Wind Trade Fantasy Sports. So recently it was in news because it appointed Suresh Raina and Harsimrat Kaur as the global brand ambassadors. Next is 20th edition of New York Indian Film Festival. So recently two movies were in news because of this festival, and one is Muthun. So it is a Malayalam film, and second is Son Rise. And last news is related to a book, RAW, that is Research and Analysis Wing, which is our external intelligence agency. So this is a book on the history of India's covert operations, and this book is authored by Mr. Yatish Yadav. Which country has witnessed a massive blast that occurred by explosives stored at a port? So recently Lebanon was in news because of this blast, and this blast held in the Beirut. It is the capital city of Lebanon. As you can see the geographical location of Lebanon, it shares border boundary with Mediterranean Sea. Lebanon is a country in West Asia and it is bordered by Syria, Israel, Cyprus, which is an island nation in Mediterranean Sea, is in the western side of Lebanon. Now, Lebanon was also in news as recently it became the first Arab nation to legalize marijuana cultivation for medical and industrial purpose. Lebanon was also in news as recently Germany banned Hezbollah. So it is a militant group or a militant organization associated with Lebanon, and recently it was banned by Germany. over 44 lakh tons of food grains were taken by the states and union territories under which scheme. So the name of the scheme is Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana. So this is a scheme which was announced by the government to provide food, and the scheme has been implemented from July, and the scheme will be implemented till November 2020. Why part 2? Because it was given an extension. So this is a scheme which is implemented by the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. Now recently this ministry was also in news, as on 20th of July, the new Consumer Protection Act of 2019 became effective, and it replaced the existing Act of 1986. Which technology company launched a new file sharing feature, Nearby Share? So it is related to Google, and it will have the option of sharing files offline as well as online. Now recently one more app was in news, and it is Dodo Drop. So it is an Indian app which has been developed by Ashfaq Mahmood Chaudhary. It is a file sharing app, and it allows file sharing even without internet connection. In addition to this app, one more app was in news, and it is eGyan Mitra. Answer in comment box, it is associated to which state or union territory? The first anniversary of creation of which union territory or territories was observed on 5th of August. So it is related to Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. So the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir was bifurcated into two union territories. One is Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, another one is Union Territory of Ladakh. Recently, the former LG of Union Territory of Governor resigned. Former LG was Mr. G.C. Murmu. So the new LG is Mr. Manoj Sinha. On the other hand, Mr. G.C. Murmu has been appointed as Comptroller and Auditor General of India. He replaced Rajiv Maharshi. Now 5th of August is also significant because this date was finalized as the date for Ram Mandir Bhumi Pujan. So this event held in Ayodhya in Uttar Pradesh. Which telecom company of India has partnered with AWS, that is Amazon Web Services, to provide cloud solutions to the business? So recently Airtel partnered with AWS to provide the cloud solutions. Now Airtel was also in news, as recently Airtel Payment Bank launched Suraksha Salary Account. So these accounts were started for MSME sector. Recently MSME sector was in news, as SIDBI in association with TransUnion Civil launched MSME Saksham. Recently SIDBI was in news, as it is going to be the implementing authority of PM Swanidhi scheme. Recently MSME sector was in news, as government launched Champions Portal for MSME sector. Apart from that, recently CBDT, that is Central Board of Direct Taxes, signed agreement with Ministry of MSME for sharing information. Which institute has developed India's first ICMR approved mobile RT-PCR lab? So this is IISc Bengaluru, that is Indian Institute of Science Bengaluru, has developed India's first ICMR approved mobile RT-PCR lab, and it is called as MITR. What is MITR? It is Mobile Infection Testing and Reporting Lab, and recently it was handed over to RGUHS. What is RGUHS? It is Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. Now what is ICMR? It is Indian Council of Medical Research. It is under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. As per the Petroleum Ministry, what is the minimum net worth to be eligible for obtaining license to sell the petrol and diesel? So the amount is Rs 500 crores. And recently the Petroleum Ministry revised guidelines in this context. So as per the new guidelines, the net worth of at least 500 crore rupees should be there in order to be eligible to sell both bulk as well as in retail. If the net worth is about 250 crore rupees, then one can get the license for either retail or bulk, but not for both. Now recently, a newly formed joint venture of Total and Adani Group were in news, as they have shown their intention to open petrol pumps in our country. Total is a company of France. Recently, it was also in news because of joint venture negotiations with Indian Oil Corporation. Now recently, Indian Oil Corporation was in news because of NGT committee. What is NGT? It is National Green Tribunal. Which Indian film won the Best Film Award at the New York Indian Film Festival 2020? So this film is Muthun, and it is a Malayalam movie Malayalam is the official language of Kerala, and Malayalam is a classical language. So far, total 6 languages have been given the status of classical languages. These are Tamil, Sanskrit, Kannada, Telugu, Malayalam, and Odia. The Electronic Vaccine Intelligence Network, that is EVIN, is being implemented under which program? So it is a part of NHM, that is National Health Mission. In our previous lectures, we have already covered what is EVIN. So it is a part of National Health Mission. Now, if we talk about vaccine, recently the vaccine summit held in UK. And during this vaccine summit, India pledged $15 million to Gavi. What is Gavi? It is International Vaccine Alliance. Now recently Gavi was also in news because of COVAX Alliance. So this is to ensure equitable access to the COVID-19 vaccines for every country. Now 3 main organizations are associated with this COVAX Alliance. These are Gavi, WHO, and CEPI, that is Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. Now please read about CEPI, what is its objective, where is its headquarters. Which country successfully launched an intercontinental ballistic missile named Minuteman III. So this is a missile by USA, and it is an intercontinental ballistic missile. What is the meaning of intercontinental? That means its range is beyond one continent. It can damage its target in another continent as well. So USA was also in news because of TikTok, as US Senate approved TikTok ban on the government devices. The parent company of TikTok is ByteDance. USA was also in news because of WHO, as it decided to quit WHO. USA is the largest source of foreign investment in UK. India is the second largest source. USA is our biggest trading partner. Recently, USA was also in news because of US aid. What is US aid? It is US Agency for International Development, and recently it was in news because it announced $3 million for India's PAHEL project. So answer in comment box, what is this PAHEL project? The COVID-19 BWM mobile app, which was in news recently, has been developed by which organization? So it has been developed by CPCB, that is Central Pollution Control Board. So all the municipal corporations and state pollution boards are directed by the Supreme Court to upload the information regarding the biomedical waste disposal. Now CPCB is a statutory body and it is under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Now in the context of biomedical waste, there are biomedical waste management rules of 2016. So if you are preparing for UPSC examinations, please read about these rules. What is the new repo rate after the Monetary Policy Committee meeting of August 2020? So recently it was in news because RBI held its second bi-monthly monetary policy meeting, and the new repo rate is 4% and it is unchanged. That means it is same as last time. The reverse repo rate is 3.35%. Now answer in comment box, what will be the impact of increment in the repo rate? That means what will be impact on money supply? So repo rate is 4%, reverse repo rate is 3.35%. MSF, that is marginal standing facility, and bank rate is 4.25%. So these decisions are taken by MPC. What is MPC? It is Monetary Policy Committee, and this committee consists of 6 members. Out of these 6, 3 are appointed by the government and 3 are from RBI. An RBI governor is the chairperson of this committee. The decisions are taken by the majority, and if there is a tie, in that case, governor have the casting vote. So these were the most important questions of today's video. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it if you do not like the format. So first news is related to Maharashtra, as Maharashtra became the first state in our country to partner with Google to provide learning tools for schools. Next is Amazing Ayodhya. So recently this book was in news and it is a book by Neena Rai. Next is Mr. Pradeep Kumar Joshi. So he has been appointed as the new chairperson of UPSC, that is Union Public Service Commission. It is a constitutional body. Next is India's first Kisan Rail. So recently it started its operations and it will transport the perishable goods. So the route is between Devwali and Danapur. So this Danapur is in Bihar and it is in Maharashtra. Next is Korwai weaving. So it is a complex technique of weaving and it is quite popular in Tamil Nadu, in Kanchipuram. So it is a technique of sari weaving. Next is Abhindranath Tagore. So recently on 7th of August, his 150th birth anniversary was celebrated. Since it is 150th birth anniversary, it is important from exam perspective. So he was the nephew of Gurudev Ravindranath Tagore, and he created Indian Society of Oriental Art, and later on he established Bengal School of Art. Next is India WRIS. What is WRIS? It is Water Resources Information System. So recently, Jal Shakti Ministry launched a new version of India WRIS. Next is Mahinda Rajapaksa. So he is from Sri Lanka. He is associated to political party named SLPP. That means he is the current Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. Recently parliamentary elections held in Sri Lanka and his party won it. His brother Gotabaya Rajapaksa is the President of Sri Lanka. Next is Tsunami Reddy. So recently India became the first country in the Indian Ocean region to get the status of Tsunami Reddy, and it got the status from IOC of UNESCO. What is IOC? It is Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. So it is associated to UNESCO. Now, 2 areas in Odisha got this Tsunami Reddy status. So Odisha is the first state to get this status, and India is the first country in Indian Ocean region to get this status. So what are these 2 areas? One is Venkatrayapur and another one is Nolia Shahi. Next is PSL, that is Priority Sector Lending. So recently RBI has assigned startup sector the PSL status. That means now startup sector will have PSL status. What is the meaning of Priority Sector Lending? It means they will get the credit easily. So which other sectors are already part of this PSL status? Agriculture, MSME, export credit, housing, education, social infrastructure, renewable energy, and few other sectors are the part of this PSL. Next is Starship initiative of SpaceX. So recently SpaceX, which is headed by Elon Musk, has successfully completed a flight test of a future rocket named Starship, and that means after some time this will be sent to Mars. So recently its trial was successful. And last news is related to National Handloom Day. So it was celebrated on 7th of August. Now, in the context of handloom, 2 important things happened. First is that government abolished All India Handicraft Board. In addition to that, government also abolished All India Handloom Board. So these 2 are associated to Textiles Ministry. The Mars test rocket of which space company was successfully flight tested with an upward landing? So it is SpaceX. SpaceX is headed by Elon Musk, and recently SpaceX was in news because of this test. So recently it flight tested the prototype of its Mars rocket ship. Now recently Mars was also in news because of Hope probe. So it was a Mars mission of UAE, and UAE became the first Arab nation to launch a mission on Mars, and it was done with the help of Japan. Apart from that, recently China also launched its first Mars mission, and it was Tianwen-1. Which technology company has partnered with Prasar Bharati for AI-enabled Independence Day celebrations? So recently Prasar Bharati and Google collaborated for this event. That means now, with the help of Google, the feeling of singing the national anthem in the schools will be recreated using artificial intelligence technology. Now Google was also in news as recently it partnered with Maharashtra, and Maharashtra became the first state to partner with Google India to provide learning tools for schools. Now Maharashtra was also in news because of Project Platina. Maharashtra was also in news as recently former Chief Minister of Maharashtra Shivaji Rao Patil passed away. Which financial institution has announced to set up an innovation hub for the financial inclusion? So it is an initiative of RBI, that is Reserve Bank of India. So this innovation hub will be set up to assist the startups to tackle the challenges of financial inclusion. What is the meaning of financial inclusion? That means people and the businesses have the access to financial products. Recently, RBI was also in news as it assigned PSL status, that is Priority Sector Lending status, to startups. Present RBI Governor is Mr. Shaktikant Das. Now, in the context of startup, we have startup policy. Answer in comment box which ministry is the nodal ministry for this startup policy. And then we have a stand-up policy, Stand Up India. So please read about these 2 policies, Startup India and Stand Up India. India extended a line of credit of 18 million US dollars to which country to expand fishing facilities. So this country is Maldives, and this line of credit is part of line of credit that has been offered by India to the Maldives. So the entire amount is, that means entire line of credit amount is $800 million, and out of which $18 million were recently given to expand the fishing facilities. Now Maldives was also in news as recently it became the 54th member of Commonwealth. The capital of Maldives is Male. Recently, the country was also in news because of Operation Sanjeevani. So it was an operation of Indian Air Force, and as per this operation, India provided medical assistance to the Maldives. What is the enhanced limit for loan against gold after the recent direction of Reserve Bank of India? So the enhanced limit is 90%, and recently RBI increased the amount of loan that banks can provide against the pledge of gold ornaments and jewelry. Now as per the new guidelines, for non-agricultural purpose, banks can give 90% of the pledged gold as loan. Previously, the limit was 75%. Now please note that this will only be applicable to the banks, and this will not be applicable to the gold loan companies, and it will be valid till March 2021. Now recently RBI was also in news because of Monetary Policy Committee. So it is a 6-member committee, out of which 3 are appointed by the government and 3 are from Reserve Bank of India, and it is chaired by RBI Governor. RBI was also in news as recently it signed currency swap agreement with Sri Lanka. So it signed $400 million currency swap agreement with Sri Lanka. Now Sri Lanka was also in news because of parliamentary elections. So recently parliamentary elections held in Sri Lanka, and Mahinda Rajapaksa, who is present Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, his party won the parliamentary elections. His brother Gotabaya Rajapaksa is the President of Sri Lanka as of now. Which institute won the first prize in the Smart India Hackathon 2020? So recently DIAT, that is Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, won the first prize in the Smart India Hackathon, and this hackathon was organized by AICTE and Ministry of Human Resource Development. So this DIAT is under Defense Ministry. So why this DIAT won this award? The DIAT team developed a technology, and the name of this technology is Drishti. So this technology will use artificial intelligence to recognize the face and facial expressions. And for this technology, DIAT won this first prize in the Smart India Hackathon. Now coming back to this MHRD. So MHRD is Ministry of Human Resource Development. Now it has been renamed as MOE. That means Cabinet recently approved the renaming of MHRD as MOE, that is Ministry of Education. Now Defense Ministry was also in news as recently Defense Minister announced negative list of 101 products. What is the meaning of negative list? That means these products will not be imported, and the security forces are going to procure these products from the Indian suppliers only. That means from the domestic manufacturers only, and these products will not be imported. So recently a negative list of 101 products was released by the Defense Ministry. Defense Ministry was also in news as it recently released a draft, and it is a draft for defense production and export promotion. Sadia Dehelvi, who passed away recently, was associated with which profession? So she passed away recently, and she was well-known writer, and she was the editor of Urdu journal, and the name of this journal was Bano. Which Indian Armed Police Force took over the security of Leh Airport? So recently CISF, that is Central Industrial Security Force, took over the security at the strategic Leh Airport. That means previously local police was responsible for its security. Now CISF will be responsible for this. And the name of this airport is Kushok Bakula Rinpoche Airport. So this airport is in Leh. Now CISF is part of CAPF, that is Central Armed Police Force, and it is under MHA, that is Ministry of Home Affairs. CISF was also in news as CISF is celebrating 2020 as Year of Mobility. It was also in news as recently it launched e-Karyalaya for the movement of files. So it means e-office. who is the chairperson of expert committee on debt resolution, which has been constituted by RBI. So this committee will be headed by Mr. KV Kamat, and this committee will recommend the debt resolution plans to RBI. Now Mr. Kamat is the former president of New Development Bank. The new president has been announced and he is Marcos Trojo. So he is from Brazil. Now this New Development Bank is an initiative of BRICS. What is BRICS? It is Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa. So the headquarters of this New Development Bank is in Shanghai and it is in China. Now there's an organization named after Shanghai. It is Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Its headquarters is in Beijing. And the first regional office of New Development Bank is in Johannesburg in South Africa. Who was the chairperson of All India Handicraft Board, which has been abolished recently? So recently Government of India abolished All India Handicraft Board and it also abolished All India Handloom Board. So this All India Handicraft Board was headed by Minister of Textiles. Now recently National Handloom Day was celebrated and it was on 7th of August. Now present Minister of Textiles is Smriti Irani. Recently she was also in news as she launched mobile app for handloom market scheme. In addition to this, recently #vocal for handmade campaign was in news. So this is a social media campaign which has been launched to promote the handloom products. Where is the headquarters of IBBI located? IBBI stands for Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. So it is in New Delhi. Recently it was in news because IBBI has amended the regulations related to liquidation process. So IBBI is the apex institute to implement IBC. What is IBC? It is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. So this code was released in 2016. Now in this context, please read about few terms. First is stressed assets. Second is DRT, that is Debt Recovery Tribunal, and NCLT, that is National Company Law Tribunal. And third is what is liquidation process? What is the meaning of liquidation? So please read about these terms. Which organization signed Memorandum of Understanding with IIT Delhi to set up a Center of Excellence for using artificial intelligence in decision making? So for this, recently NHAI signed this MOU with IIT Delhi. What is NHAI? It is National Highway Authority of India and it is under Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Recently NHAI was also in news as it became the first construction sector organization to be fully digital. NHAI was also in news as recently Government of India extended the tenure of NHAI chairperson. Present NHAI chairperson is Mr. Sukhbir Singh Sandhu. NHAI was also in news because of Gati portal, and this Gati portal is similar to Pragati portal. This Pragati is an initiative of PMO, that is Prime Minister's Office. Sirle N. Grau, who passed away recently, was associated with which field? So she was associated to literature. She passed away recently and she was Pulitzer Prize winner. Genoa San Giorgio Bridge, which was in news, is located in which country? So this bridge is in Italy, and recently it was in news because it was inaugurated recently. Now Italy was also in news as it is the host of G20 summit in 2021. India will host G20 summit in 2022. India will also host Interpol conference in that year. The headquarters of Interpol is in Lyon in France. Recently France was also in news because of Hammer missiles. It was also in news because of Rafale. Now coming back to Italy again, Italy was also in news as the headquarters of FAO is in Italy in Rome. What is FAO? It is Food and Agriculture Organization. Recently, this organization released a report and it is Global Forest Assessment Report. And as per this report, more than 54% of the world's forest is in 5 countries. These 5 countries are Russia, Brazil, Canada, USA, and China. What is the name of new interactive center on the Swachh Bharat mission located near Rajghat in Delhi? So the name of this center is Rashtriya Swachhta Kendra. So recently this was in news because of new inauguration and it is a part of SBM, that is Swachh Bharat mission. So this Rashtriya Swachhta Kendra complex will have audio and video to show and to explain the journey of our country in the implementation of Swachh Bharat Mission. The Swachh Bharat Mission has two components. One is urban component, one is rural component. So for this rural component, Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation is the nodal ministry. For urban component, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is the nodal ministry. Now recently MOH and UA, that is Housing and Urban Affairs Ministry, was also in news because of TULIP initiative. What is the full form of TULIP? The Urban Learning Internship Program. And for this program, MHRD, that is Ministry of Human Resource Development, and Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs collaborated. Now MHRD was also in news as now it is going to be MOE, that is Ministry of Education. This Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs was in news as it is the nodal ministry for PM Swanidhi scheme, and this is a scheme for street vendors, and recently SIDBI was made implementing authority for the scheme. Conclave on the transformational reforms in higher education was organized by Education Ministry along with which institution? So this was organized with the help of UGC, that is University Grants Commission. Now Education Ministry, that is Ministry of Education, was also in news because of new education policy. The first education policy was launched in 1968, and the key points of this new education policy of 2020 are 5+3+3+4 structure. The GER target, that is gross enrollment ratio targets for higher education, are 50% by 2035. For primary, that means for preschool to secondary level education, the GER target is 100% by 2030. Now a detailed video on this national education policy is already uploaded on Civils Academy channel. You can watch it if you want to know more. So these were the most important questions of today's quiz. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to new industrial policy. So recently Gujarat was in news as it announced new industrial policy. Next is Loya Jirga. What is the meaning of this term? It means mass gathering. That means public gathering. So recently Afghanistan was in news because of this Loya Jirga. So this assembly of people was called to decide about the people from Taliban who have been convicted for the serious crimes. So this Loya Jirga is related to Afghanistan, and the meaning of this term is mass gathering. That means public gathering. Next is Milne Ice Shelf. So recently this ice shelf was in news as it is the last fully intact ice shelf in Canadian Arctic. And recently this was in news because it started collapsing. So this is the last fully intact ice shelf in Canadian Arctic. Next is Pingali Venkaiah. So on 2nd of August, his birth anniversary was celebrated. Now, who is Pingali Venkaiah? He was a freedom fighter and he was the designer of our national tricolor. That means the national flag which we see today was designed by him. And this national flag was officially adopted by Indian National Congress, that is INC, in 1931. Next is spotted in illegal wildlife trade. So recently Traffic India released this report, and as per this report, Uttarakhand and Maharashtra had the highest leopard poaching. What is Traffic? It is a non-governmental organization. The headquarters of Traffic is in Cambridge in UK, and in 1976 it was founded as a strategic alliance of WWF, that is Worldwide Fund for Nature, and IUCN, that is International Union for Conservation of Nature. Next is Kawaj 2020. So it is a military exercise and India is going to take part in this military exercise, and this will be in Russia. So it is a multinational military exercise. Next is PS Ranipse. So PS Ranipse has been appointed as Inspector General of CRPF. What is CRPF? It is Central Reserve Police Force. So it is also a part of CAPF, that is Central Armed Police Force, and CAPF are under MHA. Next is CSIR FSSAI. What is CSIR? It is Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. So recently CSIR and FSSAI signed a memorandum of understanding for information dissemination. So CSIR is under Ministry of Science and Technology, and FSSAI, that is Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, is under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Next is Gandhian Young Technological Innovation, that is GYTI. So recently GYTI awards were announced, and it was given to a group of researchers from IIT Kharagpur. Why they were selected? Because they developed a mechanism for generating electricity from the wet clothes left under sunlight. So for this process, they were selected for this Gandhian Young Technological Innovation Award. Next is One District, One Product. So recently Uttar Pradesh was in news because of this initiative, as Uttar Pradesh government has partnered with Flipkart. So now, as per this partnership, different artisans, weavers and craftsmen covered under this One District, One Product scheme will now be covered under the Smarth initiative of Flipkart. Next is Quit India Movement. So recently, the 78th anniversary of this Quit India Movement was observed, and it was on 8th of August. So on 8th of August in 1942, Gandhiji launched this Quit India Movement. Next is reservation of seats for women in village employment councils. So recently, Meghalaya cabinet approved this policy on reservation of seats for women in village employment councils. Next is Suvidha portal. So this portal has been developed for all the international passengers arriving across India, and this has been developed at Delhi Airport. Next is electric vehicle policy. So this was recently announced by Delhi government. Next is PNB Housing Finance. So Mr. Hardyal Prasad has been appointed as new MD and CEO of PNB Housing Finance. And next is Thalweg Doctrine. So recently this doctrine was in news because of the new map which has been released by Pakistan. So please read about this doctrine and please check which places has been included in the Pakistan map. You should be aware about their geographical locations, as Pakistan has illegally claimed Indian territories as their own. How many applications were named the winners of Atmanirbhar Bharat App Innovation Challenge? So this Atmanirbhar Bharat App Innovation Challenge was launched to innovate new applications, and it was launched on the Innovate platform of MyGov. So this Atmanirbhar Bharat App Innovation Challenge was started by MEITY, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, in association with AIM, that is Atal Innovation Mission. So this Atal Innovation Mission is an initiative of Niti Aayog. Now, the idea behind this challenge was to encourage the Indian application developers and innovators. So this challenge has two main tracks. First track is to support or to promote the existing apps. That means to promote the existing Indian apps. Second track is to develop new mobile applications. Now recently, MyGov was also in news as it completed 6 years. So this entire challenge was in news as 24 applications were named the winners of this Atmanirbhar Bharat App Innovation Challenge. What is the corpus offered by the Reserve Bank of India to NABARD and NHB to boost rural lending and affordable housing? So it is 10,000 crores. RBI, that is Reserve Bank of India, has offered a credit facility of 10,000 crores to NABARD and NHB. Now what is NABARD? It is National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. What is NHB? It is National Housing Bank. So the fund of 5,000 crore rupees will be provided to each. Previously, NABARD and NHB were also in news as they got refinance support of rupee 35,000 crore rupees and 10,000 crore rupees respectively. This one is specifically for rural lending and for affordable housing. Now it is important to note that RBI sold its entire stakes in NABARD and in NHB. That means now they are 100% government entity and RBI does not hold any share in these two institutions. This was done on the recommendations of Second Narsimham Committee report. So this committee recommended that RBI should not own the stakes in those entities which are being regulated by it. Which Indian organization released Business Confidence Index? So this was released by NCAER, that is National Council of Applied Economic Research. So this released BCI, that is Business Confidence Index, and it also released BES, that is Business Expectation Survey. So this NCAER is a New Delhi based non-for-profit organization and it was established in 1956. Which union ministry is the nodal ministry for PM Swanidhi scheme? Now we have already covered this question, but today we are going to cover some new dimension. So this is an initiative of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Now the recent development is that the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs launched LOR module. What is the meaning of LOR module? It means letter of recommendation module. So this LOR module will enable those street vendors who do not have identity card or who do not have certificate of vending. So now with the help of this letter of recommendation module, even they can avail the benefits of this scheme. So that's why this scheme was in use. Now it is a scheme for street vendors. The nodal ministry is Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and recently it signed agreement with SIDBI. So SIDBI is the implementing agency. This Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs was also in use because of Tulip initiative. It was also in use because of Swachh Sarvekshan 2021. Now answer in comment box whether population is a criteria for this Swachh Sarvekshan of 2021. That means population will be a factor. Will that be considered as a criteria for this Sarvekshan? Which Indian pharmaceutical industry has partnered with Gavi and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to produce 100 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine? So this is Serum Institute of India. Serum Institute of India is the world's largest vaccine manufacturer. Recently, it signed an agreement with AstraZeneca to supply the Oxford University's potential COVID-19 vaccine. Now, the Serum Institute of India is based in Pune. Pune is in Maharashtra, and it is going to be the host of 2021 Indian Science Congress. Recently, Pune Municipal Corporation launched Sanyam app. Recently, Maharashtra became the first state to partner with Google to provide the learning tools for schools. Which country has issued order that would ban TikTok and WeChat in 45 days if they were not sold by their parent companies? So recently, USA was in news because of this event. The parent company of TikTok is ByteDance. Now recently, this TikTok was also in news as US Senate approved a ban on TikTok on government devices. That means now you won't be able to install TikTok on government devices. US was also in news because of CAATSA, that is Countering American Adversaries through Sanctions Act. USA was also in news because of H-1B visa issue. It was also in news as recently USA has urged UNHRC to not to support the Cuba for UNHRC elections. Which country is set to host the 2021 International Cricket Council T20 World Cup? So India is the host of this tournament. ICC stands for International Cricket Council. ICC also announced that Australia will conduct this year's T20 World Cup in 2022. Now the headquarters of ICC is in Dubai. Dubai is in UAE. Recently UAE was in news as it became the first Arab nation to launch mission on Mars, and it is named as Hope Probe. So this was launched with the help of Japan. On the other hand, UAE was also in news as it became the first Arab nation to operate nuclear power plant, and it is Barak plant. So this was done with the help of South Korean technology. What is the name of special campaign launched by the Prime Minister to free India of garbage? So the name of this campaign is Gandagi Mukt Bharat. That means garbage free India. So it is a week-long campaign and it will be till 15th of August. And it was launched recently during an event in Delhi. Rajamalai, where a massive landslide has occurred, is in which state of India? So it is in Kerala, and it is in Idukki district of Kerala. Now Kerala was also in news because of Pokkali rice. We have already covered this news few days ago. Kerala was also in news because of the recent incident at Kozhikode airport. So because of this incident, one term was in news and it is tabletop runway. Please read about it. What is tabletop runway? Which country has declared an environmental emergency after the ship MV Wakashio spilled fuel? So recently, Mauritius declared environmental emergency after the spilling of fuel by this ship named MV Wakashio. So it is a Japanese ship. Now Mauritius was also in news as recently Prime Minister of India and Prime Minister of Mauritius jointly inaugurated new Supreme Court building in Mauritius. So it is first India assisted infrastructure project within the capital city of Mauritius, and the capital is Port Louis. The Prime Minister of Mauritius is Pravind Jugnauth. Mauritius was also in news because of its dispute with UK over Chagos Islands. The Prime Minister of India inaugurated a submarine optical fiber cable to provide telecom services to which Union Territory? So this is Union Territory of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So this submarine optical fiber cable will connect Chennai with Port Blair, and this will provide fast and reliable telecom services to the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Now, recently Prime Minister also declared that Andaman and Nicobar Islands will be developed as Maritime and Startup Hub. Which financial institution released the Consumer Confidence Survey? So this survey is released by RBI, that is our central bank. Consumer Confidence Survey is a survey that is conducted every 2 months. So the CCI is conducted every 2 months, and it is conducted to measure how optimistic or pessimistic the consumers are regarding the financial situation. Now RBI was also in news because of Operation Twist. RBI was also in news because of PIDF, that is Payment Infrastructure Development Fund. So this fund is going to be of 500 crore rupees, out of which 250 crore rupees will be provided by RBI. RBI was also in news because of Monetary Policy Committee. On which day the International Day of World's Indigenous People or World Tribal Day is celebrated? So it is celebrated on 9th of August. On 10th of August, World Biofuel Day is celebrated. On 9th of August, it is World Tribal Day or International Day of World's Indigenous People is celebrated. Now, if we talk about tribes, as per 2011 census, there are over 700 tribal groups, and out of these 700, approximately 75 are PVTG, that is particularly vulnerable tribal group. Now coming back to this biofuel, so Rajasthan is the first state in our country to implement the National Biofuel Policy. So these were the most important questions of today's quiz. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. First event is Silk Training Cum Production Center. KVIC, that is Khadi and Village Industries Commission, will set up Skill Training Cum Production Center in Arunachal Pradesh, and this is going to be the first such silk training and production center in the state. KVIC is under MSME Ministry. Next is Vivo. So recently Vivo was in news as BCCI has suspended the IPL title sponsorship deal with Vivo. It is important to note that Vivo Communication Technology Company is a Chinese subsidiary company, and it is owned by BBK Electronics, and this is the parent company of Oppo, Realme and of OnePlus. Next is Agri Infrastructure Fund. So recently Prime Minister launched a financing facility of 1 lakh crore under Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. So this new Agriculture Infrastructure Fund is a fund for the duration of 10 years. That means it is a fund till 2029. Next is Envistats India 2020 report. So this is a report by NSO. What is NSO? It is National Statistical Office. Next is Jagdalpur. So Jagdalpur in Chhattisgarh has become the first municipal corporation in our country where people of urban area have been provided the forest land right certifications. So Jagdalpur is in Chhattisgarh and it is the first municipal corporation to do so. Next is BWG, that is Biocompost Enriched Eco-Friendly Globule. So recently IIT Kanpur has developed indigenous seed bowls, and the name of these seed bowls is BWG. So this will help farmers in plantation with safety in corona times. Next is Making Sense of Indian Democracy. So this is a book by Mr. Yogendra Yadav. Next is 1971 war. So recently Bangladesh took a decision to construct a monument of Indian soldiers who died in 1971 war during the freedom struggle of Bangladesh, and Bangladesh got independence from Pakistan after this war. Next is Online Patriotic Film Festival. So NFDC, that is National Film Development Corporation, is going to organize the first of its kind Online Patriotic Film Festival, and this festival is a part of Independence Day celebrations by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Next is All India Powerloom Board. So after All India Handicrafts and All India Handloom Board, the government now decided to disband All India Powerloom Board. So this board had representatives from the central as well as from the state governments, and this board was headed by Union Textiles Minister. A new railway museum has been inaugurated at which city of Karnataka? So this is in Hubballi. Recently Railway Minister Mr. Piyush Goyal and Coal and Mines Minister Mr. Prahlad Joshi inaugurated this new railway museum, and this is in Karnataka. So it aims to preserve the heritage of railways. Now recently Karnataka was also in news as Flipkart signed an agreement with Karnataka. So Flipkart signed this agreement to promote the art and craft of local people of Karnataka. The state was also in news because of Skill Connect Forum. So this is a forum for the job seekers and job providers. Apart from that, the state was also in news because of Siddhi community, as recently S.S. Siddhi became the first lawmaker from his community, and he was appointed by the Karnataka governor to the Karnataka Legislative Council. So this community is part of scheduled tribes in Karnataka. Who won the Asian College of Journalism's award for investigative journalism? So recently Nitin Sethi won this award for investigative journalism. So his investigative journalism articles includes articles on electoral bonds. In addition to him, K.P. Narayana Kumar Memorial Award for Social Impact Journalism was given to Shiv Sahai Singh, which is the first Indian city to have a female symbols on traffic signals. So this city is going to be Mumbai, and recently BMC, that is Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, has installed traffic signals that display the female icons. So Mumbai is in Maharashtra. Recently Maharashtra was in news because of Project Platina. The state was also in news because of its agreement with Google, and therefore Maharashtra became the first state to tie with Google to provide online education to the students. Maharashtra was also in news as recently first women state election commissioner of Maharashtra passed away, and she was Neela Satyanarayanan. The Eat Right India movement that has won the Food System Vision Prize is being implemented by which organization? So this is related to FSSAI, that is Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. So recently FSSAI was awarded the Food System Vision Prize for its Eat Right India movement. In addition to that, a non-governmental organization, Nandi, also won the Food Vision Prize, and it is a Hyderabad-based non-governmental organization. Now, this FSSAI is under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. It is a statutory body which has been constituted as per the provisions of Food Safety and Standards Act of 2006. Recently, FSSAI partnered with CSIR for collaborative research. FSSAI was also in news as recently Arun Singhal became the new Chief Executive Officer of FSSAI. On the other hand, Rita Tewatia is the chairperson of FSSAI. Which trade association organized the National Public Procurement Conclave along with Government E-Marketplace? So recently CII, that is Confederation of Indian Industry, organized this National Public Procurement Conclave. So this was organized by CII in collaboration with Government E-Marketplace, and this was inaugurated by Union Commerce and Industry Minister Mr. Piyush Goyal. He is the Railway Minister as well. Now CII was also in news as recently CII partnered with TDB, that is Technology Development Board. So CII in association with TDB launched Restart Initiative. CII was also in news as recently Uday Kotak became the new president of CII. So this Restart Initiative stands for Reboot the Economy through Science, Technology and Research Translations. Now there was one more restart which was in news, and it is a policy of Andhra Pradesh government, and this restart policy was started for MSME sector. That means for the revival of MSME sector. Now recently SIDBI in association with TransUnion launched MSME Saksham for the MSME sector. Which Indian organization is celebrating Cleanliness Week from 10th of August to mark the Independence Day? So this organization is Indian Railways. Recently Indian Railways was also in news because of OHE inspection app. What is OHE? It is Overhead Equipment. Railway was also in news because of Kisan Rail. So recently Kisan Rail started its operations from Maharashtra to Bihar. Railway was also in news because of Anji Khad Bridge. So recently Railway Minister Piyush Goyal announced India's first cable-styled railway bridge, and this is Anji Khad Bridge. Which e-commerce platform launched a startup promotion and mentoring program called Leap? So this is an initiative by Flipkart, and it is a platform for the startup promotion. Now Flipkart was also in news as recently it partnered with Uttar Pradesh government for One District, One Product program. Flipkart was also in news as recently it signed agreement with Karnataka State Mango Department to help mango farmers to sell their products online. Now Flipkart was also in news as recently they started Flipkart Quick. So it is a hyperlocal delivery service which has been launched in Bengaluru in Karnataka. Matheran Hill Station, where around 77 new species of butterflies have been found, is located in which Indian state? So it is in Maharashtra. And according to Bombay Natural History Society, approximately 77 new species of butterflies have been found in the ecologically sensitive forest of Matheran Hill Station, and it is in Maharashtra. Now this Bombay Natural History Society was founded in 1883, and it is a non-governmental organization which is involved in the conservation and biodiversity research. The Indian Railways is to transport denim and dyes to which neighboring country? So this country is Bangladesh. And the Western Railway Zone of Indian Railways is set to run a parcel train from Ahmedabad division in Gujarat to Bangladesh. Now, Bangladesh was also in news as recently India appointed Vikram Doraiswamy as India's next High Commissioner to Bangladesh. Bangladesh was also in news as recently Bangladesh pacer Kazi Anik Islam was banned for 2 years for doping. Kazi Anik is a well-known cricketer. Which initiative launched under the Ayushman Bharat program has provided over 1 lakh consultations. The name of this initiative is E-Sanjeevani. So it is a telemedicine platform and it has provided over 1 lakh consultations. What is the meaning of telemedicine? It means providing medical consultations over internet. That means instead of visiting the doctor physically, you can consult the doctors online. So this is a part of Ayushman Bharat initiative. As per a recent study, pathogens named as critical by the WHO is found in which river? So WHO stands for World Health Organization, and these pathogens were found in Yamuna River. And these are multi-drug resistant bacteria which were found in Yamuna, and they were found because of the entry of sewage water in the river Yamuna. Now WHO was also in news as USA decided to quit WHO. It was also in news because of CTAP initiative. WHO was also in news as recently Dr. Harshvardhan took charge as the chairperson of executive board of WHO. The COVAX facility, which was seen in news recently, is an initiative of which international organization? So it is related to WHO. And the objective of this initiative is to fast track the development of vaccine against coronavirus. Now recently, Russia announced that they have developed a vaccine for coronavirus, and the name of this vaccine is Sputnik. So Russia is the first country to register a coronavirus vaccine. Now coming back to WHO was also in news as along with United Nations, it released a postage stamp on the 40th anniversary of smallpox eradication. So these were the most important questions of today's video. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it if you do not like the format. So first news is related to Belarus. As recently, Belarus President Alexander Lukashenko won the presidential elections for 6th consecutive term, and that's why he was in news. Next is related to Mauritania. As recently, Mohamed Ould Bilal became the new Prime Minister of Mauritania. Next is related to Peru. So Walter Roger Motos Ruiz became the new Prime Minister of Peru. The capital of Peru is Lima, and currency of Peru is Peruvian Sol. Next is KN Anantha Padmanabhan. So recently, Indian umpire KN Anantha Padmanabhan has been inducted in ICC, International Panel of Umpires. What is ICC? It is International Cricket Council. The headquarters of ICC is in Dubai in UAE, and this year's IPL is going to be organized in UAE. Next is Rahat Indori. So well-known Urdu poet Rahat Indori passed away. Next is Moira Bananas, Harmal Chilies. So these are the products of Goa, and recently these products were in news as they got GI tag. What is GI? It is geographical indication. So now 5 products from Goa have got GI status. Next is LIC Yes Bank. So recently LIC acquired approximately 5% stakes in Yes Bank. Next is Paytm All-in-One Portable Android Smart POS. What is POS? It is point of sale. So recently Paytm has launched India's first pocket Android point of sale device. Next is World Lion Day. So it was on 10th of August. Next is period leave for its employees. So recently Zomato announced period leave policy for women. So as per this policy, 10 days period leaves will be provided to the women employees. Next is Suraksha. So recently Union Environment Minister Prakash Javadekar launched National Portal on Human-Elephant Conflict, and the name of this portal is Suraksha. So this portal will collect the real-time information and it will try to minimize the human-elephant conflict. It is important to note that on 12th of August, World Elephant Day is celebrated. Next is Malgudi Museum. So recently, Southwestern Railways has restored Arasalu railway station, and this railway station is in Karnataka. So now this railway station will be called as Malgudi Museum. Next is RODTEP scheme, that is Remission of Duties and Taxes on Exported Products scheme. So recently, Finance Ministry constituted a committee, and this committee will be headed by GK Pillai. So this committee was constituted for determination of ceiling rates under this RODTEP scheme. Please read about this scheme. Next is National Infrastructure Pipeline. So recently, online dashboard for this NIP was inaugurated by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Next is Andhra Pradesh Boston Group. So recently, the state government of Andhra Pradesh signed agreement with Boston Group to set up IT company in Vishakhapatnam. The state government of Andhra Pradesh was also in news because of its new industrial policy. Recently, Gujarat also announced its new industrial policy. Who has been selected as the new chairperson of SAIL, that is Steel Authority of India? So, Soma Mondal has been selected as the new chairperson, and she is going to be the first woman to head the organization. The current chairperson is Anil Chaudhary, and he is going to retire soon. Now for the steel sector, recently Purvodaya scheme was in news. Apart from that, recently Indian Steel Association was in news as Tata Steel withdrew from Indian Steel Association. The present president of Indian Steel Association is Dilip Oman. Now there was one more ISA which was in news, and it is International Solar Alliance. So now, as per the new rules, all the members of United Nations can be the part of International Solar Alliance. The headquarters of ISA is in Haryana in Gwalpahari. India signed contract with which country for the development of 5 ecotourism zones in Addu city? So this country is Maldives. The capital of Maldives is Malé, and India is going to collaborate with Maldives for the development of ecotourism zones in Addu city. Now the country was also in news because of Operation Sanjeevani. So this was operation which was launched by Indian Air Force to provide medical support to Maldives. Recently, Indian Air Force was also in news because of Rafale, and India got its Rafale fighter jets from France. Recently, France was also in news because of Hammer missiles, as India decided to buy Hammer missiles from France. Who was the chairperson of ICR-IER for 15 years and has stepped down recently? So the chairperson was Isar Ahluwalia, and now she has stepped down. The new chairperson is Pramod Bhasin. What is ICR-IER? It is a think tank which was established in 1981. Mani Tombe Singh, who passed away recently, is associated with sports. So he is associated to football, and he passed away recently in his native village in Manipur. Which organization has launched a loyalty platform named Nth Rewards? So it is NPCI, that is National Payments Corporation of India, and it has launched this platform, and as per this platform, users can earn points through various bank transactions. So what is NPCI? It is National Payments Corporation of India, and it was founded in 2008. It is a Section 8 company, and it is registered under Companies Act of 2013. What is the meaning of Section 8 company? It means it is a non-for-profit organization. Recently, NPCI was also in news as it launched UPI Autopay facility for recurring payments. What is the meaning of recurring payments? That means these payments are done on regular basis, like your electricity bill, your internet connection bill. These are done on regular basis. These are not one-time payment. Which food aggregator platform has launched a delivery service named Instamart? So this has been launched by Swiggy, and this service has been launched in Gurugram in Haryana. And as per this service, Swiggy will deliver essential items and groceries within 45 minutes. Now, apart from this Swiggy food aggregator, Zomato was also in news. Zomato is another food aggregator platform, and recently Zomato was in news because of its period policy. So recently Zomato announced this policy for its women employees, and as per this policy, all the women employees will get 10 days leave, that means period leave, in a year. Zomato was also in news as recently it acquired Uber Eats. IC Impacts is an annual research conference between India and which country? So it stands for Canada. That means IC Impacts is an annual research conference between India and Canada. Recently, Canada was in news because of Milne Ice Self. It was also in news as recently it decided to withdraw from Tokyo Summer Olympic Games. It was also in news because of USMCA. What is USMCA? It is United States Mexico Canada Agreement, and it is the replacement of NAFTA. Canada was also in news as recently Ajay Bisaria was appointed as India's next ambassador to Canada. Which non-profit organization has tied up with Naukri.com for connecting healthcare professionals with hospitals? So recently Eco India has tied up with Naukri.com for connecting the healthcare professionals with hospitals, and Eco India has launched a new initiative, and it is COVID Healthcare Professionals. Now Naukri.com is a company which was formed in 1997, and the headquarters is in Noida, and Sanjeev Bekchandani is the founder of Naukri.com. So it is a job search engine. Who hosts the at-home reception for the freedom fighters as a part of anniversary of Quit India movement? So usually President hosts at-home reception at the Rashtrapati Bhavan to honor the freedom fighters. But this year, states and union territories were requested to honor these freedom fighters at their homes on the behalf of President because of coronavirus issue. Now recently, President Ramnath Kovind was also in news as he appointed Anandiben Patel as the new governor of Madhya Pradesh. The previous governor of Madhya Pradesh was Lalji Tandon, and he passed away recently. Recently, after his demise, Lucknow Municipal Corporation named a road and a crossing in the city after him. Lucknow was also in news as it was the host of 11th Defense Expo, which held in this year. Lucknow is in Uttar Pradesh. The book titled Connecting, Communicating, Changing is based on the third year of office of which Indian leader? So it is based on the work of our Vice President M. Venkaiah Naidu. It is important to note that Vice President is the ex officio chairperson of Rajya Sabha. What is the meaning of ex officio? That means whosoever is going to be the Vice President, he or she will be the chairperson of Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha is the upper house of Parliament. Lower house is Lok Sabha. Upper house is Rajya Sabha. Now recently, Vice President was also in news as he launched India's first social media super application named Elements. Hassan Diab, who resigned recently, was the Prime Minister of which country? So he was the Prime Minister of Lebanon. And after the catastrophic explosion in Beirut, the capital city of Lebanon, the Prime Minister and his entire cabinet resigned. So the capital of Lebanon is Beirut, and the currency of Lebanon is Lebanese pound. And the country was in news because of the blast. And this blast was because of ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate is NH4NO3. Which country is to offer military airwaves for 5G wireless networks? So this country is USA. So this will offer military airwaves for 5G wireless network, and therefore this will push USA ahead of China in deploying 5G wireless technology. Now USA was also in news because of Open Skies Treaty. USA was also in news as recently J. Arun Kumar was named as head coach of US cricket team. USA was also in news as US aid provided financial support of $3 million for Pahel project of India. US aid was also in news because of RAISE initiative. answer in comment box what is the objective of RAISE initiative and what is the objective of Pahel initiative. Which state government has launched Mukhyamantri Kisan Sahay Yojana replacing PM Fasal Bima Yojana? So this state is Gujarat. So this is a crop insurance scheme which has been launched by the state government of Gujarat, and it will replace the central government scheme PM Fasal Bima Yojana. Now answer in comment box which is the nodal ministry for this PM Fasal Bima Yojana. Gujarat was also in news as recently it announced industrial policy. Apart from Gujarat, recently Andhra Pradesh also announced its new industrial policy. It is important to note that Gujarat recently exited from this PM Fasal Bima Yojana as it considers that the insurance scheme charges hefty premium cost to the state. Which Indian state has launched a new scheme named Indra Van Mitan Yojana? So this state is Chhattisgarh, and this scheme was launched on the occasion of World Tribal Day. So this scheme aims to make the forest dwellers self-reliant. Now Chhattisgarh was also in news as recently it launched Godhan Nyay Yojana. It was also in news as recently former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh Ajit Jogi passed away. He was the first Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. The state was also in news because of Rajiv Gandhi Kisan Nyay Yojana. So these were the most important questions of today's video. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to Lok Sabha, as Lok Sabha has launched a new French course for its staff and officials, and this initiative will be implemented by PRIDE. What is PRIDE? PRIDE stands for Parliamentary Research and Training Institute for Democracy. Next is Student Entrepreneurship Program. So recently Atal Innovation Mission in collaboration with Dell has launched this Student Entrepreneurship Program for the young innovators of Atal Labs. Next is Swachh Bharat Mission Academy. So recently Gajendra Singh Shekhawat launched this Swachh Bharat Mission Academy. Now Gajendra Singh Shekhawat is Union Minister for Jal Shakti, and this academy has been launched as a part of Gandagi Mukt Bharat. Next is related to Mukesh Ambani. So as per the Bloomberg Index, he became the 4th richest individual. Jeff Bezos is on top position. He is followed by Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg, while Mukesh Ambani is on 4th position and his net worth is $80.2 billion. Next is COVID-19 National Expert Group on Vaccine Administration. So this group is headed by Niti Aayog member Dr. V.K. Paul, and recently it was in news as this group met for the first time, and the meeting was chaired by the Niti Aayog member Dr. V.K. Paul along with the Secretary of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Next is a report, and it is Elephants Not Commodities. So this report has been released by International Animal Welfare Organization, and the name of this organization is World Animal Protection. Now on the occasion of World Elephant Day, this report was released, and Elephant Day is on 12th of August. On 12th of August, International Youth Day was also celebrated, and the theme was Youth Engagement for Global Action. Next is Kamala Harris. So recently she was in news as the presidential candidate in US elections, Joe Biden, has selected Kamala Harris for Vice President. He is the candidate from Democratic Party, from Republican Party. Current US President is the candidate. So Kamala Harris is the person of Indian origin, and she is the first person of Indian origin to be nominated for the national office of a main political party in USA. Next is Raman. So recently Sky Root Aerospace has test fired the upper stage rocket named Raman. So with this, the Sky Root Aerospace became the first Indian private firm to have such capabilities. Next is Krishi Megh. So this is an initiative which was recently launched by Union Agriculture Minister Narendra Singh Tomar. So it is a data recovery center of ICAR, that is Indian Council of Agricultural Research, and this will be set up at National Academy of Agriculture Research Management, and this institute is in Hyderabad. Next is offline digital transactions. So recently RBI was in news because of this pilot scheme. What is the meaning of pilot scheme? That means it is on trial basis. So as per this initiative, users will be able to complete their digital transactions even without internet. So now RBI has fixed the upper limit of payment transaction in offline mode at 200 rupees, and the total limit for such transactions on an instrument is rupee 2000. So this is launched on pilot basis. Next is Harsh Kumar. So former NABARD chief has now been appointed as the executive chairperson of Capital India Finance. And last news is related to Tribal Freedom Fighters Museum. So Ministry of Tribal Affairs, that is MOTA, has announced that 9 tribal museums, that means tribal fighters museums, will be established by 2022. And out of these 9, the largest will be in Rajpipla in Gujarat. The SBM Academy has been inaugurated in which city? So this has been inaugurated in New Delhi, and it has been inaugurated by Union Jal Shakti Minister Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. And this Swachh Bharat Mission Academy is a part of Gandagi Mukt Bharat campaign. So the Swachh Bharat Mission Academy is an IVR based free mobile online learning course on ODF Plus. Now what is IVR? It is interactive voice response. What is ODF? It is open defecation free. So there are two terms. One is ODF and one is ODF Plus and Plus Plus. So this ODF Plus is an initiative which focus on the toilets with water. That means functional toilet. And ODF Plus Plus focus on toilets with sludge and septage management. If we talk about Swachh Bharat Mission initiative, it has two components. One is rural component, one is urban component. The urban component is implemented by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The rural component is implemented by Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. The Supreme Court ruled on the equal heirship rights of the daughters, referring to which act? So this act is Hindu Succession Act of 2005, and recently it was in news because of the Supreme Court verdict. And as per the recent verdict, daughters cannot be deprived of their right to equality, and they will have equal rights in the property, even if the father died before the enactment of this act. So this act was enacted in 2005. Now as per this judgment, even if the father died before this act, daughters will have their equal rights in property. Now this term copartner, what does this mean? It means a person who assumes a legal right in the parental property by birth. Now in this context, few important terms are there. First is, please read about Mitakshara and Daibhag. Which e-commerce platform has launched a seller-driven campaign named Itna Aasan Hai? That means it is so easy. So this campaign has been started by Amazon, and it is a campaign to spread awareness that it is so easy and it is a simple procedure to enroll on digital platform of Amazon as seller. So the idea is to encourage sellers to join Amazon platform. Now Amazon was also in news as recently it launched online pharmacy services in Bengaluru. Recently Bengaluru was also in news as Flipkart launched Flipkart Quick in Bengaluru, and this is a new hyperlocal service which has been started by Flipkart. Now coming back to Amazon, it was also in news because of Project Zero. Recently Amazon was also in news as Amazon Pay partnered with Echo Group, that is Echo General Insurance, to promote vehicle insurance. Which Indian organization has entered the list of world's top 100 companies on the Fortune Global 500 list? So this company is Reliance Industries, and it is the highest ever ranking of any Indian company on Fortune list. It is on 96th position. The ranking was recently released by Fortune. Which union ministry launched minimum standards of architectural education regulations? So this was recently launched by MOE, that is Ministry of Education. Previously it was MHRD, that is Ministry of Human Resource Development. Now it has been renamed as MOE, that is Ministry of Education. So these regulations have been prepared by the experts of COA. What is COA? It is Council of Architecture. So the objective of these regulations is to address the major challenges in the field of human habitat. Now coming back to this Ministry of Education, recently it was in news as it launched Pragyata guidelines. So these are the guidelines for digital education. Ministry was also in news because of Study in India program. So recently Ministry of Education conducted first ever INDSAT, that is India Scholastic Assessment. So this test was conducted recently as a part of Study in India program. Now answer in comment box which organization conducted this test. Which country has provided artificial intelligence based technology and advanced equipments to AIMS India? So this country is Israel. Recently, Israel was also in news because of OFAC 16. Israel was also in news because of Operation Breathing Space. So as per this operation, India and Israel are collaborating in their fight against coronavirus. Apart from this Operation Breathing Space, few other operations were in news. So Operation Shield is related to Delhi government and it was announced to fight coronavirus. Operation Rap Speed is related to USA and it was launched for vaccine of coronavirus. Now answer in comment box, what was the objective of Operation Desert Chase? Which country has partnered with global drug maker Moderna for 100 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine? So recently, USA has partnered with Moderna for these vaccines. And recently Russia claimed that they have developed vaccine. And the name of vaccine is Sputnik 5. It is important to note that USA, as a part of its Operation Rap Speed, has partnered with various companies to acquire COVID-19 vaccine. USA was also in news because of Kamala Harris, as recently Democratic Party's presidential candidate Joe Biden has named Kamala Harris as his vice presidential candidate. Kamala Harris is of Indian origin, as her mother was from India and her father is from Jamaica. Now USA was also in news as it is India's biggest trading partner. US was also in news as it is the biggest investor in UK. India is the second biggest investor in UK. UK was in news because recently it was the host of Global Vaccine Summit. In the context of vaccine, recently eWIN was in news. Answer in comment box, what is the objective of this initiative? The webinar titled Cellular Jail, Letters, Memos and Memories has been organized by which ministry? So this has been organized by MOT, that is Ministry of Tourism, and it is a part of Dekho Apna Desh initiative. The cellular jail is in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Recently, Andaman and Nicobar Islands were in news as Prime Minister dedicated OFC. What is OFC? It is optical fiber cable. So recently, Prime Minister dedicated submarine OFC, and the submarine OFC will connect Andaman Islands with mainland. Now recently, Airtel became the first mobile operator to launch 4G services in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. On which day International Youth Day is observed every year? So it is on 12th of August, and the theme of this year was Youth Engagement for Global Action. Now International Youth Day is on 12th of August, while National Youth Day is on 12th of January. 10th of August is World Biofuel Day, and Rajasthan is the first state in our country to implement the biofuel policy. On the other hand, 12th of August is also celebrated as World Elephant Day. The Medal for Excellence in Investigation that is awarded to the police personnel is constituted by which Union Ministry? So this is an initiative of Ministry of Home Affairs. Present Home Minister is Amit Shah. Present Home Secretary is Ajay Kumar Bhalla. Recently, Amit Shah was in news as he distributed electric potter wheels to the artisans in Gujarat in Gandhinagar, and this was given as per Kumhar Sashактикаран Yojana. Now recently Gujarat was in news as Gujarat announced new industrial policy. Apart from Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh also announced new industrial policy. Gujarat was also in news as Ministry of Tribal Affairs, that is MOTA, is going to develop 9 tribal leaders museum. And out of these 9, the largest museum is going to be in Rajpipla in Gujarat. The Defense Ministry has proposed to procure 106 basic trainer aircrafts for Indian Air Force from which aircraft manufacturer? So it is HAL, that is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and recently it was approved by MOD, that is Ministry of Defense. To be specific, it was approved by DAC, that is Defense Acquisition Council, and this council is headed by Defense Minister. Now coming back to HAL, so it is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and it is a government aerospace company. The headquarters is in Bengaluru and it is under MOD, that is Ministry of Defense. It is important to note that HAL HF-24 Marut is the first fighter aircraft which was made in India. Now recently, Ministry of Defense was also in news as it released a negative list of 101 items. That means India is not going to import these items. Instead of that, we are going to procure these items from domestic suppliers. Which metro rail network has set up India's deepest underground ventilation shaft? So it is Kolkata Metro. It is important to note that India's first underwater metro project is in Kolkata and it will be completed by 2022. Now Kolkata is in West Bengal, and recently West Bengal was in news as it launched self-scan app to scan the documents. Kolkata was also in news because of Pokali. What is Pokali? It is a variety of rice which is grown in Kerala and it is resistant to salt water. Now the farmers in West Bengal are experimenting with this Pokali variety of rice in the areas of Sundarban. So that's why this variety was in news. So these were the most important questions of today's quiz. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is Arrow 2nd. So Israel recently successfully tested its Arrow 2nd ballistic missile interceptor. So this is related to Israel and it is ballistic missile interceptor. That means it is going to intercept the ballistic missiles. Next is World Organ Donation Day and International Left-Handers Day. So it is on 13th of August, and on 13th of August International Left-Handers Day is also celebrated. Now 13th of August is also celebrated as Patriots Day by Manipur. Next is India at 75 Summit Mission 2022. So recently this summit was organized by CII, that is Confederation of Indian Industries. Next is Arunodaya scheme. So it is a scheme by Assam government and it is a scheme to provide financial support to the farmers. Next is electric vehicles without pre-fitted batteries. So recently India announced that it has allowed the sale and registration of electric vehicles without pre-fitted batteries. That means these vehicles can be sold without batteries. Why this was done? This was done to reduce the cost of these vehicles, as these batteries cost around 30 to 40% of the total cost of the vehicle. Next is positive pay feature. So this is a feature which was recently announced by RBI and it is a feature to prevent or to avert the check frauds. So this feature has been launched for the all checks of value rupee 50,000 or above. Next is GK Menon. So GK Menon was a veteran sports journalist and he passed away recently. Next is WGDP Women Connect Challenge. So this is a challenge which was launched by Reliance Foundation and this has been launched in association with USAID, that is United States Agency for International Development. USAID was also in news because of RAISE initiative. It was also in news because of Math3 program. Next is HAMCL and HL. So recently CCI, that is Competition Commission of India, approved the joint venture between HAMCL and HL. Now what is HAMCL? It is Honda Motors Company Limited. What is HL? It is Hitachi Limited. So recently this joint venture was approved by CCI, that is Competition Commission of India. Next is SS Mundra. So recently Mr. SS Mundra has been appointed as the non-executive chairperson of IBH, that is India Bulls Housing Finance. Next is transparent taxation, honoring the honest. So this platform is a platform of income tax department and recently it was launched by the Prime Minister. So it is a platform for faceless assessment and for the charter of taxpayers. Now two important things. This faceless assessment and the charter would be implemented from 13th of August, but the appeal system would be available from 25th of September. Now why 25th of September is special? Because it is the birth anniversary of Deen Dayal Upadhyay. So on this day the appeal system will be functional and this faceless assessment system became functional from 13th of August. Next is largest ever loan package deal for Bangladesh. So recently Bangladesh signed an agreement with Japan and as per this agreement Bangladesh will get the largest ever $3.1 billion loan package from Japan. Next is Federal Bank credit card. So recently Federal Bank partnered with Fiserv to launch its independent credit card and it is Federal Bank credit card. Next is cyber response centers and Sanskriti model schools. So recently Haryana was in news because of these two initiatives. Now what is the cyber response center? As per government, Haryana is going to set up cyber response centers in every district. So these centers will be formed to curb the cyber crimes, and these will be set up in every district of Haryana. Second is Sanskriti model school. So Haryana government will open Sanskriti model schools in the state to improve the quality of education. Next is Punjab Smart Connect scheme and Mulanpur Stadium. So recently Punjab was also in news because of these two initiatives. One is Punjab Smart Connect scheme. So this is a scheme to provide the smartphones to the school students. So as per this scheme, free smartphones will be provided to the students of class 12th. And second is Malanpur Stadium. So recently Punjab Cricket Association has decided to name its new stadium in Malanpur after the name of last ruler of erstwhile Patiala state, that is late Maharaja Yadvinder Singh. So the stadium will be named after late Maharaja Yadvinder Singh. He was the last ruler of erstwhile state of Patiala. Next is AI, that is Artificial Intelligence for Agricultural Innovation Program. So recently Telangana was in news because of this program, and Telangana has started this initiative, and for this it has collaborated with WEF India, that is World Economic Forum India, and C4IR. What is C4IR? It is Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution. It is important to note that Telangana is celebrating 2020 as Year of Artificial Intelligence. Next is Karma Sathi Prakalpa. So this is a scheme by West Bengal government, and as per this scheme, the state government will provide the soft loan and subsidies to the youth. It is important to note that few months ago, state government also launched Karma Bhumi initiative. So this was a job portal to help the IT professionals who lost their job because of COVID-19. Next is Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization. So recently RM, that is Defense Minister, launched this Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization. Next is German Vocational Training. So recently Goa government signed first of its kind tripartite MOU with GIZ India and with Siemens Limited to provide the German vocational training in ITI in Goa. Next is Sarthak. So it is offshore patrol vehicle, and it is launched recently, and it is for ICG, that is Indian Coast Guard. So this Sarthak is a part of offshore patrol vessel, and it is the fourth offshore patrol vessel. Next is Our Only Home, a climate appeal to the world. So it is a book which is authored by the German environmental journalist French Alt, and this book will be released by Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama. Next is Tharurosaurus. So it is a vocabulary book which will be released by Dr. Shashi Tharoor. What is Ceres? That was referred to in a recent study by NASA. So it is dwarf planet. Now recently it was in news because according to recent reports by Dawn spacecraft, this dwarf planet Ceres is not a barren space rock. That means water is available on this dwarf planet. The name of the dwarf planet is Ceres. It was in news because as per recent study, we got to know that water is available on this area. Now, it was an initiative of NASA. NASA is the space agency of USA. Recently, NASA was also in news because of its Mars mission, and NASA sent its Perseverance rover mission to Mars. Apart from NASA, recently China also launched its Mars mission, and it is Tianwen-1. So it is the name of China's Mars mission. In addition to that, UAE was also in news, and it is Hope Probe. That means the name of UAE Mars mission is Hope Probe, and this was launched with the help of Japan. UAE was also in news because of historic deal with Israel. So it is going to be a historic peace deal, and it is dubbed as Abraham Accord. So this term Abraham Accord is related to recent peace deal between Israel and UAE. And UAE is going to be the third country from which Israel has won the recognition. I'm talking about Arab countries. It is important to note that Israel first signed the peace deal in 1979 with Egypt, and then the second deal was signed with Jordan in 1994, and this one is the third such historic peace deal which has been signed with UAE. So if everything is going to work as per plan, UAE will be the first Persian Gulf country to sign a peace deal with Israel. Next question is, what is the name of Congress leader and national spokesperson who passed away recently? So his name is Rajiv Tyagi, and he passed away recently due to cardiac arrest. In addition to him, recently, Malayalam poet and lyricist Chonakra Ramakutty also passed away. So he was the Malayalam poet and lyricist. Malayalam is the official language of state of Kerala, and it is one of the classical languages. Next question is, which organization conducted a survey titled Youth and COVID-19 Impact on Jobs, Education, Rights and Mental Well-being? So this was conducted by ILO, that is International Labour Organization. So as per this survey, almost half of the world's youth population is undergoing stress because of this COVID-19 pandemic situation. Now, ILO was formed in 1919. India is a founding member of ILO. The headquarters of ILO is in Geneva. Recently, ILO was also in news as for the first time in the history of ILO, an International Labour Convention has been ratified by all the member states, and it is Convention number 182, and it is related to the worst forms of child labor. So recently, it became a historic event as it achieved universal ratification following the ratification by Kingdom of Tonga. So this convention number 182 has been ratified by all the member states. It is one of the 8 fundamental conventions of ILO. Now, out of these 8, India has not ratified 2. One is convention number 87 and one is convention number 98. So this convention number 98 is related to collective bargaining, and this convention number 87 is related to freedom of association and protection of right to organize. So 98 is collective bargaining, 87 is freedom of association and protection of right to organize. Next question is, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has permitted registration of which type of vehicle without pre-fitted batteries? So it is electric vehicles. That means now electric vehicles can be sold without pre-fitted batteries. Now, if we talk about electric vehicles, recently Delhi government announced new electric vehicles policy. Apart from that, Tamil Nadu government announced that it is going to set up an exclusive park to promote electric vehicle production. Recently, India's first electric vehicle charging plaza was inaugurated in Delhi in Chelmsford Club, and this was inaugurated by Mr. R.K. Singh. Mr. Singh is the Union Minister for Power, New and Renewable Energy. Next question is, a webinar titled Views of Maharashtra and Textiles of Odisha was organized by which organization along with India Tourism? So this was organized by PIB in association with India Tourism, and this was organized to focus on the handlooms and fabrics of Maharashtra and Odisha. Now, if we talk about handlooms, every year on 7th of August, National Handloom Day is celebrated, and it is celebrated because on this day in 1905, Swadeshi movement was started. So this National Handloom Day is celebrated to mark this significant event and to honor the handloom weavers of the nation. Now recently, 3 important organizations associated to this sector were abolished. One is All India Handicraft Board, one is All India Handloom Board. So this one is handicraft, this is handloom, and third one is Powerloom Board. So these 3 boards were abolished by the government recently. Next question is, who is the chairperson for the National Expert Group on Vaccine Administration for COVID-19? So Niti Aayog member Dr. V.K. Paul is the chairperson, and recently it was in news because this group met for the first time recently. Meeting was co-chaired by Secretary of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So this group has been constituted under this ministry, that is Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and it discussed the process of selection of COVID-19 vaccine and the procurement mechanism for this vaccine. Now recently, Russia claimed that they have developed COVID-19 vaccine, and the name of this vaccine is Sputnik. Russia was also in news because of Ambarnaya River. This river was in news due to oil spill. Russia was also in news because of Kavaz 2020. So it is a military exercise and India is going to participate in this exercise. Next question is, which exchange has signed a memorandum of understanding with Maharashtra-based bullion trading associations to create awareness on organized trading. So this is BSE, that is Bombay Stock Exchange. So Bombay Stock Exchange signed this MOU with the Maharashtra-based bullion trading associations. And the objective is to spread awareness about organized trading. Now, Maharashtra was also in news because of a report by Traffic. So as per this report, Uttarakhand and Maharashtra had the highest leopard poaching in India. So the title of this report is Spotted in Illegal Wildlife Trade. Now what is this Traffic? Traffic is a organization which was founded in 1976 and it is alliance of WWF, that is World Wide Fund for Nature, and IUCN, that is International Union for Conservation of Nature. And the headquarters of Traffic is in Cambridge in UK. Now recently FATF, that is Financial Action Task Force, also released its report on illegal wildlife trade, and the title of that report was Money Laundering and Illegal Wildlife Trade. Next question is, which union ministry released report of the Committee on Business Responsibility Reporting? So this is related to MCA, that is Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And the report proposed, that means this report proposed a new reporting framework, and this framework is called BRSR. What is BRSR? It is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, and this BRSR will be integrated with MCA 21. What is MCA 21? It is a portal and it is an initiative of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. MCA 21 is e-governance initiative of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Next question is, which state or union territory government has entered into a MOU with IIT Bombay and Tata Projects for construction of smoke tower? So this is Delhi. So Delhi has signed MOU with IIT Bombay and Tata Projects for smoke tower at Connaught Place, that is CP. Now, what is the meaning of smog? Smog stands for smoke plus fog. And recently, Delhi's first smoke tower was inaugurated in Lajpat Nagar in Delhi. Now, what is the function of these smoke towers? These smoke towers are designed to work as a large-scale air purifiers. That means they purify the air on large scale. So this will filter out the pollutants from the air. Next is, which Indian transport organization has proposed to upgrade its automatic fare collection system? So this is Delhi Metro. That means now the travelers will be able to pay using debit card and credit card, and they will not need to recharge their Metro smart cards. So this decision was taken to promote the digitization of fare collection system. Now Delhi Metro is managed by DMRC. What is DMRC? It is Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, and it is a company with equity participation from Government of India and Delhi government. So this DMRC built and operate the Delhi Metro, and in 2011 it was certified by United Nations, and it became the first metro rail and rail based system in the world to get the carbon credit for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Next question is, the Reserve Bank of India has directed to implement system-based asset classification to which type of financial institutions? So this is announced for UCB, that is Urban Cooperative Banks. So those urban cooperative banks which have total assets of 2000 crores or above as on 31st of March of 2020 should implement this system-based classification of assets. So these banks who have total assets of rupee 2000 crore or above need to implement this classification system from 30th of June 2021. And those banks who have total assets equal to or more than 1000 crores but less than 2000 crores need to implement this system by 30th of September 2021. Now RBI was also in news because of positive pay feature. Answer in comment box what is the objective of this positive pay feature which was announced by RBI recently. Next is, the Katra-Delhi Express Road Corridor, which was in news recently, connects the national capital to which state or union territory? So it connects Delhi to Jammu and Kashmir, as this Katra is in Jammu and Kashmir. So it will reduce the travel time between Katra to Delhi. Next question is, which country has recently initiated a campaign named Clean Plate Campaign 2.0? So this campaign was launched to reduce the food wastage, and this campaign is related to China. Now China was also in news because of Diamer Bhasha Dam. So this dam is in POK, that is Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and it is our territory which has been illegally occupied by Pakistan. So India has raised its objections against this dam. Pakistan and China are collaborating for this dam in POK. Now one more dam was in news, and it is Azad Pattan Dam. So Pakistan and China are also collaborating for this dam. Now China was also in news because of 9-dash line. Next question is, which fintech company has launched stock trading services on its platform? So this has been launched by Paytm. Now Paytm is e-commerce payment system, and the headquarters of Paytm is in Noida. Noida is in Uttar Pradesh, and the parent company of Paytm is 197 Communications, and it was founded by Vijay Shekhar Sharma. So these were the most important questions of today's video. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to Arunachal Pradesh, as there is a demand for autonomous councils in Arunachal Pradesh, and therefore it is being demanded that Arunachal Pradesh should be brought under 6th schedule of Indian Constitution. It is important to note that as of now, Arunachal Pradesh is in 5th schedule of Indian Constitution, and 6th schedule of Indian Constitution is applicable in the states of A, T, M, M, that is Assam, Tripura, Mizoram and Meghalaya. That means no Manipur. Next news is related to Mediterranean Sea. So recently it was in news because of the conflict between Greece and Turkey. So Mediterranean Sea is connected to Atlantic Ocean through Strait of Gibraltar. Next is related to One Sun, One World, One Grid. So it is an initiative which is proposed by India to build a global ecosystem of interconnected renewable energy resources. So it is related to renewable energy. Now recently it was in news because MNRE, that is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, has put this proposal on hold till further notice. So MNRE is nodal ministry. Objective is to have unified system of interconnected renewable energy resources. Next is Papam Reserve Forest. So it is in Arunachal Pradesh and it is home to hornbills. Recently this forest reserve was in news because of a study, and as per that study, deforestation is a serious threat to the biodiversity in the area. Next is TESS. So TESS stands for Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite. So it is an initiative of NASA, that is Space Agency of USA. So recently NASA announced that TESS has found 66 new exoplanets. Now please read about two terms. What is exoplanet and what is the meaning of Goldilocks zone? Next is Amrut scheme. So Odisha is on top position in terms of implementation of the scheme. Amrut stands for Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation. So it is a scheme by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. This ministry was also in news because of PM Swanidhi scheme, and SIDBI is the implementing authority of this scheme. Next is eBikeGo. So recently this startup company was in news as it appointed cricketer Harbhajan Singh as its brand ambassador. It is a Amritsar based startup company. Next is Shaurya KGC card. So recently SDFC Bank launched these Shaurya KGC card, and it is a first of its kind card for Indian Armed Forces. Next is Alert Initiative. So this initiative is related to European Union. What is Alert? It is Acute Large Emergency Response Tool. So recently this initiative was in news as European Union has decided to provide humanitarian funding to support the victims of flood in various countries in South Asia. Next is Zero Road Fatalities. So India will achieve zero road fatalities by 2030. This was announced by Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. Next is Fit India Freedom Run. So this event will be organized by Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. So this will be organized from 15th of August to 2nd of October. Next is Price Monitoring and Resource Unit. So recently this PMRU was set up in Karnataka. Now what is this PMRU? It has been established by NPPA. What is NPPA? It is National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority. So this PMRU will assist NPPA in monitoring the price of various medicine, and it will ensure the availability of drugs as well as it will spread awareness about drugs. Now this NPPA is under Department of Pharmaceuticals, which is the first Gulf Arab country to establish diplomatic relationship with Israel. So it is UAE, as UAE and Israel have agreed to establish diplomatic ties, and therefore UAE is going to be the first Persian Gulf country to do so. Moreover, UAE became the third Arab country to enter into diplomatic ties with Israel. First two are Egypt and Jordan. Now, UAE was also in news as it became the first Arab country to launch mission on Mars, and it was Hope probe. So this mission was launched with the help of Japan. UAE was also in news as it was the first Arab country to start a nuclear power plant, and it was Barak nuclear power plant, and this was started with the help of South Korean technology. Now Israel was also in news because of Operation Breathing Space, and South Korea was in news because of recent presidential elections. UAE was also in news as it is going to be the host of this year's IPL tournament. IPL stands for Indian Premier League. So it is a cricket tournament. Now recently, cricketer and politician Chetan Chauhan passed away. Apart from him, recently, former Indian skipper Mahendra Singh Dhoni and Suresh Raina announced their retirement. Who has the longest tenure as head of elected government among all the Indian prime ministers? So the question is about tenure as head of elected government. It is not about central government only. Right answer is our present prime minister. So among all the prime ministers, he has the longest tenure as head of elected government, including his term of more than 12 years as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. So his total term is now 18 years and 300 days. So his total term is now 18 plus years. He is also the longest serving non-Congress Prime Minister of the country. Which country is to partner with Russia in the production and marketing of coronavirus vaccine? So this country is Brazil. So both countries are going to collaborate, and RIDF has entered into an agreement with Brazil. What is RIDF? It is Russian Direct Investment Fund. Now Brazil was also in news as recently Facebook launched its WhatsApp Pay, and this feature was first launched in Brazil. Later, the Brazilian authorities suspended its operations. Now Brazil was also in news as the new president of New Development Bank is from Brazil, and he is Marcos Trozio. New Development Bank is banked by BRICS countries, and the headquarters of this bank is in Shanghai, and the regional office of this bank is in Johannesburg. Now there is one more RIDF. It is Rural Infrastructure Development Fund. This one was Russian Direct Investment Fund. So this RIDF was set up by the government of India in 1995-96 for financing the rural infrastructure projects, and it is maintained by NABARD. Microsoft Research Lab has developed a machine translation tool for which tribal language? So this has been developed for Gondi tribal language, and the name of the tool is INMT, that is Interactive Neural Machine Translation. So this has been developed by Microsoft, and this tool translates sentences from Hindi to Gondi language and vice versa. So obviously this will motivate people to learn the language. What is N1 Stop LAMP? That was in news recently. So it is a COVID-19 test, and this test can detect the presence of SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID-19. Now the good thing about this test is that it is 100% accurate, and it is a quick test. It can give results in less than 20 minutes. So please note this term, it is important. Which institution has partnered with Coursera to offer certificate programs in artificial intelligence and machine learning and in data science? So it is IIT Roorkee, and this program is proposed to be launched in 2021. Now if we talk about artificial intelligence, the world's first graduate level artificial intelligence university is in UAE, and it is Mohammed bin Zayed University of artificial intelligence. Apart from that, Telangana is celebrating 2020 as Year of Artificial Intelligence. In addition to that, WHO is celebrating 2020 as International Year of Nurses and Midwife. On the other hand, the decade of 2021 to 2030 will be celebrated as UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. What is the name of DRDO certified device for disinfection of surfaces launched by Union Minister Nitin Gadkari? So the name is Atulya. It has been developed by DRDO, that is Defense Research and Development Organization. Now it is a disinfection device and it will clean the surfaces and make them virus free. Recently DRDO was also in news because of Dare to Dream initiative. It was second version. DRDO is under Defense Ministry. Recently Defense Ministry was in news as Union Defense Minister launched Srijan platform, and this portal is an online portal that aims to promote the indigenization of defense items production. So this portal is important. Now Defense Ministry was also in news as recently it released a negative list, that means negative import list of 101 items. Gangadhar Mehar Lift Canal System is an irrigation project of which state or union territory? So it is a project of Odisha, and recently it was in news because the cabinet of Odisha approved this project. Now your homework is to read what is the lift irrigation system. Now Odisha was also in news as it is the top state in the implementation of Amrut scheme. Odisha was also in news as it became the first state to get the ISRO certificate for tribal hostels. Odisha was also in news because of tsunami ready status to two communities, and the status was given by IOC. What is IOC? It is Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, and it is a commission of UNESCO. As per the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, all the ongoing renewable energy projects are given time extension by how many months? So it is 5 months. This time extension was given because of this pandemic situation, and the implementing agencies have been directed to treat this COVID-19 as force majeure. What does this mean? It means unforeseeable circumstances that prevent someone from fulfilling a contract. Now recently, MNRE was also in news as Indu Shekhar Chaturvedi took charge as the new secretary of MNRE. The ministry was also in news as recently it decided to put on hold the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative. So what is the objective of this initiative? The objective is to ensure a global ecosystem of interconnected renewable energy resources, and this system was proposed by India, and recently MNRE announced that it has been put on hold till further notice. What documentary films were screened by the Films Division to mark the celebration of Independence Day? So right answer is India Wins Freedom and India Independent. In addition to these two films, online patriotic film festival was organized by the Ministry of INB, that is Information and Broadcasting. What is the quantum of annual dividend payout approved by RBI to the Government of India? So it is 57,000 crores. It is important to note that as per this year's budget, government had estimated a dividend of 60,000 crores. So government had estimated this much dividend from central bank, that means RBI, and from other government owned financial institutions. Now RBI was also in news because of PIDF. It was also in news because of the currency swap agreement with Sri Lanka. Recently RBI was also in news as it is going to align its accounting year with the accounting year of government. What is the accounting year of government? It is from April to March. What is the accounting year of RBI? It is July to June. So from next session, it is going to be same as the accounting year of government. So this present accounting year is going to be shorter. So it started from July 2020 and it will end in March 2021, so that it can be synchronized with government's accounting year. Answer in comment box which committee gave this recommendation to align RBI's accounting year with the accounting year of Government of India. The Center for Biopharma Analysis, that is CBA, is set up in which city? So it is going to be set up in Pune. and recently it was inaugurated by the Secretary of DBT, that is Department of Biotechnology, and it has been funded by National Biopharma Mission, and this mission is implemented by this DBT. Now Pune is in Maharashtra. Recently Maharashtra was in news because of Project Platina. Recently Maharashtra also partnered with Google for school learning initiatives. Pune was in news as it launched Sanyam app. Pune was also in news as recently India's first intercity electric bus service was started between Mumbai to Pune. The documentary film named The Next Frontier, India's Smart Cities was premiered by which agency? So it was premiered by National Geographic, and this The Next Frontier is a documentary on 4 Indian cities. These 4 cities are Surat, Visakhapatnam, Pune and Varanasi. Now what is this Smart Cities initiative? So it is a initiative started by the government for urban renewable and retrofitting, and the nodal ministry for this initiative is Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. It is the ministry which was in news recently because of PM Swanidhi scheme, and SIDBI is going to be the implementing authority for this scheme. Now this ministry is also related to Hriday scheme. It is also related to Amrut scheme. So these were the most important questions of today's quiz. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to arms embargo on Iran. What is the meaning of embargo? It means official ban. So recently United Nations defeated the demand of USA to extend the arms embargo on Iran. It is important to note that USA left the JCPOA, that is Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. So this is related to Iran, and this deal prevented Iran from proliferation of nuclear weapons. Next is Flood Forecasting Initiative. So the CWC, that is Central Water Commission, along with Google, has launched this Flood Forecasting Initiative, and as per this initiative, the alerts can be sent to the public regarding flood situation in the area. What is CWC? It is Central Water Commission. Next is Official Languages Act. So it is an act of 1963. Why it was in news? Because recently Chief Justice of India mentioned that government should consider amending this Official Languages Act to include more vernacular languages in the governance. It is important to note that right now most of the official work is done either in Hindi or in English. Next is IISc ISRO. So IISc Bengaluru and ISRO collaborated and developed a sustainable process for making brick-like structure on the surface of moon, and it has been given the name Space Bricks. So this has been developed by IISc Bengaluru and ISRO. Next is Vikram Sarabhai. So recently ISRO paid tribute to Dr. Vikram Sarabhai by announcing that Chandrayaan-2 orbiter has captured the moon images of Sarabhai crater. Now it is important to note that Dr. Sarabhai played a key role in our space programs, and it was on his recommendation government set up INCOSPAR. What is INCOSPAR? It is Indian National Committee for Space Research. So this committee was set up in 1962, and later it was renamed as ISRO in 1969. Next is Gunjan Saxena. So recently Flight Lieutenant Gunjan Saxena was in news because of a movie. It is important to note that she is the first Indian woman to fly in combat zone, and she is an IAF officer, that is Indian Air Force officer. Actually now she is retired, but because of this movie she was in news. Next is Naga Independence Day. So this was celebrated on 14th of August, and this Naga Independence Day was celebrated in the states of Nagaland and Manipur. And Nagaland became the full-fledged state in 1963. Now in this context, please read what is Hydri Agreement. Next is Shah Faisal. So the president of Jammu and Kashmir People's Movement has stepped down, and he has decided to quit the politics. He is an IAS officer who resigned from the services and decided to form this political party, that is Jammu and Kashmir People's Movement. And now he has resigned from the politics, and Firoz Pirzada has been appointed as the interim president of this Jammu and Kashmir People's Movement. Next is Oracle Cloud. So recently it has been selected to transform the aspirational districts. This is an initiative of Niti Aayog, and as per this initiative, the most backward districts of our country will be on focus, and the the idea is to monitor the real-time progress of these aspirational districts. Next is Arundoi scheme. So in last to last lecture, this scheme was covered, and it is a scheme of Assam government. And in that lecture, I mentioned that it is a scheme for farmers. Actually, it is a scheme that will benefit around 17 lakh families in the state of Assam. And it is the biggest scheme of Assam, and it will give priority to the households that are run by divorced women, widows or separated women, as well as which are run by unmarried women. So this is a scheme which is going to benefit a large number of families, but the focus will be on those houses which are run by women. The only condition is that their composite income should be less than 2 lakhs per annum. So this scheme is going to benefit farmers as well as other sections also. Next is National Health Authority. So this is responsible for the implementation of Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, and NHA is headed by Minister of Health and Family Welfare. Next is Project Lion and Project Dolphin. So these two projects were announced by the Prime Minister during his speech on the occasion of 74th Independence Day. So Project Lion is for the conservation of Asiatic lions. Project Dolphin is for the conservation of dolphins. And the primary focus is on Gangetic dolphins. It was declared as National Aquatic Animal in 2010. Next is National Digital Health Mission. So this was also announced by the Prime Minister during Independence Day celebration speech. And as per this initiative, every Indian will get health ID card, and this will have all the relevant information about the health status of that person. Next is Swasthya Portal. So this is a portal that has been launched to provide health and nutrition related information to the tribal population of India. And this is an initiative of MOTA, that is Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Present Minister is Mr. Arjun Munda, and he is going to launch this portal on 17th of August. Next is Rehabilitation of Abandoned Villages through Ice Stupas project. So HIAL, that is Himalayan Institute of Alternatives in Ladakh, is going to implement this project to make the villages habitable again, as the people are migrating due to water scarcity. And for this purpose, HIAL and MOTA are going to collaborate. MOTA stands for Ministry of Tribal Affairs. India has announced $500 million assistance to which country for its largest civilian infrastructure project? So this country is Maldives. Capital of Maldives is Male. Now, recently this country was also in news as it became the member of Commonwealth, and it became the 54th member of Commonwealth. Maldives was also in news because of Operation Sanjeevani. It was also in news as India and Maldives decided to cooperate for the development of ecotourism zones in Addu Atoll. Apart from that, recently it became the 22nd member of IORA. What is IORA? It is Indian Ocean Rim Association. The headquarters of IORA is in Mauritius. Recently, Mauritius was in news as it declared environmental emergency because of the oil spill by a Japanese bulker. Which state is the host of annual International Film Festival of India? So it is Goa. Recently it was in news as Chief Minister of Goa confirmed that the film festival will be organized as per the schedule, and it will be organized in November. Now Goa was also in news as recently Goa signed first of its kind tripartite MOU, that means Memorandum of Understanding, with GIZ India and with Siemens to provide German vocational training in ITIs. Goa was also in news as recently few products from Goa got GI tag. What is GI? It is geographical indication. Now answer in comment box recently which products from Goa got GI tag. Which smartphone maker is set to distribute over 2500 smartphones to Indian children to promote online education? So it is an initiative of Xiaomi. It is a Chinese smartphone company, and it is going to distribute these smartphones through its Indian arm MI India. And for this purpose, it has collaborated with a non-profit Indian organization, and the name of this organization is Teach for India. So to promote this online education, this initiative was announced. Now recently MHRD announced Pragyata guidelines for digital education. MHRD is Ministry of Human Resource Development, and recently it was renamed as MOE, that is Ministry of Education. Sumner Redstone, who passed away recently, is associated with which field? So he was associated to business, and he was American business person. His autobiography was A Passion to Win, and he passed away recently. Apart from him, few other personalities passed away. Recently, former Indian cricketer Chetan Chauhan passed away. In addition to him, recently Robert Trump passed away. He is the brother of current US President. In addition to him, recently filmmaker Nishikant Kamath passed away, and Indian classical vocalist Pandit Jasraj also passed away. What is the name of platform launched by the Prime Minister as a part of taxation reform? So the name of the platform is Transparent Taxation, Honoring the Honest. Now, there are three main features of this initiative. First is faceless assessment, second is faceless appeal, and third component is taxpayers charter. Now, if we talk about taxation, recently BRICS Head of Tax Authorities meeting held, and this was chaired by Russia. Apart from that, recently the fourth meeting of BRICS Anti-Drug Working Group was also organized, and it was chaired by Russia. Russia was in news because of its vaccine, and recently Brazilian state Paraná signed a deal with Russia for this COVID-19 vaccine, and the name of this vaccine is Sputnik V. Now, recently WHO, that is World Health Organization, has put restrictions on this Russian COVID-19 vaccine, and it has barred this vaccine from the list of 9 experimental vaccines by WHO. TESS is a satellite of which country's space organization? So it is a satellite of NASA. NASA is a space agency of USA. What is TESS? It is Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite. What is the meaning of exoplanet? It means a planet which is outside our solar system. The first such exoplanet was discovered in 1992. Now in this context, answer in comment box what is Goldilocks zone. Which country is set to be the official sponsor of Indian team for Tokyo Olympics? So it is going to be Inox Group. Now Tokyo is in Japan. Recently Japan was in news as UAE launched its Hope probe from Japan. It is a UAE mission on Mars. UAE was in news because of world's first graduate level artificial intelligence university, and it is Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. UAE is going to be the host of this year's IPL tournament. UAE was also in news because of its ties with Israel, and it is going to be the first Persian Gulf country to establish ties with Israel. Recently Israel was in news because of Operation Breathing Space. Which pharma company has launched country's cheapest version of Remdesivir as Remdec? So it is Zydus Cadila, and it is a Gujarat based company. Recently Gujarat was in news as MOTA announced museums of tribal leaders. What is MOTA? It is Ministry of Tribal Affairs. The ministry announced 9 museums, and the largest museum is going to be in Gujarat in Rajpipla. Gujarat was also in news as India's first maritime museum is going to be in Gujarat. The state was also in news as recently it launched Mukhyamantri Kisan Sahay Yojana. As per the recent report, which Indian city has been ranked second cheapest city to rent in the world? So it is Delhi, and this is a report by Purely Diamonds. The largest city of Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh, is the cheapest city to rent in the world, and Delhi is on the second position. On the other hand, New York is the most expensive city in the world, and New York is followed by Los Angeles. So these two are in USA. This is in Vietnam. So this one is cheapest, this one is most expensive. Delhi is on second position in terms of cheapest city, and Delhi is followed by Chennai. An Ayurveda based biodegradable face mask named Pavitra Patti is developed by which organization? So it has been developed by DIAT, that is Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, and it is in Pune in Maharashtra. Recently it was in news. That means Pune was in news because India's first intercity electric bus service was started between Mumbai and Pune. Now DIAT, that is Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, is under MOD, that is Ministry of Defense. Recently, Defense Minister launched Srijan portal. So this portal aims to promote the indigenization of defense items production. Now there is one more platform for promotion of indigenous products in defense, and it is IDEX. It stands for Innovations for Defense Excellence. Steel Ministry is to conduct a webinar fostering steel usage in housing and building construction and aviation sectors. So this event will be organized with which organization? So it is CII, that is Confederation of Indian Industry. Now it will be conducted with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs along with Ministry of Civil Aviation. Now if we talk about steel sector, we have SAIL, that is Steel Authority of India Limited. Recently Soma Mondal was selected as the new chairperson of SAIL. Apart from that, recently SAIL was also in news because of its service scheme. Answer in comment box what is the objective of this service scheme of SAIL. Now in the context of steel sector, there is a scheme Purvodaya, and recently a term was in news related to steel sector, and it is guns, germs and steel crisis of India. So please read about it. PMRU, which was in news recently, is under which agency? So a new price monitoring and research unit has been set up in the state of Karnataka under NPPA, that is National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority. And the main function of PMRU is to assist NPPA in monitoring the price of drugs as well as to ensure their availability. Now this NPPA is under Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers. Now please note that even though it is related to health sector, it is not under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So please note such exceptions. Now this NPPA implements DPCO. What is DPCO? It is Drug Price Control Order. And recently this was in news because of a new price monitoring and research unit in Karnataka. Recently Karnataka was in news because of its new industrial policy. Apart from Karnataka, recently Gujarat also launched new industrial policy, and Andhra Pradesh also launched its new industrial policy. What is the name of performance dashboard of Ministry of Tribal Affairs which was launched recently? So the name of this platform is Empowering Tribals Transforming India Dashboard, and it is an initiative of MOTA, that is Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Now recently it was in news because the dashboard was launched by Niti Aayog CEO Mr. Amitabh Kant. So what is the objective of this dashboard? This shows the real-time details of the various initiatives of Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Now recently this ministry was in news because of Swasthya portal, and it is a first of its kind platform that aims to provide health and nutrition related information of the tribal population of our country. Present tribal minister is Mr. Arjun Munda, and recently he was in news because of AAI, that is Archery Association of India, as he got elected as the president of Archery Association of India. So the Swasthya portal will show the information about the health status of tribal population. Now recently Prime Minister also launched one such initiative for entire India, and it is National Digital Health Mission. So it will provide the health ID cards to every Indian. Which actor has topped the Forbes list of top 10 highly paid male actors of the world? So it is topped by Dwayne Johnson or The Rock. And from Bollywood, Akshay Kumar is on 6th position in this list. So these were the most important questions of today's video. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to Saliva Direct. So recently US FDA approved this Saliva Direct test for COVID-19. So it is a test related to coronavirus. What is FDA? It is Food and Drug Administration. And this test has been developed by the researchers from the Yale School in association with National Basketball Association. Next is Full Spectrum, India's Wars. So recently this book was in news, and it has been authored by ex-Air Vice Marshal Arjun Subramaniam. Next is One Sun, One World, One Grid. So recently this initiative was in news because of the Prime Minister's speech on Independence Day. So it is a transnational electricity grid which will supply the solar power across the world. And MNRE, that is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, is going to play a key role in the implementation of this initiative. Next is Digital Apnaye. So to promote the digital banking, this campaign was launched by PNB. Next is DG of BSF, that is new Director General of BSF is Mr. Rakesh Asthana. BSF is Border Security Force and it is under Ministry of Home Affairs. Next is Spanish Grand Prix. So recently Lewis Hamilton won this Spanish Grand Prix. Next is Marmik. So it is a weekly magazine and recently it was in news because it completed 60 years. And this magazine is related to Shiv Sena. It is a political party started by Bala Sahab Thackeray. Next is E-Pathshala. So AIFF, that is All India Football Federation, in association with Sports Authority of India, jointly launched this E-Pathshala initiative to promote the football. Next is SS Chahar panel. So recently this panel was in news because it has been constituted to investigate the circumstances that led to the crash at the Kozhikode airport recently. Next is Mukti Karwa. So it is an initiative or a campaign against child trafficking, and recently it was launched by the Kailash Satyarthi Foundation, and this was launched in Bihar. So this is a campaign against child trafficking. Next is Pier Bridge across river Izai. So it is in Manipur, and Indian Railways is constructing the world's tallest pier bridge across this river Izai in Manipur. Next is Yellow Chain. So it is an initiative of Nagaland government, and recently it was launched and it is a centralized e-commerce platform. Next is Gwalior Chambal Expressway. So now it will be named after Atal Bihari Vajpayee. He was our former Prime Minister. So now it will be named as Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee Chambal Expressway. Next is Innovation Challenge Fund. So recently this was launched by UK to support India in its fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Next is Kaushik Khona. So recently he was appointed as the new CEO of Go Air, which is the first neighboring country with which India has made the air bubble agreement. So this country is Maldives. The capital of Maldives is Malé. Now air bubble means the travel within this bubble will be allowed. I have already uploaded a video on this air bubble and travel bubble concept. So you will get the link of this video in the end of this present video. Now coming back to Maldives. Recently Maldives was also in news as India announced a financial assistance of $500 million for Maldives. Now DGCA, that is Directorate General of Civil Aviation, announced that Indians who hold any kind of valid visa can travel through air under this air bubble agreement. Now what is DGCA? It is regulatory organization under Ministry of Civil Aviation. Present Civil Aviation Minister is Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri. Which technology company has introduced a new educational product called Assignments? So it is an initiative of Google, and it is an application designed for the educators to distribute and to award grades to the students' work. Now recently Google was also in news as it partnered with Maharashtra government to provide learning tools for the schools, and therefore Maharashtra government became the first such state to do so. Google was also in news as recently it partnered with CWC for the flood forecasting initiative. That means alerts can be sent to the public regarding the flood situation. Now what is CWC? It is Central Water Commission, and it is a premier technical organization, and it is under Ministry of Jal Shakti. Who has been posthumously awarded the Kirti Chakra Award by the President of India? Right answer is Head Constable Abdul Rashid Khalas. Recently, President Kovind approved 84 gallantry awards for the defense personnel, and Head Constable of Jammu and Kashmir Police Abdul Rashid Khalas was awarded the Kirti Chakra. Now, if we talk about awards, there are two major categories. One is civilian awards and another one is gallantry awards. Now, in case of civilian, we have Bharat Ratan, Padam Vibhushan, Padam Bhushan and Padam Shri. In case of gallantry awards, we have Paramveer Chakra, Mahavir Chakra, Veer Chakra, Ashoka Chakra, Kirti Chakra and Shaurya Chakra. And these are the most prominent awards of our country. Who has been awarded the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's Special Award for contribution in fight against COVID-19? So the Chief Scientist of WHO, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, was selected for Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's Special Award for her role in fight against COVID-19. Now, WHO is World Health Organization and Dr. Soumya Swaminathan is the Chief Scientist of WHO. And that's why she was selected for this award. Now, recently WHO was also in news as USA decided to quit WHO. Recently, Dr. Harshvardhan took charge as the chairperson of Executive Board of WHO. WHO was also in news because of COVAX Alliance. So, this alliance aims to ensure fair and equitable access to the COVID-19 vaccines for every country in the world. And 3 organizations are associated to this alliance. One is WHO, that is World Health Organization. One is Gavi, that is Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunizations. And third one is CEPI. What is CEPI? It is Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. Now this alliance, that means this COVAX alliance, is a key part of ACT initiative of WHO. What is ACT? ACT stands for Access to the COVID-19 Tools. Who is the only cricket captain in the world who led his team to win all 3 ICC trophies? So he is one and only Mahendra Singh Dhoni. And recently he announced his retirement. Apart from him, recently Suresh Raina also announced his retirement. What is ICC? It is International Cricket Council. The headquarters of ICC is in Dubai. Dubai is in UAE. In fact, UAE is going to be the host of this year's IPL tournament. UAE was also in news because of its peace agreement with Israel. UAE was also in news as recently it expressed its interest in the Open Skies policy with India. Now, this Open Skies policy is different from Open Skies Treaty, and recently USA quit this treaty. Union Defense Minister approved to expand which youth service wing to cover the border and coastal districts. So it is NCC, that is National Cadet Corps. So this NCC is under the purview of MOD, that is Ministry of Defense, and it enrolls the cadets at high school and at college level, and then it awards certificates on the completion of various phases. This initiative was announced by the Prime Minister on the Independence Day, and now as per this initiative, cadets from 173 coastal and border districts will be trained, and out of these cadets, 1/3 will be girls. So these are 2 important facts. 173 districts and 1/3 will be girls, and this NCC is under MOD. Rihand project, which was in news for its infrastructure to transport fly ash, is located in which state of India? So it is in Uttar Pradesh, and NTPC, that is National Thermal Power Corporation, has built this infrastructure at Rihand project in Uttar Pradesh, and this has been designed to transport the fly ash at affordable rates to the cement plants. Now NTPC was also in news as recently Union Power Minister launched #ICommit initiative. So this initiative is for energy conservation, and this was announced on the World Environment Day, that means on 5th of June. Now this ICommit initiative will be implemented by EESL, that is Energy Efficiency Services Limited. Now how NTPC is associated to EESL? This EESL is a joint venture of 4 companies, that is NTPC, PFC, that is Power Finance Corporation, REC, that is Rural Electricity Corporation, and 4th one is Power Grid. Recently, this EESL was also in news because of RAISE initiative, and for this RAISE initiative, EESL collaborated with USAID. What is USAID? It is US Agency for International Development. So USAID was in news because of MAT3 program. Answer in comment box, what is the objective of this MAT3 initiative? Atal Innovation Mission has partnered with which organization to launch an artificial intelligence based module for school students? So this was launched in association with NASSCOM, and it is Atal AI Step Up module. This Atal Innovation Mission is an initiative of NITI Aayog, Niti Aayog is an executive body and it is the successor of Planning Commission. Now, recently NESCOM was also in news as UB Praveen Rao became the new chairperson of NESCOM. Which state or union territory has unveiled its new state logo with flash flower? So it is Jharkhand. The Chief Minister of Jharkhand is Mr. Hemant Soren. Now recently Jharkhand was also in news because of Vishnu Sendra Parv. And for the first time in the history, not even a single animal was killed during this festival. Actually, it is annual hunting festival, but this year, because of the coronavirus issue, this was not celebrated that way. So it is celebrated by the tribals of Jharkhand as well as some tribes of Odisha and West Bengal. Now Jharkhand was also in news because of Sohrai Khowar. So it is a popular painting style, and recently it was in news because it got GI tag, that is geographical indication. Apart from that, Telia Rumal also got GI tag. Now answer in comment box. The Telia Rumal is associated to which state of India? One more thing, the first product to get the GI status was Darjeeling tea. Researchers of which two organizations have developed a process of making bricks on lunar surface? So we have already covered this in our news section, and it is ISRO and IISc, and they have named these bricks as space bricks. Lunar means moon. So the raw material used for this is urea and lunar soil. What is the name of crater that has been captured by ISRO's Chandrayaan-2 orbiter? So the name of this crater is Sarabhai crater, and it is related to moon. So please note this point that the Sarabhai crater is related to moon, and recently Chandrayaan-2 orbiter captured its images. The Concourse missile test equipment launched by the Defense Minister has been developed by which organization? So it has been developed by BDL, that is Bharat Dynamics Limited. Now it is a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. Previously we used to import these products from Russia, but now we are trying to develop these products within our country. Now in this context, recently Defense Ministry issued a negative import list of 101 products. That means we are not going to import these products from other countries. We are going to manufacture them within our country. Now recently MOD was also in news as draft of Defense Production and Export Promotion Policy was released recently. Apart from that, recently Defense Minister Mr. Rajnath Singh launched Srijan portal. This is a portal which has been launched to promote the indigenization of defense items production. What is the meaning of indigenization of defense items production? That means we are going to produce these items within our country. NSE, that is National Stock Exchange, has developed a platform for investor education along with which institution? So it is IIM Bangalore, and this is PIE, that is Platform for Investor Education, and for this NSE and IIM Bangalore has collaborated. So this platform will reflect the current developments in the financial markets. The famous computer scientist Russell Kirsch, who died recently, is associated with which invention? So he was associated with pixels. He was from America and he passed away recently. He created the world's first photograph that was scanned into computer. So these were the most important questions of today's quiz. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to Andhra Pradesh, as Andhra Pradesh government has launched a digital payment service for villages and ward secretariats. And for this purpose, the state government collaborated with NPCI, that is National Payment Corporation of India, and payments will be done through UPI, that is Unified Payments Interface. So state government collaborated with NPCI and Canara Bank for this UPI based payment facilities in villages and ward secretariats. Next is bioethanol blending of petrol. So recently government has set the targets of 10% bioethanol blending of petrol by 2022, and this target is 20% by 2030. So this has been announced as per ethanol blending program, and this was launched in lines with the national biofuel policy. So this policy was launched in 2018, and Rajasthan was the first state in our country to implement the National Biofuel Policy. Next is Bhadbhut project. So this is in Bharuch in Gujarat, and recently Gujarat government awarded the contract for this, and this is a barrage project across river Narmada. Next is Death Valley. So it is a desert valley in USA in California, and it is located in the Mojave Desert. Now why it was in news? Because it has registered the hottest temperature ever recorded on Earth, and it recorded 54.4 degrees Celsius temperature, and that's why it was in news. Next is Swasthya and Alekh. So we already covered Swasthya initiative in our last lecture, and it is an initiative of MOTA, that is Ministry of Tribal Affairs. This Alekh is also an initiative of MOTA, and it is a newsletter on the health and nutrition. MOTA stands for Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and this Swasthya is health and nutrition portal for tribal population of our country. Next is D614G. So it is new strain of coronavirus, and recently it was found in Malaysia, and that's why it was in news. Next is Atal ranking of institutions on innovation achievements. So recently this ranking was released, and as per this ranking, IIT Madras is on top position. Vice President M. Venkaiah Naidu released this ranking, while IIT Mumbai is on second position. Now this ARIIA introduced a special prize for women higher educational institutions. So this year the special prize was introduced. This ARIIA is an initiative of MHRD, that is Ministry of Human Resource Development, and recently President approved the renaming of MHRD as MOE, that is Ministry of Education. And this is implemented by AICTE, that is All India Council for Technical Education. Next is first ever World Solar Technology Summit. So this summit will be organized virtually, and it will be on 8th of September, and it will be inaugurated by Indian Prime Minister. The summit is organized by ISA, that is International Solar Alliance. The headquarters of ISA is in Gurugram in Haryana. Recently ISA was in news, as now all the members of United Nations can be the part of International Solar Alliance. Next is GP Garg. So recently GP Garg was appointed as the new Executive Director of SEBI. SEBI stands for Securities and Exchange Board of India. So it is the market regulator. Next is MPEDA, that is Marine Products Export Development Authority. So recently this authority launched Quality Control Lab in Porbandar in Gujarat. Now answer in comment box, this MPEDA is under which union ministry? Now recently Gujarat was also in news, as Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation announced that 2 flyover bridges in Ahmedabad city will be named after 2 late ministers. One is Arun Jaitley and another one is Sushma Swaraj. So these 2 were the ministers in the last government, and now the flyovers will be named after these 2 leaders. Next is Ashok Lavasa. So the Election Commissioner of India, Ashok Lavasa, has stepped down, and he submitted his resignation to President. Why he stepped down? Because he is going to join the ADB, that is Asian Development Bank, and he is going to join as Vice President of Asian Development Bank. The headquarters of Asian Development Bank is in Philippines. Now if we talk about Election Commission, it is constitutional body. Article 324 contains the provisions for Election Commission of India. Next is World Humanitarian Day. So it is on 19th of August. Next is vedkrishi.com. So recently MSME Minister Nitin Gadkari launched this platform. Now this platform has been launched so that farmers can sell toxic free farm produce online. Krishi stands for agriculture. So this is a platform for farmers so that they can sell their products online. Next is Oakley. So recently sports eyewear brand Oakley appointed cricketer Rohit Sharma as a brand ambassador for 2 years in India. Next is Satyapal Malik. So the former governor of Goa has now been appointed as the governor of Meghalaya, and the governor of Maharashtra, Mr. Bhagat Singh Koshyari, has been given the additional charge of Goa. Next is Laura Marsh. So cricketer Laura Marsh announced her retirement, and she is a cricketer from England. Next is COVID-19 insurance cover against gold loan. So recently Muthoot Finance partnered with Kotak Mahindra to offer the COVID-19 insurance cover against gold loan. Next is India Healthcare Week. So recently, Dr. Harshvardhan, our health minister, addressed the CII Public Health Conference, and he also launched India Healthcare Week. So this is going to be from 17th of August to 21st of August. Next is Under Barrel Grenade Launcher, that is UBGL. So recently, ammunition factory of Khadi handed over the consignment of UBGL to BSF, that is Border Security Force. And recently, BSF was in news as Rakesh Asthana took charge as the new Director General of BSF. BSF is under Ministry of Home Affairs. It is a CAPF, that is Central Armed Police Force. Next is organic farming. So recently a report was released, and as per that report, India is on top in terms of organic farming, and India is on 9th position in terms of area under organic farming. So it is on first in terms of number of organic farmers, and in terms of area it is on 9th position. Sikkim is first state in the world to become completely organic. Next is Dream 11. So BCCI has awarded the title sponsorship rights of IPL to Dream 11. It is important to note that recently Vivo, that is Chinese mobile manufacturing company Vivo, exit from the sponsorship, and now Dream 11 is going to be the new sponsor. IPL is going to be in UAE. Next is Mandwadi railway station. So recently MHA, that is Ministry of Home Affairs, approved the renaming of this railway station as Banaras. So now this railway station will be named as Banaras, and it is in Uttar Pradesh. Next is One Arranged Murder. So recently this book was in news, and it is a book by Chetan Bhagat. The Atal Tunnel that was seen in news recently is located in which state of India? So this tunnel is located in Himachal Pradesh, and this tunnel is under Rohtang Pass. Now recently this tunnel was in news as Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur announced that this tunnel will be inaugurated by Prime Minister in September. Now this tunnel was renamed after Atal Bihari Vajpayee on Good Governance Day. What is Good Governance Day? So it was on 25th of December, and it is the birth anniversary of former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Now on this occasion, one new scheme was also announced, and it is Atal Bhujal Yojana. Bhujal stands for groundwater. So it is a scheme for groundwater, and this scheme will be implemented by Ministry of Jal Shakti, and it is a 6,000 crore rupees scheme, and the scheme is being funded by the Government of India and World Bank in 50-50 equation. That means 50% of the funding will be provided by Government of India, 50% funding will be provided by World Bank. Now on the occasion of this Good Governance Day, one new index was also released, and it is Good Governance Index, that is GGI. This index has been released by Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions. Now, as per this Good Governance Index, there are three categories. One is Big States category, second is Northeast and Hill States, and third category is of Union Territories. So as per Big States category, Tamil Nadu is on top position. As per Northeast and Hill States category, Himachal Pradesh is on top position, and in terms of Union Territories, Puducherry is on top position. Gangotri National Park, which was seen in news recently, is located in which state of India? So it is in Uttarakhand. Recently, this park was in news because of woolly flying squirrel. Now as per IUCN list, this is in red list, and therefore this national park in Uttarakhand was in news. Now what is IUCN? It is International Union for Conservation of Nature. What is this red list? This red list assesses the conservation status of species. Now coming back to Uttarakhand, Uttarakhand was also in news as India's first lichen park was started in Uttarakhand. Apart from that, the state was also in news as recently it started heli services under Udan scheme. What is Udan? It is Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. It is a scheme of Ministry of Civil Aviation. Campa Fund that was seen in news recently is associated with which union ministry? So it is related to Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Now, recently Environment Minister Mr. Prakash Javadekar directed that 80% of this Campa Fund have to be used for plantation and afforestation. Now first thing first, what exactly is this Campa? It stands for Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management and Planning Authority. So in simplest term, it is the compensation that is to be paid for diverting forest land for non-forest project. That means you are cutting forest and therefore you are paying this compensation money so that forest in some other areas can be planted. That means trees in some other areas can be planted in a compensation to this forest. And for this purpose, this is Campa Fund, and the creation of this Campa Fund was directed by the Supreme Court in 2002 in T.N. Godavarman case. So as per this Campa Fund, there are two important organizations. One is National Compensatory Afforestation Fund. So it is under public account of India. Second is State Compensatory Afforestation Fund. It is under public account of that particular state. So out of the total funding, 90% of the funding will be provided to states and 10% funding will be provided to the national level authority. And out of the total fund, 80% of the money will be used for afforestation and plantation drives. So this was the question. Which organization is to conduct the World Solar Technology Summit? Right answer is ISA, that is International Solar Alliance. So the summit will be organized virtually in September. Now what is ISA? It is International Solar Alliance. The headquarters of ISA is in Haryana in Gurugram. The formal name of ISA is IASPA, that is International Agency for Solar Policy and Application. Now recently it was also in news as now all the members of United Nations can join International Solar Alliance. That means countries which are beyond tropics, that is tropics of Cancer and tropics of Capricorn, even those countries can join International Solar Alliance. So recently ISA was in news because of this change. Which institution has topped the ARIIA 2020 in the centrally funded institution category? So it is IIT Madras. IIT Madras is on top in terms of centrally funded institutions category of ARIIA. And this ARIIA stands for Atal Ranking of Institutions on Innovation Achievement. And this is an initiative of MHRD, that is Ministry of Human Resource Development. Now recently MHRD was also in news because of INDSET, that is Indian Scholastic Assessment. So recently MHRD conducted the first ever INDSET test under its Study in India program. Now recently MHRD was also in news as new education policy was approved, and as per this education policy, MHRD will be now MOE, that is Ministry of Education. Now in this new education policy, the target of public spending on education is 6% of GDP. One more thing, in this NEP there is one organization and it is PARAK. Answer in comment box what is the objective of this organization PARAK. The government of which country has launched an innovation challenge fund in India? So it has been launched by UK, and this will be used to support the scientists to fight challenges like COVID-19 and other environmental threats. Now if we talk about UK, India is the second largest investor in UK. USA is the largest investor in UK. UK was also in news because of Global Vaccine Summit, and during this summit India announced $15 million for Gavi. Gavi stands for Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization. Now recently Gavi was also in news because of COVAX Alliance. This COVAX Alliance aims to provide fair and equitable access to the COVID-19 vaccines to all the countries. Now for this alliance, three organizations have collaborated. One is WHO, that is World Health Organization. One is CEPI, that is Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation, and third one is Gavi. Now recently WHO was in news as the chief scientist of WHO, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, was awarded by the Tamil Nadu, and she was conferred with the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's Special Award for her role in combating the COVID-19 in the state of Tamil Nadu. Which racing driver has won the Spanish Grand Prix Formula 1 tournament? So Lewis Hamilton won it. Capital of Spain is Madrid. Recently Spain was in news because of COP25. What is COP? It is Conference of Parties. It is a part of UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So this 25th Conference of Parties held in Spain. It was supposed to be held in Chile, but due to protest, this was organized in Spain in Madrid under the presidency of Chile government. Now, COP26 is going to be in Glasgow, and recently it was postponed because of the COVID issue. The world's tallest pier bridge is being constructed by Indian Railways in which state of India? So it is in Manipur, and it is constructed by Indian Railways across river Izai. So it is going to be the tallest pier bridge in the world, and it is of 141 meter. Now this bridge is a part of Jiribam Tupul Imphal railway line. Now recently Manipur was also in news because of Khudol initiative. Answer in comment box, what is this Khudol initiative? Manipur was also in news as the black rice of Manipur got GI tag recently. A quality control laboratory for seafood testing has been set up by MPEDA in which state of India? So it was set up in Gujarat in Porbandar, and it is a quality control laboratory for seafood testing, and it has been set up by MPEDA. Now Gujarat was also in news because of Bhadbut project, and it is a barrage over river Narmada. Recently Gujarat was also in news as Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation announced that they are going to rename two flyover bridges after two prominent politicians. One is Arun Jaitley and another one is Sushma Swaraj. Gujarat was also in news as recently MOTA, that is Ministry of Tribal Affairs, announced 9 tribal leaders museums, and the biggest of these museums will be in Rajpipla in Gujarat, which is the new industrial corridor proposed to be set up by the government of Karnataka. So it is Mysuru Bidar Industrial Corridor. This was recently proposed, and this will be built by the state to promote the development of industry and commerce. For the 2019-20, which seafood was the largest product to be exported from India? So it is shrimp. So frozen shrimp was the major export product among the seafood, and it was followed by frozen fish. Now it is important to note that MPEDA has a target to increase the export of seafoods to 1 trillion by 2030. What is MPEDA? It is Marine Products Export Development Authority, and it is under Ministry of Commerce, and it is the nodal agency for the holistic development of the seafood industry in our country. Recently, seafood industry was also in news as the 22nd edition of India International Seafood Show was organized in Kochi, and it is in Kerala. Which organization has built a 180 feet bridge in Pithoragarh district of Uttarakhand? So it is BRO, that is Border Roads Organization, and the name of the bridge is Bailey Bridge. Now BRO is under MOD, that is Ministry of Defense, and the present Director General of BRO is Lieutenant General Harpal Singh. So these were the most important questions of today's quiz. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to NRA, that is National Recruitment Agency. So recently Union Cabinet approved this NRA, and this will be responsible for the recruitment process of central government jobs. So it will have representatives from Railway Ministry, from Finance Ministry, from SSC, RRB, as well as from IBPS. So this is going to be your recruitment agency, and it will conduct the entire process. Next is Luis Rodolfo Abinader. So recently he became the 54th president of Dominican Republic. Next is Reliance Retail Ventures Limited. So recently Reliance Retail Ventures Limited acquired 60% stakes in Vitalik Health Private Limited, and it acquired NetMeds completely. That means it acquired 100% stakes in NetMeds. Next is Jan Bachat Khata. So this is an initiative by Fino Payment Bank. So it is Aadhaar based, that means Aadhaar authentication based digital saving account. Next is tackling the COVID-19 youth employment crisis in Asia and Pacific. So recently this report was released by ILO, that is International Labour Organization, in association with Asian Development Bank. Next is Palikuttam National Award for Innovation in Education. So recently St. Christopher School in Nagaland won this first ever Palikuttam National Award for Innovation in Education. Next is Delhi Meerut Regional Rapid Transit System. So this RRTS was in news as ADB, that is Asian Development Bank, approved $1 billion loan to construct this Delhi Meerut RRTS. And this is going to be first of its kind in our country, and it will be implemented by NCRTC. What is NCRTC? It is NCR Transport Corporation. Next is Swadeshi Microprocessor Challenge. So recently, Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, launched this Swadeshi Microprocessor Challenge. So the idea is to provide a strong ecosystem for startups, innovation and research in our country. And this is a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So the idea is to provide good ecosystem for the manufacturing and development of microprocessors. Next is Shahjan Mujib. So recently, Shahjan Mujib was in news because he was appointed as the National Brand Ambassador for Swachh Bharat campaign by the AMC, that is Aligarh Municipal Corporation. So Aligarh Municipal Corporation appointed Shahjan Mujib as the National Brand Ambassador for Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. And Shahjan Mujib is a playback singer. Next is Nirman Sri. So recently, European Union launched this project Nirman Sri for women empowerment. So the idea behind this project is to train women in different works in housing sector. So this is a project for women empowerment by providing them proper skills. And this will be implemented in 2 states. One is Odisha and one is Maharashtra. So the name of initiative is Nirman Sri. This was launched by European Union. It will be implemented in Odisha and Maharashtra, and it is an initiative to empower women by providing them proper skills. Next is Disloyal, the true story of former personal attorney to President Donald Trump. So this is a book by Michael Cohen, and it was in news because it is set to publish. Next is A Bend in Time. So it is a collection of different stories and essays by the children and young adults. And the introduction is written by Bezel Vacharajny. Next is Digital Quality of Life Index 2020. So this index was prepared by Surfshark. And as per this index, Denmark is on top position. And as per this index, Israel provides the cheapest internet in the world. If we talk about India, then India is on 9th position in terms of internet affordability. Overall, India is on 57th position. Next is SYL, that is Satluj Yamuna Link. So in 1966, Haryana became a separate state and it was separated from Punjab. So this canal link was proposed to share the water between Punjab and Haryana. Now there is a dispute about this water sharing as well as about this canal which is going to connect the Satluj and Yamuna. So please read about this dispute. What is the stand of Punjab? What is the stand of Haryana? What is the role of Rajasthan in this entire SYL canal? Please read about it. This is your homework. Next is Dhanvantri Rath. So recently AIIA, that is All India Institute of Ayurveda, partnered with Delhi Police, and as per this Dhanvantri Rath initiative, a mobile unit will be provided by AIIA for extending the Ayurveda health services in the residential colonies of Delhi Police. Which institution is to set up a new umbrella entity for retail payments? So it is RBI. So now 2 things are clear. First, RBI is the regulatory body for retail payments, and RBI is going to set up new umbrella entity for this purpose. And this entity will have minimum paid up capital of 500 crore rupees. And it will be set up and operate the payment systems such as ATMs, white label POS, that is point of sale, and Aadhaar based payment systems. Now RBI was also in news because of PIDF, that is Payment Infrastructure Development Fund. RBI was also in news because of Operation Twist. Recently, RBI was in news because of Monetary Policy Committee. This Monetary Policy Committee is headed by RBI Governor, and it is a 6-member committee, and out of which 3 are appointed by government and 3 are from RBI. Which state announced to reserve all government jobs to the people belonging to that state? So it is Madhya Pradesh. The Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh is Shivraj Singh Chauhan. So he announced that all the state government jobs will be reserved for the people belonging to the state of Madhya Pradesh. And if this will be implemented, this is going to be the first such state. Now, The state of Madhya Pradesh was also in news because of Rozgar Setu scheme. It was also in news because of Roko Toko campaign. It was also in news because of Intezar Aapka campaign. So this Intezar Aapka campaign is a campaign by the Tourism Department of Madhya Pradesh to promote tourism in the state. Recently, Madhya Pradesh was in news as Anandiben Patel was appointed as the new governor of Madhya Pradesh. Previous governor was Lalji Tandon and he passed away recently. Apart from that, recently Satyapal Malik, who was governor of Goa, is now governor of Meghalaya. And Maharashtra governor Bhagat Singh Koshari was given the additional charge of Goa. On the other hand, the previous lieutenant governor of Jammu and Kashmir was G.C. Murmu and now he has been appointed as the new CAG. On the other hand, Manoj Sinha has been appointed as new LG of Jammu and Kashmir. Next question is, which organization released National Cancer Registry Program Report 2020? So this was released by ICMR, that is Indian Council of Medical Research, and ICMR has released this report in association with NCDIR. What is NCDIR? It is National Center for Disease Informatics and Research. So this National Cancer Registry Program is an initiative of ICMR and it is overseen by National Center for Disease Informatics and Research, and this is in Bengaluru. Now, as per this report, the cancer cases in India could increase by 12% in the next 5 years. Next question is, PBOC has acquired a stake in which Indian private sector bank? So it is ICICI Bank. What is PBOC? It is People's Bank of China. Previously, it had acquired stakes in HDFC. Now, ICICI Bank was also in news as recently Swiggy, the food aggregating platform, partnered with ICICI Bank for digital wallet. Apart from that, ICICI Housing Finance launched Saral scheme for affordable housing loans. So Swiggy is a food aggregating platform. Recently, another food aggregating platform was in news and it is Zomato. And Zomato recently acquired Uber Eats. So all three are food aggregating platforms. And recently, Zomato acquired Uber Eats. So now, Uber Eats is a part of Zomato. Zomato was also in news because of its period leave policy. So recently, this policy was in news. Next question is, which organization is deploying Ninja UAV for surveillance purpose? So this is RPF, that is Railway Protection Force. This RPF is part of Ministry of Railways. That means it is under Ministry of Railways. And these Ninja UAV will be used for monitoring and surveillance purpose. Now, the Director General of RPF is Arun Kumar. Recently, he was in news as he has been nominated as the Vice Chairperson of International Union of Railways. And it is a Paris-based organization. Paris is in France, and recently France was in news because of Rafale. France was also in news as India is going to procure Hammer missiles from France, which is the second Indian zoo to have African hunting cheetahs. So Mysuru Zoo is going to be the second one. First is Hyderabad Zoo, and this was done under Animal Exchange Program. Now, if we talk about zoo, we have CZA, that is Central Zoo Authority. Now, it is a statutory authority and it has been constituted as per the provisions of Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. In fact, the NTCA, that is National Tiger Conservation Authority, is also constituted as per this act. National Board of Wildlife is also constituted as per this act. Answer in comment box, who is the chairperson of National Board of Wildlife? Now coming back to this Central Zoo Authority, so it is chaired by Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and it has been constituted as per the section 38A of this Wildlife Protection Act. So all the zoo in our country need to take permission from the Central Zoo Authority. Next question is, Ibrahim Boubacar Keita, who has resigned recently, was the president of which country? Right answer is Mali. So the political situation in Mali is deteriorating, and after the military rebellion, the president of Mali has stepped down. Next question is, what is the expansion of NRA that has been approved by the cabinet for conducting common entrance examinations? So this NRA stands for National Recruitment Agency, and this NRA was recently approved by the cabinet, and it is going to conduct CET, that is Common Entrance Test. So this CET will be conducted for various non-gazetted vacancies, and then the mains examination will be conducted by the different specialized agencies. So prelims will be through the CET. Now, a detailed video on this topic has already been uploaded. You can check that from the description of this video, or in the end of this video, you will get a pop-up. You can check it from there. Next question is, which state or union territory has recently given approval for the construction of skyscrapers with 70 or more floors? So this was decided by Gujarat government, that high-rise buildings of 70 floors or more were allowed in 5 major cities. And these 5 cities are Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Surat, Rajkot and Gandhinagar. Now, as per the present rule, the construction of the building is allowed up to only 23 floors. But now, after this government approval, up to 70 floors or more can be constructed in these 5 cities. Now, Gujarat was also in news as recently MPEDA, that is Marine Products Export Development Authority, started a quality control laboratory, that is QCL, in Porbandar in Gujarat. Gujarat was also in news because of its new industrial policy. Andhra Pradesh was also in news because of its new industrial policy. Next question is, Death Valley, which was in news recently, is in which country? So it is in USA. Recently, it was in news because it recorded the highest temperature, and it recorded the temperature of 54.4 degrees Celsius. And that's why it was in news. So this is highest since 1913. In 1913, it was 56.7 degrees Celsius. Next question is, which organization along with ILO released the report tackling the COVID-19 youth employment crisis in Asia and the Pacific? So it is ADB, that is Asian Development Bank. So both these organizations released this report, and as per that report, approximately 41 lakh people in our country lost their jobs because of COVID-19 pandemic. Now, Asian Development Bank was also in news as it approved loan for Delhi Meerut Regional Rapid Transit System. Asian Development Bank was also in news as Ashok Lavasa, the election commissioner, resigned recently, and now he is going to join Asian Development Bank as vice president. Next question is, what is the name of challenge that is launched by India to promote indigenous microprocessor manufacturing? So the name of this challenge is Swadeshi Microprocessor Challenge. And as for this challenge, 100 shortlisted companies will be given grant to build their prototype, and the 25 finalists will win 1 crore rupee each. And these companies will get support from MEITY, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Present Minister is Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad. His constituency is Patna Sahib. Next question is, stellite copper, which is in news recently, is associated with which state? So it is related to Tamil Nadu, and this was in news because the High Court of Madras has rejected the reopening of this stellite copper smelting plant, and this plant is in Tuticorin and it is in Tamil Nadu. Now, the stellite copper is a unit of Vedanta Limited. It is important to note that because of the pollution issues, this plant was closed, and now when the company approached Madras High Court, the High Court rejected the petition of this company to reopen the plant. So this was the entire issue. Now, one important thing is that in 2011, Supreme Court ordered the NEERI to inspect this plant. What is NEERI? It is National Environmental Engineering Research Institute. And this research institute found that there are high level of copper, lead, cadmium and fluoride in the groundwater in the area because of this plant. So that's why there were a lot of environmental issues associated with the functioning of this plant, and therefore the Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board along with Tamil Nadu government ordered that this plant should be closed. Now, Tamil Nadu was also in news as recently WHO Chief Scientist Dr. Soumya Swaminathan was awarded with the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's Special Award for her role in combating the COVID-19 pandemic in the state of Tamil Nadu. Next question is, which Indian cricketer has been recommended for the Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award? So, right answer is Rohit Sharma. Now, few other events related to cricket recently. Mahendra Singh Dhoni and Suresh Raina announced their retirement. IPL is going to be in UAE. Dream 11 is going to be the sponsor partner for BCCI for this IPL 2020. So these were the most important questions. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first news is related to Flipkart and IIT Patna. So a memorandum of understanding was signed between Flipkart and IIT Patna, and this will encourage the industry-focused applied research. So this MOU was signed for research purpose. That means industry-specific research purpose. Next is loan against securities. So this is an initiative of Yes Bank, and as per this initiative, it will enable customers to get the loan facility against the securities that they hold. Of course, the customers need not to sell these securities and they just need to use them as collateral. Next is Angela Buxton, and she was British tennis player and she passed away recently. Next is LVB Dizigo. So it is an initiative by Lakshmi Vilas Bank and it is instant account facility. You can open your account instantly through this facility of Lakshmi Vilas Bank. Next is 5 commemorative postage stamps. So recently India Post released 5 commemorative postage stamps on the UNESCO World Heritage Sites in India. So these 5 sites are Historic City of Ahmedabad, Churches of Goa, Group of Monuments at Pattadkal, Khajuraho Monuments and Qutub Minar. So these postage stamps were issued by India Post. Next event is Labour Bureau. So recently Labour Bureau launched its new official logo, and this was launched by Minister Santosh Gangwar, and this logo has 3 key goals. That means it displays 3 goals, and these 3 goals are accuracy, validity and reliability. Next is core investment companies. So CIC were in news because RBI announced stricter guidelines for these companies, and these guidelines were issued on the recommendation of a panel, and that panel was headed by Tapan Ray. So on the basis of recommendation of Tapan Ray panel, RBI issued these new guidelines for core investment companies. Now the core investment companies with assets over 5,000 crore rupees will have to appoint CRO. What is CRO? It is Chief Risk Officer. Next is Economic Explosives Limited. So recently EEL, that is Economic Explosives Limited, was in news as the first ever Pinaka rocket, which was fully manufactured by the private sector company EEL, was successfully test fired. So this is a good news for Make in India program. Next is Tri-Food project. So this was launched by Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and this will be implemented by TriFed in association with Ministry of Food Processing and Industries. So this Tri-Food project has been launched in Raigad district of Maharashtra and Jagdalpur district of Chhattisgarh. Next is India Tomorrow, and the full title is India Tomorrow: Conversations with the Next Generation of Political Leaders. So this book is authored by Pradeep Chibbar and Harsh Shah. Next is Millennium Alliance. So this is initiative of multiple agencies, and it is a public-private partnership, and DST, that is Department of Science and Technology, USAID, FICCI, all these organizations are part of this Millennium Alliance. Next is contempt of court. So recently this was in news because of Prashant Bhushan case. I have already uploaded a detailed video on this topic on Civils Academy channel. So recently Prashant Bhushan was found guilty by the court, so that's why this was in news. Next is Lingaraj Temple. So this temple is in Odisha, and it was in news because the state government decided to give it a facelift. That means to maintain it and to upgrade it. So this temple is built in red sandstone, and it is a classic example of Kaling style of architecture. Next is NPCI, International Payments Limited. So recently NPCI launched its subsidiary firm, and it is International Payments Limited, and Ritesh Shukla is going to be its CEO. Next is Kormo app. So this is an app by Google, and it is employment application. That means it will show different employment opportunities. Next is World Photography Day. So this was on 19th of August. Apart from that, 19th of August was also celebrated as World Humanitarian Day. Next is Sadbhavna Divas. So this was on 20th of August, and it is the birth anniversary of our former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. Apart from that, 20th of August is also celebrated as Indian Akshay Urja Day. 20th of August is also observed as World Mosquito Day.
Which city has won the Cleanest City Award
in the Swachh Sarvekshan 2020 survey. So this city is Indore and it is in Madhya Pradesh. So it is on top position, while Maharashtra's Navi Mumbai is on third position and Surat in Gujarat is on second position. Now the ranking of these states is based on their performance in Swachh Bharat mission, and it has two components. One is a rural component, one is urban component. The urban component is implemented by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The rural component is implemented by Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. So this Indore is in Madhya Pradesh. Recently, Madhya Pradesh was in news because of Roko Toko campaign. It was also in news as the state government announced to reserve all the government jobs for the people belonging to Madhya Pradesh. Next question is, what is the allocation made for the emergency line credit guarantee scheme? It is rupee 3 lakh crore and it will be allocated from that economic stimulus package which was announced. So that stimulus package was of worth 20 lakh crores. And out of that, this 3 lakh crore package is announced for emergency credit line guarantee scheme. So the 100% collateral free loan to MSME is this ECLGS, that is Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme. So this is provided by NCGTC. What is NCGTC? It is National Credit Guarantee Trustee Company. So this company will provide guarantee to banks and BFCs and to the financial institutions. And these financial institutions, NBFC and banks will provide loan to MSME. Recently, government announced Champions Portal for MSME industries. Apart from that, recently, MSME Minister Nitin Gadkari launched Khadi silk mask. Next question is, which country has displayed its locally made ballistic missile Martyr Qasem Soleimani? So this is by Iran. The capital of Iran is Tehran. Iran was also in news because of JCPOA. Iran was also in news because of Instex. And Iran was also in news because of Chahabar port. Answer in comment box. Gwadar port is associated to which country? So this new missile is named after head of Iran's Quds forces and he was Qasem Soleimani. He was killed in the US strike. Iran was also in news because of Noor. Noor is the first military satellite of Iran. Iran was also in news because of Toman. It is the new currency of Iran. Next question is, a new logo has been launched for which organization of Labour Ministry? So it is for Labour Bureau and it was released by Mr. Santosh Gangwar and it is part of Ministry of Labour and Employment. Now this logo has three specific goals. One is accuracy, another one is validity and third one is reliability. Now if we talk about labor, World Day Against Child Labour is on 12th of June. On the other hand, International Labour Day is on 1st of May. Apart from that, recently, Periodic Labour Force Survey was released. Answer in comment box, which organization released this survey? Next question is, which zone of Indian Railways has conducted a trial run of roll-on, roll-off service? So it is Southern Railways. Now first thing first, what is the meaning of this roll-on, roll-off service? It means this railway will carry the wheeled cargo. What is the meaning of wheeled cargo? For example, you can see these trucks. So once they will be shipped to destination, then they will get back on their wheels. The opposite of this roll-on, roll-off is left on, left off. That means you will just use the crane to load that item and then you will use crane to unload that item. But in this case, you are going to use the wheels to roll on and then while unloading, you will use the wheels again to roll off. Next question is, which organization launched National Strategy for Financial Education? So this was launched by RBI, that is Reserve Bank of India, and it has been launched for 5 years, that is from 2022 to 2025. So the objective is to encourage the formal banking and to ensure the safe digital financial services. Now RBI was also in news as recently it signed agreement with Sri Lanka for a $400 million currency swap. Now Sri Lanka was also in news as recently parliamentary elections held in Sri Lanka and Mahinda Rajapaksa became the Prime Minister. He became the Prime Minister for the 4th time. His brother Gotabaya Rajapaksa is the President of country. Sri Lanka was also in news as it is the host of this year's BIMSTEC Summit. Answer in comment box, where is the headquarters of BIMSTEC? Next question is, who is the author of book Grandparents Bag of Stories? So Sudha Murthy is the author of this book Grandparents Bag of Stories. It will be released in the month of November. So it is a sequel of her existing book and it will be released by the Penguin House. Next question is, which organization released a report titled Population Projections for India and States 2011 to 2036? Right answer is National Commission on Population. So this commission is under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And as per this report, the total population of India is expected to increase from 121.1 crores to 151.8 crores. So this is going to be our population in 2036. This commission is under Health Ministry. Present Health Minister is Dr. Harshvardhan. Recently he was in news as he became the chairperson of Executive Board of WHO, that is World Health Organization. The chief scientist of WHO is Dr. Soumya Swaminathan. Recently she was in news as she was awarded with Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's Award for her services in fight against coronavirus. Recently Tamil Nadu was in news because of Sterlite plant and it is in Tuticorin and it is a unit of Vedanta. Next question is, who represented India in the 2020 roundtable of ASEAN India network of think tanks? So India was represented by our Minister of External Affairs, Mr. S. Jaishankar. What is ASEAN? It is Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So it is a grouping of 10 countries. Now, Mr. S. Jaishankar is a member of Rajya Sabha from Gujarat. Recently, Gujarat was in news because of its new industrial policy. Gujarat was also in news because of Mukhyamantri Kisan Sahay Yojana. It was also in news because of Food Safety Index. So this index is by FSSAI, that is Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. So this authority released this index, and as per this index, the top performers are Gujarat, Goa and Chandigarh. So Chandigarh is top performer in terms of union territories, Goa is top performer in terms of smaller states, and Gujarat is top performer in terms of larger states. Index is Food Safety Index. It was released by FSSAI. It is under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Next question is, which state launched a subsidized meal scheme named Indira Rasoi Yojana? So this was by Rajasthan government and it was released on Sadbhavana Divas. So it is the birth anniversary of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi and it was on 20th of August. 20th of August was also celebrated as Indian Akshay Urja Day. So this day is celebrated to mark the importance of renewable energy resources in our country. Next question is, as per recent survey by NCERT, what percentage of students cannot access smartphones or laptops to attend online classes? So it is 27%. So the survey was conducted by NCERT, that is National Council of Educational Research and Training. Now as per this survey, 27% of the students do not have access to smartphones or laptops to attend the online classes. The irony is that those who want to study do not have adequate resources, and most of them who have adequate resources do not want to study. The survey also pointed out that the lack of electricity is another major obstacle in online learning, and approximately 28% students and parents noted this point. Now, if we talk about digital education, that means online classes, so recently Maharashtra government partnered with Google to provide online classes. Google was also in news as recently it partnered with Central Water Commission for the flood forecasting initiative. Google was also in news because of its Cormo app. Answer in comment box what is the objective of this Cormo app. Next question is, the rights to run airports at Jaipur, Guwahati and Thiruvananthapuram have been awarded to which business major of India? So it has been awarded to Adani Enterprises. It is important to note that previously these airports were under AAI, that is Airport Authority of India. Now apart from these airports, the airports of Lucknow, Ahmedabad and Mangaluru have already been awarded to Adani Enterprises. So these are 3 airports and these are 3 airports. So total 6 airports were under this AAI. Now they will be operated by Adani Enterprises. Now what is this AAI? It is a statutory body and it is under Ministry of Civil Aviation. Now every year on 7th of December, International Civil Aviation Day is celebrated. Recently, this Ministry of Civil Aviation was in news because of its Lifeline Udan initiative. Udan stands for Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. Next question is, by what amount the FRP, that is fair and remunerative prices of sugarcane, has been increased? So it is 10 rupee per quintal. And recently CCEA approved the increase in FRP by 10 rupees per quintal. So previous price was 275 rupee per quintal. Now it is 285. Now this FRP and MSP is very important from exam perspective. So FRP is for sugarcane, for other crops it is MSP. Now this MSP is decided by CCEA, that is Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, and it is recommended by CACP. What is CACP? It is Commission of Agricultural Cost and Prices, and it is under Agriculture Ministry. And the CCEA, that is Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, is headed by Prime Minister of India. Next question is, the Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, that is SCRI, is related to which three countries? So it is related to India, Japan and Australia. And to reduce the dependency on China, these three countries started this Trilateral Forum, SCRI. Now it is important to note that India, Japan and USA are the parts of Malabar exercise, and India is in support of including Australia in this Malabar exercise. Apart from that, these four countries are the parts of Quad, that is Quadrilateral Security Dialogue. Recently, Australia was in news as India upgraded its 2+2 dialogue with Australia. Previously, it was of secretariat level, now it is of ministerial level. It is important to note that with USA and with Japan, we already have this 2+2 dialogue and it is of ministerial level. What is the meaning of 2+2 dialogue? It means defense and foreign ministers of both countries will meet. Next question is, which state has decided to exempt all serving and retired soldiers from the Gram Panchayat property tax? So this decision was taken by Maharashtra government. Now the government was also in news as recently it launched Maha Portal. So it is a job portal. It was also in news as recently it launched Maha Parwana initiative to attract the investment in state. Maharashtra was also in news as the first women state election commissioner of Maharashtra, Neela Satyanarayanan, passed away. So she was the first women state election commissioner of Maharashtra. Next question is, which Indian parliamentarian has attended the inaugural ceremony of the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament? So it is Om Birla. The Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla has attended the inaugural ceremony of 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament. So this 5th WCSP was jointly organized by IPU, that is Inter-Parliamentary Union, and by the Parliament of Austria. The capital of Austria is Vienna, and Vienna is the headquarters of OPEC, that is Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. Vienna is also the headquarters of IAEA, that is International Atomic Energy Agency. In fact, the headquarters of UNODC, that is United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes, is also in Vienna in Austria. Which space mission of India has completed 1 full year in the lunar orbit? So it is Chandrayaan-2. And Chandrayaan-2 is India's first mission to make a soft landing on the south pole of the moon. And it is India's second moon mission. Recently it was in news because it completed 1 full year in the lunar orbit. Lunar stands for moon. So this is an initiative of ISRO, that is Indian Space Research Organization. Recently ISRO was in news as ISRO chairperson Dr. K. Sivan was named for the Von Karman Award. ISRO was also in news because of Sarabhai crater. So recently ISRO paid tribute to Dr. Vikram Sarabhai by announcing that Chandrayaan-2 orbiter has captured the moon image of Sarabhai crater. So this crater is on moon. India is set to launch a direct ferry service to which neighboring country? So this country is Maldives. The capital of Maldives is Male. Recently, it was also in news as India announced a package of $500 million for Maldives. It was also in news because of Addu Atoll. So India and Maldives are going to collaborate for the development of ecotourism zones in this Addu Atoll. Now coming back to this direct ferry service. So this ferry service will link Kochi and Tuticorin with Male. Male is the capital city of Maldives. Now recently Tuticorin was in news because of Sterlite copper plant, and recently Madras High Court ordered that this plant should stay closed. Which Indian power company is to establish a wholly owned subsidiary for its renewable energy business? So this is NTPC, that is National Thermal Power Corporation. So recently it got approval from Niti Aayog and from DIPAM for this project. Now what is DIPAM? It is Department of Investment and Public Asset Management, and it is under Finance Ministry. Now coming back to NTPC. So recently NTPC was in news as the Republic of Mali has awarded a project to NTPC. So it is a solar park project. NTPC was also in news because of its Rihand project in Uttar Pradesh. Recently Uttar Pradesh was in news because of Manduadi railway station. So recently Ministry of Home Affairs approved the renaming of this railway station. So the new name is going to be Banaras. It is in Uttar Pradesh. Now the state of Uttar Pradesh was also in news as the government launched new electronics manufacturing policy to make the state of Uttar Pradesh a new global electronics hub. Indian e-commerce company Flipkart is to expand its business to which country? So it is Nepal. So Flipkart has signed a strategic partnership with sastodeal.com. So it is the leading e-commerce company of Nepal, and now they both are going to work together. Now Nepal was also in news because of its new boundary map. The capital of Nepal is Kathmandu. Recently Flipkart was in news because of its Smarth initiative. Flipkart was also in news as it partnered with IIT Patna for academic research purpose. Now Flipkart was also in news as recently it partnered with Uttar Pradesh government under One District, One Product initiative. Srisailam hydroelectric power plant that witnessed a massive fire outbreak is located in which state? So it is in Telangana, and recently it was in news because of this fire incident. Now recently Telangana was in news as Telangana police launched Saibhar campaign. Apart from that, Telangana was also in news as Telangana is celebrating 2020 as Year of Artificial Intelligence. Recently, world's first graduate level artificial intelligence university was in news, and it is Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence, and it is in UAE. UAE is going to be the host of this year's IPL tournament. Now coming back to Telangana. So Telangana was also in news as recently Telia Rumal of Telangana got GI tag. GI stands for Geographical Indication. What is the position of India in requesting Twitter to remove the content during the second half of 2019? So India is on 5th position in terms of request to Twitter to remove the content during the second half. It is important to note that Japan, Russia and Turkey are on top 3 position. Now what is Twitter? It is a social networking site. Recently Twitter was in news as it partnered with RBI to promote the digital modes of payment. Recently RBI was in news because of Operation Twist. It was also in news because of Monetary Policy Committee. It was also in news because of positive pay feature. So this positive pay feature has been announced to avert the check frauds. RBI was also in news because of PIDF, that is Payment Infrastructure Development Fund. Who is the Chief Executive Officer of NPCI International Payments Limited? Right answer is Ritesh Shukla. So NPCI has launched its new subsidiary. It is NPCI International Payments Limited, and Ritesh Shukla is the new CEO of this subsidiary. What is NPCI? It is National Payments Corporation of India. Recently NPCI was in news as it launched UPI auto pay facility for recurring payments. NPCI was also in news as recently it launched PAI. What is this PAI? It is a chatbot. It is artificial intelligence based chatbot. Which country has recently proposed to draft its new constitution and to remove the restriction on presidential powers? So this country is our neighbor Sri Lanka. And because of this, the 19th constitutional amendment was also in news. It was passed in 2015, and this imposed restrictions on the presidential powers. The present president of Sri Lanka is Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Recently parliamentary elections held in Sri Lanka, and Mahinda Rajapaksa became the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka was also in news as recently RBI, that is our central bank, signed $400 million currency swap agreement with Sri Lanka. Apart from that, the country was also in news because of Hambantota project. Now, in this context of this constitutional amendment, please read about 13th constitutional amendment of Sri Lanka and how it is related to India. What is the name of interactive video game launched by the Union Health Minister regarding COVID-19? So it is Corona Fighters. It is a first of its kind interactive game, and it was launched by Union Health Minister Dr. Harshvardhan. Now recently Dr. Harshvardhan was also in news as he became the chairperson of WHO Executive Board. What is WHO? It is World Health Organization. Recently, WHO was also in news because of COVAX facility. So, it is an initiative of WHO, Gavi, that is Global Alliance of Vaccine, and CEPI. Now, WHO was also in news because of COVID-19 Law Lab. So, this is an initiative of WHO for implementing the legal frameworks to manage the pandemic. Atal Bimat Vyakti Kalyan Yojana is associated with which organization? So, it is related to ESIC, that is Employees and State Insurance Corporation. Now, why this scheme was in news recently? Because under the Atal Bimat Vyakti Kalyan Yojana, ESIC has relaxed its norms and it is going to pay 50% of average wages of 3 months as unemployment benefit. Now, suppose you were working somewhere and you were earning 10,000 per month. Now, because of the COVID-19 situation, you lost your job. So, ESIC is going to pay you unemployment benefit and it will be 50% of the average wage of your last 3 months. Previously, this limit was 25%. Now, this ESIC is under Labour Ministry and recently Labour Ministry was in news because of new logo of Labour Bureau, and this was launched by Santosh Gangwar, and this logo specified 3 goals. These are accuracy, validity and reliability, that is AVR. Which state is set to become the first to recruit through National Recruitment Agency's common test? So Madhya Pradesh is going to be the first state to do so. Now, this NRA and CET is important from exam perspective, so please read about it. Now, Madhya Pradesh was also in news because of Roko Toko campaign. It was also in news because of Charan Paduka campaign. It was also in news because of Intezar Aapka campaign. Apart from that, recently, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs launched Swachh Sarvekshan report. And as per this report, Indore is the cleanest city in overall category. And Indore is in Madhya Pradesh. So Indore is on first position while Surat in Gujarat is on second position and Navi Mumbai in Maharashtra is on third position. India has signed a cultural agreement with which country? So it is Israel. Now recently Israel was in news as state of Uttar Pradesh launched an agreement with Israel for collaboration to end the water crisis in Bundelkhand region of Uttar Pradesh. Israel was also in news because of Operation Breathing Space. Apart from that, Israel was in news because of Abraham Accord. What is the new name of Religare Health Insurance Company Limited? So the new name is Care Health Insurance Limited and the change became effective from 19th of August. Now the headquarters of this company is in Gurugram in Haryana. In fact, the headquarters of ISA is also in Gurugram in Haryana. What is ISA? It is International Solar Alliance. Recently ISA was in news as now all the members of United Nations can join ISA even if they are beyond the tropics of Cancer or Capricorn. Bhaskar Mehti, who passed away recently, is associated to which sports? So he was associated to football. He passed away recently. He was Indian footballer turned coach. So these were the most important questions. Now we are going to cover important news events. If you do not like this format, please skip it. But make sure that you cover these events from some other shows. See, the idea behind this news section is to give you an edge over others. Everyone is reading current affairs questions and almost every channel cover that. But what is provided in this news section is something which will give you an extra edge over others in the competition. Now, if you do not like the format or if you feel that this is not a good explanation, trust me, it is the worst explanation. Even NASA has accepted that this is the worst explanation, but you have to study. So try to cover these events from anywhere. The shows doesn't matter, but coverage matters. Okay, so first is Eat Right India. So this is a campaign by FSSAI. It is under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and recently it was in news because Dr. Harshvardhan launched Eat Right India Handbook. Next is Dragonfly Festival. So WWF, that is Worldwide Fund, along with Bombay Natural History Society, launched this Dragonfly Festival. And the objective of this festival is to create awareness about the conservation of insects. Now, one important thing is that for the first time, the festival will be organized in Kerala as Thumbi Mahotsam. Since it is going to be organized for the first time, therefore it is important from exam perspective. Next is Earth Overshoot Day. So it was on 22nd of August. Next is Keith Rowley. So recently he became the new Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Next is Francisco Asse. So recently he became the new Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea, and it is a West African country and it is one of the smallest countries in Africa. The capital of Equatorial Guinea is Malabo. Next is National Sports Awards. So recently these were announced. A detailed list related to these awards will be posted in Telegram channel. You can check it from there. Do not try to mug up every name, but before exam just try to see it once. Next is Rajiv Kumar. So recently he was appointed as new election commissioner. The previous election commissioner was Mr. Ashok Lavasa, and recently he resigned. He is now going to join Asian Development Bank. Next is Snooker Championship 2020. So Rooney O'Sullivan won this Snooker Championship. Next is Ek Sankalp Buzurgo Ke Naam. So this is one commitment for elders, and it is an initiative by Madhya Pradesh government to provide the support to the elders. Now recently World Senior Citizens Day was celebrated on 21st of August. So it was World Senior Citizens Day. Next is Economic Empowerment through Tourism. So recently TAAI, that is Travel Agents Association of India, signed agreement with Ministry of Tourism and with FICCI Ladies Organization for the women empowerment through tourism. Next is Manak Online. So recently Mr. Ram Vilas Paswan, who is the Union Minister for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, launched this online system for the registration and renewal of license of gold assaying and hallmarking centers. And the online system can be accessed through this web portal Manak Online, and this is a web portal by BIS. What is BIS? It is Bureau of Indian Standards. Now answer in comment box, this BIS is under which union ministry? Now please note one thing. If it is related to Mr. Ram Vilas Paswan, you just need to remember Ram Vilas Paswan is associated with which union ministry. Next is Namath Basai. So it is a program of Kerala to bring the tribal children back to school. So the idea is to teach tribal children in their mother tongue, and it is an initiative of Kerala. Next is Harit Path. So recently it was launched by Mr. Nitin Gadkari, and this is a mobile app which has been developed by NHAI, that is National Highways Authority of India, to monitor the highway plantation. That means the trees which you see on roadsides. So this mobile application has been launched to monitor that plantation. Next is Ashwani Bhatia. So recently he was appointed as the MD of SBI. He is going to succeed PK Gupta. Next is Online Home Carnival. So recently SBI partnered with Adda Corner to launch this Online Home Carnival. Next is US India Strategic Partnership Forum. So recently this forum was in news because this forum is going to award Anand Mahindra and Shantanu Narayan. So that's why this forum was in news. On which date the International Day of Remembrance and Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism is observed? So it is on 21st of August. Now this is a day to pay the tribute to the victims of terrorism. On the other hand, in our country, National Anti-Terrorism Day is on 21st of May. It is the death anniversary of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. Recently, his birth anniversary was celebrated, and it was on 20th of August, and it was celebrated as Sadbhavna Divas. And on this occasion, Rajasthan launched Indra Rasoi Yojana. So as per this scheme, subsidized food will be provided to the poor and needy. Manika Batra who was conferred with the Khel Ratna Award is associated with which sport? So C is associated to table tennis. Recently, Rohit Sharma, Rani Rampal, Mariyappan Thangvelu, Vinesh Fogart and Manika Batra were selected for prestigious Khel Ratna Award. Now Rohit Sharma is cricketer, Rani Rampal is associated to hockey, Mariyappan Thangvelu is para-athlete, Vinesh Fogart is wrestler and Manika Batra is associated to table tennis. So these will be awarded on National Sports Day, and National Sports Day is on 29th of August. Now these awards were given on the recommendations of a selection committee. That means on the recommendation of a National Sports Awards Selection Committee. And that committee was headed by Justice Mukundkam Sharma. So on the basis of recommendation of this committee, these awards were given. Zojila Tunnel, which was in news recently, connects Jammu and Kashmir with which state or union territory? So this is the Asia's longest bidirectional tunnel and it is related to Ladakh. So it is going to provide the all-year connectivity between Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh region. And recently, Megha Engineering and Infrastructure was in news because it has emerged as the lowest bidder for this Zojila Pass tunnel. Now, if we talk about Jammu and Kashmir, so the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir was bifurcated into two union territories. One is Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, another one is Union Territory of Ladakh. Now, this Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir will have legislature. Recently, Mr. Manoj Sinha was appointed as new LG of Jammu and Kashmir. The previous LG was Mr. G.C. Murmu. Now, he has been appointed as new CAG, that is Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Which country recorded an outbreak of West Nile virus that causes West Nile fever? So this country is Spain. And recently Spain was in news because of this outbreak of West Nile virus, which is spread by mosquitoes. Now Spain was also in news because of COP25. COP25 stands for Conference of Parties. That means 25th Conference of Parties. And it is related to UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So this 25th Conference of Parties held in Spain in Madrid, and this was held under the presidency of Chile government. Actually, it was supposed to be held in Chile, but due to protest, it was organized in Spain under Chile government. Now, the COP26th is going to be in Glasgow in UK. Recently, UK was also in news because of Five Eyes network. So, total 5 countries are the members of this Five Eyes network, and this is an intelligence sharing alliance. So, which are those 5 countries? Canada, USA, Australia, New Zealand and UK. So these are the 5 countries which are member of this Five Eyes network. Which firm built the interceptor boat ICGS C454 that was launched recently into the services of Coast Guard? So it has been built by L&T, that is Larsen and Toubro, and recently it was launched in Surat. Surat is in Gujarat and it has been launched for Indian Coast Guard. Now recently Surat was in news because of Swachh Sarvekshan 2020. This was released by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and as per the survey, Indore in Madhya Pradesh is on top position in overall category and Surat in Gujarat is on second position, while Navi Mumbai is on third position. Now recently Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs was also in news because of PM Swanidhi scheme. So it is a scheme for street vendors, and SIDBI is going to be the implementing authority for the scheme. Now Gujarat was also in news because of Bhatbut project. So it is a barrage over river Narmada. Which ministry partnered with tribal ministry to promote opportunities among the tribal women? SHG. SHG stands for self-help group. So this ministry is Ministry of Rural Development. So both these ministries partnered to promote the opportunities among tribal women self-help groups. Now, if we talk about MOTA, that is Ministry of Tribal Affairs, recently it was in news because of few initiatives. First is Alek. It was also in news because of Goal initiative. It was also in news because of Swasth portal. MOTA was also in news because of Tri-Food initiative. The Minister of Tribal Affairs is Arjun Munda, and recently he was in news as he became the new President of AAI, that is Archery Association of India. Now, GOAL stands for Going Online as Leaders, and for this purpose, Ministry of Tribal Affairs has collaborated with Facebook. ICICI Lombard General Insurance is set to acquire which insurance company? So, it will acquire Bharti AXA General Insurance. And this is going to be a share swap deal. Please read about this term. What is share swap deal? So, after this acquisition, it is going to be the third largest general insurance entity of our country. Now, ICICI section was also in news because ICICI Bank partnered with Swiggy for digital wallet. ICICI was also in news because of Saral initiative. So, it is an initiative for affordable housing loan, and it is an initiative by ICICI Home Finance. Apart from that, recently, People's Bank of China recently acquired stakes in ICICI. Recently, China was in news because of MCQs. Answer in comment box, what is this MCQs? Which country has signed peace agreement with its armed ethnic groups for ceasefire? So, it is Myanmar. Myanmar government has signed agreement for NCA. What is NCA? That is National Ceasefire Agreement with 10 ethnic armed groups. And this peace accord is called Union Peace Accord 3rd. Now recently one more accord was in news, and it is Abraham Accord. So this was in news in the context of Israel-UAE ties. Israel was also in news because of Operation Breathing Space. UAE was also in news as it is going to be the host of IPL. And recently Dream 11 was in news because of the sponsorship rights for IPL. Now coming back to Myanmar, Myanmar was also in news as recently ICJ, that is International Court of Justice, ordered Myanmar to take all the measures to prevent the genocide of Rohingyas in Myanmar. So Rohingyas are Muslims. Which bank has decided to sell 2 of its wholly owned subsidiaries to GPL Finance and Investment Limited? So it is Yes Bank. So Yes Bank has signed an agreement with GPL Finance and Investment Limited for the sale of Yes AMC, that is Asset Management Company, and second is YTL. What is YTL? It is Yes Trustee Limited. So these two were sold to GPL Finance. Recently, Yes Bank was also in news because of loan against securities. Which organization is to have India's largest incubation ecosystem with 21 centers of excellence? So this organization is STPI, that is Solar Technology Parks of India, and it is under MEITY, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So this STPI is said to have the largest ecosystem of incubation with 21 centers of excellence. Now recently this Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology was in news because of Atmanirbhar microprocessors. The idea is to provide support to the indigenous microprocessors. Apart from that, recently indigenously developed microprocessors Shakti and Vega have been launched under microprocessor development program of this Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So these are the name of microprocessors. So these were the most important questions. Now we are going to cover important news. But before we start, let me inform you that yesterday I mentioned that a new video game has been launched by Health Minister. And the name of this new video game is Corona Fighters. I think yesterday I mentioned something else, so please correct it. The right name is Corona Fighters. Second thing is that recently a boy from Manipur developed a mobile game, Koroboy, and this is based on the COVID-19 guidelines. So this is also a mobile game, and it has been developed by Maldeep Ningthojam. Okay, so coming back to news. So first is National Council for Transgender Persons. So recently central government constituted this council for transgender persons to protect the rights of transgender community. And this is going to be a 30-member council. And this council will be headed by Union Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment. Present Union Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment is Mr. Thawar Chand Gehlot. So this is Council for Transgender Community. Next is Draft Standard for Water Supply in the States. So recently BIS issued this draft, and this is a draft for water supply in the states. That means for the piped drinking water supply in the states. Now BIS is the national standards body, and this BIS is Bureau of Indian Standards. It is under Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. It is a statutory body. It is important to note that the minister in charge of this ministry is the president of BIS. Nuakhai Juhar. So it is an agricultural festival which is celebrated in Odisha and in Chhattisgarh. Nua stands for new, Khai stands for eat. That means we are going to eat new food grains. So this is a festival which is celebrated in these two states and it is agricultural festival. Next is Gig A Opportunities. So this is an initiative launched by Axis Bank, and this initiative aims to hire skilled talent who can work from home. Now in this context there is a term gig economy. Please read about it. Next is the Anywhere School. So this initiative was launched by Google and this is to promote learning from home. Next is Biofloc fish farming system. So recently Odisha government launched new scheme and this is related to promote the intensive aquaculture through this Biofloc fish farming system. Now this is related to fish sector and aqua stands for water. Next event is Mahatma Gandhi's iconic round shaped spectacles. So recently these spectacles were sold for 2.55 crore rupees at an auction in UK. So please remember these facts because in some exam it may be asked directly. This amount is also important for some exam and this country is also important. Next is Kalasian dollars. So the fugitive Nityanand who founded Kalasa has now issued new currency and it is Kalasian dollars, and this was launched by the Reserve Bank of Kalasha. So he launched a new bank and he launched a new currency. Soon he is going to launch his own United Nations. Next is Delhi Riots 2020, The Untold Story. So recently this book was in news because of political controversy, and the authors of this book are Monica Arora, Sonali Chetalkar and Prerna Malhotra. Actually, previously this was supposed to be published by Bloomsbury, India, but later the publishers said no, and after that now Garud Publication is going to publish this book. Next is Nirman Mazdoor Registration Abhiyan. So this has been started by Delhi government to register the construction workers so that government can provide benefits to them. Next is National Food Security Act. So recently this act was in news as government has issued directions to the states and union territories to include all the eligible disabled persons in this National Food Security Act. So as per this act, subsidized food is provided to the eligible beneficiaries, and now disabled persons will also be covered under this act. Next is Tribes India Showroom. So recently this was launched by Minister of Tribal Affairs. Present minister is Arjun Munda. So this was launched in Mumbai, and the objective is to promote the livelihood of tribal people by marketing their products. Next is India's longest river ropeway. So it has been inaugurated in Assam and it connects the Guwahati and North Guwahati over Brahmaputra River. Next is Gastric Cancer. So recently this book was in news and it is by Dr. Ashok Vaid. Now this book was in news because it was launched by Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh. Next is Cameron White. So Australian cricketer recently announced his retirement and that's why he was in news. Next news is also related to cricket. So Jack Callis, Jahir Abbas and Lisa Sthalekar, these three were inducted into ICC Hall of Fame. What is ICC? It is International Cricket Council. Headquarters is in Dubai. So Jack Callis is from South Africa, Jahir Abbas is from Pakistan and Lisa Sthalekar is Australian cricketer. Next is ethanol blended program. So the government has set the target of 10% bioethanol blending of petrol by 2022, and the idea is to increase it to 20% by 2030, and this will be done under this ethanol blended program, and this program was launched in 2003 and it is an initiative of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Next is Kariye Museum. So it is in Turkey. Recently this museum was in news because the Turkish President Erdogan converted this museum into mosque. Now this is second museum after Hagia Sophia to be converted into a mosque. Turkey was also in news as recently it found new gas field in Black Sea. Now this Karye Museum is also known as Chora Museum. Next is Green Deposit Program. So recently HSBC India became the first foreign bank in India to launch this Green Deposit Program. So this has been launched for the corporate clients to finance the green initiatives. What is the meaning of green initiatives? That means which are environment friendly initiatives. Next is Open API Service. So recently this was launched by Arogya Setu. So this has been launched to help the people to revive their business so that economy can be returned to normal. So this Open API service is related to Arogya Setu app. And last news is related to this STI report, that is Science and Technology Indicators Report. So this report was released by NST-MIS. What is NST-MIS? It is National Science and Technology Management Information System. And this system is under Department of Science and Technology. Which is the most downloaded COVID-19 contact tracing application in the world as of now? So it is Arogya Setu application. Recently, this application was in news as it introduced Open API service. So this application is by MEITY, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and it has been developed through PPP, that is Public-Private Partnership, under the guidance of NIC, that is National Informatics Center, and this NIC is under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Now this Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology was also in news because of Swadeshi Microprocessor Challenge, and this challenge is a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Present minister is Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad. Rules of origin that was seen in news recently is associated with which ministry? So it is related to MOF, that is Ministry of Finance. So recently DOR, that is Department of Revenue under Ministry of Finance, notified new rules related to rules of origin context. Notified new rules related to administration of rules of origin under trade agreement. Now what does this mean? Suppose two countries are having trade agreement. For example, India and USA. Now as per trade agreement, both countries provide certain benefits to each other. Now suppose there is a third country, China, and so now exporters from China, they try to take the advantage of trade agreement between India and USA. How? They send their material to USA, then they relabel it. That means the item was actually from China, but it was relabeled, and now it has been sent to India as export from USA. So to prevent such instances, these rules of origin have been notified. Under this new provision, a country that has free trade agreement with India cannot dump goods from some third country by just putting a label on it. What does that mean? It means, for example, anyone from USA cannot export Chinese product to us by relabeling it. So this was simplest meaning. Now in this context, few terms are important. What is anti-dumping duty? What is countervailing duty? And which organization recommend these anti-dumping and countervailing duty, and which organization or which department apply these anti-dumping duty and countervailing duties. Who is the head of newly formed National Council for Transgender Persons? So this is important as recently government constituted this council for transgenders, and this council will be headed by Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, and this is going to be a 30-member council, and in this council 5 states or union territories will be represented at a time, and it will be done in rotation basis. So 5 states and union territories will be represented this time, next time different 5 states and union territories will be represented. Apart from that, 5 people from the transgender community will also be in this council. A detailed video on this topic has already been uploaded on Civils Academy channel, so you can watch it from there. Which Indian state announced that it would be the first to implement the National Education Policy 2020? So it is going to be Karnataka. Now it is important to note that Madhya Pradesh is going to be the first state to provide jobs on the basis of CET, and Karnataka is the first one to implement National Education Policy. Now if we talk about this new policy, the target of public spending on education as per this new policy is 6% of GDP. Apart from that, recently MHRD, that is Ministry of Human Resource Development, has been renamed as MOE, that is Ministry of Education. In addition to that, this policy has a provision of Parakh. So what is Parakh? It is performance assessment, review and analysis of knowledge for holistic development. So this will be assessment body. Apart from that, this policy had the provision of 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So it is going to replace the 10 plus 2 structure. Again, a detailed video on this topic is already uploaded, so you can watch it from there if you want to know more about it. External Affairs Ministry organized the National Coordination Committee with which country for the first time? So this country is Uzbekistan, and for the first time this India-Uzbekistan National Coordination Committee meeting was organized. Now it is important to note that from Indian side, V. Muralidharan, the Minister of State, that is MOS for Ministry of External Affairs, chaired this meeting. And who is our External Affairs Minister? He is Mr. S. Jaishankar. He is member of Rajya Sabha from Gujarat. Now coming back to Uzbekistan, recently Uzbekistan was also in news because of dust leak. So it is first ever joint military exercise between India and Uzbekistan which held in 2019. The capital of Uzbekistan is Tashkent, and it is important to note that Uzbekistan is the doubly landlocked country. Only 2 countries in the world are doubly landlocked. Answer in comment box which is the second country. Which development bank is to finance the $500 million Mumbai Urban Transport Project? So this will be financed by AIIB, that is Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and this will be for Mumbai Urban Transport. Now the headquarters of AIIB is in Beijing. Beijing is in China. Recently China was in news because of Tianwen 1. It was China's Mars mission. China was also in news because of Gaofen 9 series. So it was Earth observation satellite which was launched recently. Apart from that, China was also in news because of Bidou navigation system. Train the Trainer program that was seen in news recently is associated with which technology company? So it is associated to Microsoft, and as per this program, Microsoft is going to teach quantum computing skills to train the faculty, approximately 900 faculty across the country. So this is a program to train the trainer. Trainer means faculties. Now Microsoft was also in news because of its K-12 education transformation framework. Which Indian educational institution has signed a memorandum of understanding with Switzerland-based HELP Logistic? So it is IIM Kozhikode. It has signed this MOU with Switzerland to develop humanitarian logistic in India. Now recently Switzerland was in news as Monica Mohta was appointed as India's next ambassador to Switzerland. Apart from her, recently Vidhu Nair was appointed as Indian ambassador to Turkmenistan. In addition to him, Vikram Doraiswamy was appointed as India's High Commissioner to Bangladesh, and Rudrendra Tandon was appointed as India's next ambassador to Afghanistan. Which institution in association with Shiv Nadar University has developed a new technology to produce lithium sulfur batteries? So this organization is IIT Bombay, and for this lithium sulfur batteries, these 2 organizations, that means IIT Bombay and Shiv Nadar University, has collaborated. Now this lithium sulfur batteries, that is LIS, would be 3 times more energy efficient and cost effective. So it is more efficient and it is cheaper than the conventional lithium ion batteries. So this one is lithium sulfur. Which company has recently conferred the Global Water Award? So it is Wabag. It has recently conferred the Global Water Award, and the award was given to the company for setting up a treatment plant, that means water treatment plant in Chennai. Now because of this project, Chennai is the first Indian city to reuse more than 20% of the treated water. Now if we talk about water, recently Uttar Pradesh government collaborated with Israel to resolve the water crisis in Bundelkhand region of Uttar Pradesh. Apart from that, every year World Water Day is celebrated on 22nd of March. In addition to that, recently BIS, that is Bureau of Indian Standards, released a draft standard for drinking water. Apart from that, recently CWC, that is Central Water Commission, collaborated with Google for the flood forecasting. Pakistan has acquired an advanced warship named 054AP from which country? So this country is China. Now Pakistan was also in news because of Azad Pattan Hydel Power Project. So this is in POK, that is Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So it is illegally, that means this territory is illegally occupied by Pakistan, and India has raised its objections against this project. And for this Azad Pattan Hydel project, China and Pakistan are collaborating. Apart from that, both these countries are working together on Diamir Bhasha Dam. So this dam is also in POK and it is our territory. So obviously we have raised our objections. Which football club has won the UEFA Champions League 2020? So this is Bayern Munich and it has won the UEFA Champions League. It is a Germany-based football club. Recently, Germany was in news as it declared Hezbollah as terrorist organization. So this Hezbollah is organization associated with Lebanon. Recently, Lebanon was in news because of the massive explosion in Beirut. Beirut is the capital city of Lebanon. And this explosion was because of ammonium nitrate. What is the formula for ammonium nitrate? It is NH4NO3. As per the newly activated Aadhaar-based GST registration, what is the time taken for GST registration by an entity? So, if you are registering for GST through Aadhaar, then it is going to take 3 days. And if you are doing registration without Aadhaar, then it is going to take 21 days. What is GST? It is goods and service tax. It is indirect tax. So in the context of GST, please read about following terms. What is GSTN? What is GST compensation cess? What is the difference between cess and surcharge? What is GST council? So these were the most important questions of this quiz. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it if you do not like the format, but make sure that you cover these events from some other shows. Okay, so first news is baggage sanitization and wrapping machine. So this machine was in news because of Ahmedabad railway station. So this machine was installed at Ahmedabad railway station, and this is to ensure the safe travel for passengers during this COVID-19 pandemic situation. And it is a first of its kind machine which will help in the sanitization and safety. Next is Neelkant Bhanuprakash. So recently he was in news because he won the first ever gold medal for India in the mental calculations World Cup. So since this is the first ever medal in mental calculation for India, therefore it is important from exam perspective. Next is G. Satish Reddy. So the chief of DRDO, Dr. G. Satish Reddy, was given extension of 2 years. Next is My IAF. So it was launched by Indian Air Force, and this is a mobile application to provide information related to career. Next is AUD FS01. So this is the name of galaxy, and why this galaxy was in news recently? Because AstroSat detected extreme UV light from this galaxy. Now what is AstroSat? It is a satellite by India, and therefore it is important. Next is Axis Bank Max Life Insurance. So Axis Bank is to acquire 17% stakes in Max Life Insurance. Next is World Gujarati Day. So it was on 24th of August, and it is celebrated to promote Gujarati language and literature. Next is Atal Beemit Vyakti Kalyan Yojana. So recently ESIC changed some norms under this Atal Beemit Vyakti Kalyan Yojana, and these norms are quite complicated. So I will try to upload a different video on this topic, and this ESIC is under Labour Ministry. Next is Sagun Gift and Insurance. So this is an initiative by SBI, and this is a gift of personal accident policy. So it provides financial protection to the person in case of any unpleasant incident such as accidental death or partial or total disabilities because of accident. So this provides protection, that means financial protection in such cases, and this is an initiative by SBI. Next is Tenzing Norgay National Adventure Award. So Anita Kundu was selected for this Tenzing Norgay National Adventure Award, and she has been selected for this award in the Land Adventure category. Next is MI. So it is the name of a short film, and recently this short film was in news because it won the first prize in the online short film contest, and this contest was organized by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Next is Faro Heart. So this is an app launched by Tata Steel, and this is an app for sourcing scrap material from traders. So this will help in organizing India's scrap market Next is ICICI Bank. So recently ICICI Bank was in news as it became the first bank in our country to use satellite data to assess the credit worthiness of farmers. So how you can assess the credit worthiness of a farmer with the help of satellite data? This can be done by analyzing a pattern of crop and the production and various other associated aspects. So if your credit worthiness is good as a farmer, therefore it will be easy for you to get a loan from the bank. Next is no GM certificate mandatory. So recently FSSAI, that is Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, has issued guidelines that from 1st of January 2021, importers of food crops need to declare that these products which are imported from other countries are not genetically modified. That means you need to have no GM certificate for these imported food crops. So what is the intention behind it? Intention is to ensure that only non-GM, that is non-genetically modified food crops, are imported in our country. FSSAI is under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Now in the context of GM, there is a committee, that is Genetic Engineering Approval Committee. Please read about this committee, under which act this committee has been constituted, and who is the chairperson and co-chairperson of this committee. It is one of the favorite areas of UPSC. Next is Super App. So this app has been launched by Tata Group, and this app will provide digital services. So this is an omni-channel app. What does that mean? It means it will provide all the services, that means digital services, at one platform. So all the services of Tata Group can be accessed on single platform. Now the problem is that we have different app for different things. So our mobile has become app collection box. So now there is a new concept of super apps. That means it will have multiple apps within that single app, and it can do multiple function. Next is Ramesh Chandra Task Force. So recently this task force was in news as it recommended that the sugar cane prices should be linked to sugar rate. So what was the recommendation? That link the sugarcane price with sugar rate. Now in the context of sugar, there is FRP, and recently government increased the FRP for sugar canes. Next is Bonda tribe. So they are PVTZ, that is particularly vulnerable tribal group, and they are tribes of Odisha. There are 75 particularly vulnerable tribal groups, and these are in 18 states and 1 union territory. I think this question was asked in UPSC CSC in 2019 or 2018. Next is data localization. So recently Delhi High Court has sought response from the central government and from the RBI for a petition against Google Pay. What is the petition against Google Pay? That it has violated the data localization norms of RBI. What is the meaning of data localization? It means the critical data of user should be stored within the boundaries of country. That means the data of Indian consumers should be stored within India. It should not be stored in server outside India. Next is Pascal Lissouba. So he was the former president of Republic of Congo, and he passed away recently. Next is MCX launched BullDex. So what is BullDex? It is Bullion ICOMDEX. So what is MCX? It is Multi-Commodity Exchange of India. So India's first listed national level electronic exchange launched this BullDex. It is India's first tradable real-time bullion index. Next is Who Painted My Lestrade. So this is a book by Sri Iyer. Now this book is not that much important, but what is important is that this book is a part of a trilogy, and the first book was Who Painted My Money White, and last news is Running Toward Mystery, The Adventure of an Unconventional Life. So this is a book by Tenzin Priyadarshi and Jara Hosmand. On which day the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration are to be presented. So the awards will be conferred on Ekta Divas, that is Unity Day, and it is on 31st of October, and it is the birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. And these awards will be given at the Statue of Unity, and the Statue of Unity is in Gujarat. So the awards are given to recognize the performance of district collectors towards economic development of their region. Now Gujarat was also in news as recently Ministry of Tribal Affairs announced Museum of Tribal Leaders, and the biggest museum is going to be in Rajpipla of Gujarat. So there are going to be 9 tribal museums, and The biggest of these 9 is going to be in Rajpipla in Gujarat. Which state has the highest number of women beneficiaries under Mudra loan scheme as on the date? So this state is Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is on the top position in terms of women beneficiaries under this Mudra initiative, and it is followed by West Bengal and Karnataka. Now coming back to this Mudra loan scheme, so this Pradhan Mantri Mudra scheme was launched in 2015, and the objective is to provide loans up to 10 lakh rupees to the non-corporate, non-farm, small micro enterprises. So this is for non-corporate and non-agricultural, that means non-farm. Now it has 3 important components, that is Shishu, Kishore and Tarun. So Shishu covers the loan up to 50,000. It covers loan between 50,000 to 5 lakhs, and this cover loans between 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs. Now these were the main components of this Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, and as per the latest reports, Tamil Nadu has the highest number of women beneficiaries under this Mudra scheme. Which organization distributes bee boxes under Honey Mission scheme? So this organization is KVIC, that is Khadi and Village Industries Commission, and it is a statutory organization and it is under Ministry of MSME, that is Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Now if we talk about this Honey Mission, so this mission was launched in 2017, and this mission is in lines with Sweet Revolution. What is Sweet Revolution? This Sweet Revolution was launched in 2016 to promote the beekeeping and associated activities. So KVIC is a statutory body. Recently KVIC was in news as it partnered with Titan for Khadi wristwatch. It was also in news as recently it launched first silk processing plant in Gujarat in Surendranagar district. Who has been nominated as the vice presidential candidate from Republican Party in USA? So Mike Pence is the vice presidential candidate from Republican. So from Republican, Trump is the presidential candidate, Mike Pence is vice presidential candidate. From Democrats, Joe Biden is presidential candidate and Kamala Harris is the vice presidential candidate. Which e-commerce company has committed for transition to electric vehicles and joined EV100 initiative? So this company is Flipkart. What is this EV100 initiative? This initiative was started, and as per this initiative, companies committed towards the fast-tracking transition of EV. EV stands for electric vehicles, so that electric transport can be made feasible. Now in this context, recently India's first public electric vehicle charging plaza was launched in Delhi. Delhi was also in news as recently it launched new electric vehicle policy. Apart from that, recently first intercity means between two cities. So first intercity electric bus service was started between Mumbai to Pune. Coming back to this charging plaza, so this charging plaza was launched in Delhi and it was an initiative of NDMC, that is North Delhi Municipal Corporation, and EESL. EESL stands for Energy Efficiency Services Limited. So answer in comment box, this EESL is under which union ministry? What is the name of longest serving warship of Indian Navy that is to be dismantled? So it is INS Virat. This is the longest serving warship of Indian Navy and it was earlier decommissioned. Now it will be dismantled at Alang Yard in Gujarat. It is important to note that previously it had served in the British Navy till 1984 and then in 1987 this was inducted in Indian Navy. Which financial institution has introduced structured finance and partial guarantee program to NBFC and MFI? MFI stands for microfinance institutions. So this is NABARD, that is National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. So idea is to ensure the unhindered flow of credit in rural areas which has been badly affected by COVID-19 pandemic. So this initiative provides partial credit guarantee on the loans extended to the small and mid-sized microfinance institutions. Now, NABARD was also in news as last year RBI divested its stake from NABARD and from NHB, that is National Housing Bank. So now these two institutions are 100% government owned institutions. and this was done on the basis of second Narsimham committee report. Now coming back to NABARD, NABARD was also in news as recently it organized its first digital Chopal on its 39th foundation day. So what was the objective of this digital Chopal? Objective was to share the experience of various projects under NABARD. So on 39th foundation day of NABARD, this digital Chopal was organized, and this 39th foundation day was on 13th July. That means this digital Chopal was organized on 13th July. Golf player Sofia Popov, who was in news recently, is from which country? So she is from Germany, and she is a golf player. Recently, she was in news because she became the first German woman to win a major tournament of golf. She clinched AIG British Women's Open. Now coming back to Germany, Germany was also in news because of Hezbollah. Hezbollah are associated to Lebanon. Recently, Lebanon was in news because of the blast, and that blast happened in Beirut. Capital of Lebanon is Beirut, and this blast was because of ammonium nitrate. Germany was also in news because of UEFA Championship League. So recently a Germany-based football club won this championship. Answer in comment box, what is the name of that football club? COAS Unit Appreciation was conferred to the 51st Special Action Group of which defense force? So it is NSG, that is National Security Guard. There is one more NSG, that is Nuclear Supplier Group. Answer in comment box whether India is a member of that nuclear supplier group. Okay, coming back to this NSG, so it is under MHA, that is Ministry of Home Affairs, and it was formed in 1986, and the most prominent operation by NSG is Operation Black Tornado. So this was conducted against the terrorist strike in Mumbai in 2008. The RBI has proposed to conduct an open market operation for what amount? So it is 20,000 crores. What is the meaning of open market operation? It means RBI will buy and sell government securities. So suppose there is excess liquidity in the market, then RBI will sell the government securities, and by selling those government securities, RBI will suck the excess liquidity. On the other hand, if liquidity condition is tight, that means there is not much liquidity, then RBI can buy these securities from market. Now obviously if RBI is going to buy these securities from market, RBI will have to pay money, and that money will be injected in the market. So this OMO is related to buy and sell of government securities as per the market conditions. Mashir fish, which has been spotted recently in Andhra Pradesh, was found in which river? So it was found in Silleru River, and it is a rare fish, and it is associated to tor. That means its scientific name is tor, and it was spotted in the river Silleru in Andhra Pradesh. Usually it is found in the Himalayan region of rivers. So this was spotted recently in Andhra Pradesh, and that's why it is important. Now there is one more Mashir, it is golden Mashir. So it is found in the Himalayan rivers such as Indus, Ganga and Brahmaputra. Himalayan rivers. India's longest river crossing ropeway, which was inaugurated recently, has been constructed across which river? So it has been constructed across Brahmaputra river, and it is in Assam. Recently Assam was also in news as Poba Reserve Forest in Assam will be upgraded to Wildlife Sanctuary. Apart from that, the Dehing Patkai Wildlife Sanctuary will be now converted into National Park. Which organization has recently signed a memorandum of understanding with AFC India Limited to work together in agriculture and allied sectors? So it is APEDA, that is Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority, and it is under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So these were the most important questions of today's quiz. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format, but make sure you cover these events from some other shows. So first news is Vendor Performance Evaluation System. The system has been launched by NHAI. Why it has been launched? It has been launched to evaluate the performance of vendors which were selected for different projects. What is NHAI? It is National Highway Authority of India. It is Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Present ministry is Nitin Gadkari. Next is Kashmir Saffron. So it is a GI tagged product. GI stands for Geographical Indication. Recently it was in news because the Agriculture Department of Jammu and Kashmir set up an e-auction portal for this Kashmir saffron. So what is the objective of this portal? This portal will enhance the trade of Kashmir saffron. Next is Swachhta Hi Seva 2019 award. So Neyveli Lignite Corporation has won the Swachhta Hi Seva 2019 award for transforming the Neyveli township, and it is in Tamil Nadu. Next is Africa is now free from wild polio. So recently this was announced by WHO. It is important to note that right now the disease is prevalent in Pakistan and Afghanistan only. Next is Warli painting. So recently NFL, that is National Fertilizer Limited, displayed the famous Warli paintings on the outer wall of its corporate office to promote this painting. Now this NFL is under Department of Fertilizers. Coming back to Warli painting, these are also known as VARLIS, Warlis. So these are the indigenous tribe who are settled on the Maharashtra-Gujarat border. So these are the tribes, and these paintings are made by these tribal people. Next is luxury and sin goods. So recently this concept was in news, as recently Finance Minister in a statement said that two-wheelers are neither a luxury nor sin goods, and therefore GST rates for two-wheelers may be revised. Right now there is 28% GST on two-wheelers, so it may be revised and reduced. So in this context, please read about what is sin good, what is sin tax, what are luxury goods, and what is Pigovian tax. Next is Mother Teresa. So 26th of August was celebrated as her 110th birth anniversary. So it is important. Next is Kharif crops. So as per recent report, the sowing area under Kharif crops increased by 8.5%. So you should remember the trend, like it is increasing or decreasing. So it is increasing. Apart from that, the rice cultivation area also increased. Similarly, the area for oilseed cultivation also increased. So just remember the trend. Next is Liberty Saving Account. So this is an initiative by Axis Bank, and this has been launched for Indian youth. Next is Omni Collect. So recently this initiative was launched by HSBC India. Why this initiative was launched? It is a one-stop solution to support the business by offering them multiple payment options. So this is a platform launched for business community. Next is report on Export Preparedness Index. Recently this report was released by Niti Aayog, and as per this report, the export preparedness and performance of Indian states is evaluated. So as per this report, Gujarat is on top position in terms of export preparedness, Maharashtra is on second position, and Tamil Nadu is on third position. It was released by Niti Aayog. Next is World Water Week 2020. So from 24th of August to 28th of August, we are celebrating World Water Week, and it is organized by Stockholm International Water Institute, that is SIWI. Next is James Anderson. So recently he was in news as he became the first fast bowler to get 600 wickets. So he is from England, and he achieved this milestone in a match against Pakistan. Now two things. He is the first fast bowler to achieve this milestone, but in overall category he is on 4th position. Before him, Muthaiya Muralidharan is there, and he has taken 800 wickets. He is from Sri Lanka. On 2nd position, we have Shane Warne. He is from Australia, and he has got 708 wickets. Obviously, you need not to remember these wickets, but this is just for your information. But you should know that who are top 4. Why 4th is important? Because he became the first fast bowler to achieve this. On 3rd position, we have our Indian Anil Kumble with 619 wickets. And now, on 4th position, we have James Anderson. Next is Cricket Drona. So, it is a book by renowned coach Vasudev Jagannath. Next is Haryana Government M3M Foundation. So recently Haryana Government tied up with M3M Foundation to enable students to get into the government jobs. So students will be provided adequate support so that they can achieve their target of government jobs. Next is Polomi Ghatak. So she is associated to table tennis, and recently she was in news because she announced her retirement. Next is Government of National Accord. So it is related to Libya. Capital of Libya is Tripoli. Libya share its border boundary with Mediterranean Sea. Recently, it was in news because of a proposed ceasefire in Libya. Next is Narmada Shankar Lal Shankar Dave, who is popularly known as Narmad. So recently he was in news because Prime Minister paid tributes on his 187th birth anniversary, and he was a Gujarati poet and he is considered as the father of modern Gujarati literature, and his magazine was Dandiyo. Next is Vinay Tonse. So Vinay Tonse has been appointed as MD and CEO of SBI Mutual Fund. He is going to replace Ashwani Bhatia. Mr. Bhatia was recently appointed as the MD of SB, that is State Bank of India.
What is the name of new mental health rehabilitation helpline of Social Justice Ministry? So it is Kiran. It has been announced recently and it is new toll-free helpline for mental health rehabilitation. And this is an initiative by Union Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Now recently this ministry was also in news because of Transgender Council. So this is going to be a 30-member council, and this council will be headed by Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment. And in this council, 5 states or union territories will be represented at one point of time. Apart from that, it will also have 5 representatives from the transgender community. Now this Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment was also in news because of Nasha Mukt Bharat, that means drug-free India. Apart from that, recently World Drug Report was released, and it was released by UNODC, that is United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Next question is, what is the deadline given to the public sector undertakings to pay custom duty after they clear the imported goods? Right answer is 14 days. So CBIC, that is Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, recently announced that public sector undertakings are permitted to first clear the goods imported by them through customs, and then they can pay the custom duty within 14 days. Now 2 important things are there. First is that if we import something, then we have to pay custom duty. Second is that this custom duty is outside the purview of GST. That means it has not been subsumed under GST. So even if you pay GST, you will have to pay custom duty separately. And for PSU, you can import something and then you can pay custom duty within 14 days. Now this is a part of its Turant Custom initiative of CBIC. Now CBIC is part of DOR, that is Department of Revenue, and it is under Finance Ministry. Before GST, it was Central Board of Excise and Customs. After GST, it was named as Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, because now excise duty is part of GST. Now the CBIC was also in news because of Atithi initiative. Answer in comment box what is the objective of this initiative. Next question is, Jammu and Kashmir has launched an e-auction portal to promote trade of Kashmir saffron along with which organization? So this organization is NSE-IT Limited, and this NSE-IT is a subsidiary of NSE. What is NSE? It is National Stock Exchange. So the Agriculture Department of Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory started this e-auction portal with the help of NSE-IT. Now Kashmir saffron got GI tag recently. GI stands for Geographical Indication, and Iran is the largest producer of saffron. Recently Iran was in news because of its new currency, and it is Toman. Iran was also in news because of Noor. It was also in news because of Instex. It was also in news because of Chahabar, and it was also in news because of JCPOA. Next question is, the central government health scheme has initiated teleconsultation services using which platform? So it is eSanjeevani platform. This is for teleconsultation. What is the meaning of teleconsultation? That means you are using internet technology to consult the doctor without visiting doctor physically. So teleconsultation is a component of telemedicine. Now in the context of health system, recently NHA, that is National Health Authority, released a draft of health data management policy, and this health data management policy is a part of National Digital Health Mission, which was announced recently. Now what is NHA? It is National Health Authority. It is the implementing authority for Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, and it will also implement this National Digital Health Mission. And NHA is governed by a governing board, and that board is chaired by Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs. Next question is, which general insurance company has launched the first retail insurance cover for pet dogs? So this was announced by Bajaj Allianz, and it is Bajaj Allianz pet dog insurance policy. So this will provide complete coverage to all breeds of pet animals. It will also cover the treatment cost of specified disease. Next is Char Dham Priyojana is a project related to which state of India? So it is related to Uttarakhand. Recently this project was in news because Supreme Court had constituted a committee, and this committee was headed by Ravi Chopra. Now this committee has found that the project has caused a long-term damage to the Himalayan ecology, and this is a project of Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and it is a project to connect major pilgrimage sites. So Char stands for 4. So these are the 4 dhams: Yamunotri, Gangotri, Kedarnath and Badrinath. Now this MORTH, that is Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, was also in news because of NHAI. NHAI stands for National Highway Authority of India, and it is under this ministry. NHAI was in news because of Harit Path. This is a mobile application which was launched recently. Apart from that, NHAI was also in news because of Harit Bharat Sankalp. So it was a nationwide plantation drive, and which was organized by NHAI on the occasion of completion of 25 years of its service. So this year it completed 25 years. Next question is, what would be the growth rate of India in 2020-21 as projected by RBI in its annual report? So it is going to be negative, and it is going to contract by 4.5%. So there will be a negative growth for India. Globally also, it will be a negative growth between -6 to -7.6%. So this will be between this range. Now RBI is Central Bank of India. It was in news because of PIDF. It is Payment Infrastructure Development Fund. RBI was also in news because of Operation Twist. It was also in news as recently it signed currency swap agreement with Sri Lanka. Recently Sri Lanka was in news because it is going to draft its new constitution. It was also in news because of new Prime Minister. As recently parliamentary elections held in Sri Lanka, and Mahinda Rajapaksa got re-elected as the new Prime Minister. The president of country is Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Next question is, Facebook has proposed to expand which feature to Indian users in near future? So it is Facebook News. It is already launched in USA, and recently Facebook decided to expand this feature to India, UK, Germany, France and Brazil. So with this feature, Facebook will provide news. Now in this context, recently ACCC draft was in news. What is this ACCC draft? It is Australian Competition and Consumer Commission draft. So why this draft was in news? Because as per this draft code, digital platforms will have to pay to the news media companies for their content. For example, Facebook is using the content of, say, Indian Express. So Facebook will have to pay to Indian Express. So that's why these technological companies are now complaining that this is unfair decision of this Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. Now Australia was also in news because of SCRI. SCRI stands for Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. So this is a proposed initiative by J, that is Japan, Australia, India. Australia was also in news because of 2+2 dialogue. Previously it was of secretariat level. Now it has been upgraded to ministerial level. With Australia we have now 2+2 ministerial level dialogue. With USA we have same level dialogue, and with Japan we have same level dialogue. Now apart from that, Australia was also in news because of D10 club. Even India is a part of this club. Answer in comment box what is the objective of this D10 grouping. Next question is, India is set to begin operations of inland water trade route with which country? So this country is Bangladesh. So both countries will start commercial operation of riverine trade routes. That means trade through river routes. So as per this agreement, the Sonamura in Tripura to Dodkandi in Bangladesh route will be operationalized. Now if we talk about inland waterways, as per National Waterway Act of 2016, we have 111 national waterways. Then we have Inland Waterways Authority of India, that is IWAI, and it is a statutory body under Ministry of Shipping. The headquarters is in Noida. Noida is in Uttar Pradesh. Next question is, US dollars denominated global benchmark bonds have been recently issued by which financial institution? So right answer is ADB, that is Asian Development Bank. Recently ADB was also in news as India's election commissioner Ashok Lavasha resigned as election commissioner to join Asian Development Bank. So recently government appointed Mr. Rajiv Kumar as new election commissioner. Election commission is a constitutional body as per Article 324. It contains the provision for election commission. Now recently Asian Development Bank was also in news as it joined the network of NGFS. What is NGFS? It is Network for Greening the Financial System. So Asian Development Bank had joined this NGFS as observer. Next question is, on which day Women's Equality Day is observed every year? So this is observed on 26th of August. Now why this day is special? Because on this day American women got the constitutional right to vote, and this year, that means 2020, is the 100th anniversary of this right to vote, because women got right to vote in America on 26th of August in 1920. So it is important. Answer in comment box on which day the World Biofuel Day is observed. Next question is, as per the report released by which organization, the average income earned by Manrega workers has doubled? So this is a report by CRISIL. What is Manrega? It is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. So as per this report, the income for unskilled laborers has doubled to around rupee 1000 per month. Previously, it was approximately 509. So this MG Narega initiative intends to provide work to those who are willing to do unskilled work, and MORD, that is Ministry of Rural Development, in association with the state governments, monitor the implementation of this scheme. It is important to note that the central government bears the entire cost of unskilled labor. That means central government will pay the entire cost of hiring this labor and 75% of the cost for material. Now suppose there is a work of canal in any village. So for that work you will hire workers. So central government will provide 100% salary to these workers. Apart from that, central government will also provide 75% of the cost which is needed for the material for this canal work. Rest 25% cost will be provided by that particular state government. Next question is, which state has recently extended the AFSPA, that is Armed Forces Special Powers Act, for a period of 6 months? So this state is Assam. Now recently Assam was in news as India's longest river crossing ropeway was started in Assam. Assam was also in news because of Poba Reserve Forest, as this will be converted into a wildlife sanctuary. Assam was also in news because of Bhagjan oil well, and after this incident, NGT, that is National Green Tribunal, constituted a committee, and this committee was headed by Justice B.P. Katke. Next question is, the Union Culture Ministry has announced the formation of how many new ASI circles? So it is 7. So 7 new ASI circles will be formed. Previously there were 29 circles of ASI in India. Circle means new areas or new zones. For example, Hampi in Karnataka is new circle, Meerut in Uttar Pradesh is another circle, Jhansi is another circle, Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh, and Rajkot in Gujarat, and Raiganj in West Bengal, and Trichy in Tamil Nadu are new circles. Now ASI is under Ministry of Culture. What is ASI? It is Archaeological Survey of India, and it was founded in 1861. So these were the most important questions of today's video. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it if you do not like the format. This is only for those who want to cover these news. So first news is related to Kevin Mayer. So the CEO of TikTok announced his resignation. CEO was Kevin Mayer. The parent company of TikTok is ByteDance. Next is Dwayne Bravo. So he is a cricketer from West Indies. Recently he was in news because he became the first bowler to get 500 wickets in T20 cricket. Recently James Anderson became the first bowler to get 600 wickets in Test cricket. It is important to note that James Anderson became the first fast bowler to achieve this milestone. The highest wicket taker in Test cricket is Muthaiya Muralidharan, and he is from Sri Lanka. Then we have Shane Warne from Australia and Anil Kumble from India. Next is HAL, that is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. So it is under Ministry of Defense, and recently it was in news because government decided to sell its 15% stakes in HAL. Next is Healthy Body, Healthy Mind Fitness Campaign. So this is a campaign by Delhi government for the students who are confined in the homes because of this pandemic situation. Next is Smart Assist. So this is an initiative by Bajaj Allianz life insurance to assist the customers by providing them real-time assistance. So this will allow them to assist the customer through a smart screen sharing feature. Next is Jeff Bezos. So recently, Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos became the first person in the world to hit a net worth of $200 billion. Next is Ericsson, UNICEF. So recently these two collaborated, and this collaboration is a part of Giga initiative. And this Giga initiative is a part of UNICEF. That means it is an initiative by UNICEF in association with ITU. What is the purpose of this initiative? Purpose is to provide internet connection to the every school and surrounding communities. What is ITU? It is International Telecommunication Union. Next is National GIS enabled land bank system. So recently this system was launched by Mr. Piyush Goyal, and this has been launched for 6 states. Next is NDC Transport Initiative for Asia, that is NDC TIA. So the objective of this initiative is to decarbonize transport in India, Vietnam and China, that is IVC. What is the meaning of decarbonize? That means the transport system will leave or will emit less carbon. So idea is to make it more environment friendly, and in India this will be implemented with the help of Niti Aayog. Next is Pulikali. So it is also known as tiger dance, and it is associated to Kerala, and it is a art form that is performed on the occasion of Onam. Onam is the harvest festival of Kerala. Now one more event is organized on the occasion of Onam, and it is Aranmula, and it is Aranmula boat race. So this race is organized on the occasion of Onam. Now this race is organized in Pampa river, and this is the 3rd longest river in Kerala. In fact, the Sabrimala temple is also located on the bank of this river, and this is also known as, that means this river is also known as Dakshin Bhagirathi. Next is committee to review the charter of DRDO labs. So DRDO is under MOD. Recently, a new committee was constituted to review the charter of DRDO labs, and this committee is headed by Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao. Professor Rao is the director of IIT Delhi. Next is DZ NCC Training Mobile App. So this mobile app was recently launched by our Defense Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh. And this DZ NCC stands for Directorate General National Cadet Corps. So this mobile app will support in conducting the online training of NCC cadets. Now we left one topic here, and it is NRI Unified Portal. So this portal has been launched by Uttar Pradesh government, and the state government will prepare a database of migrant workers of the state who are working in the different countries. So a database will be prepared so that state government can provide assistance to all those workers who are working in different countries. That means all those workers of Uttar Pradesh. Next is GST compensation cess. So because of the compensation clause, there is a problem now, because as per the initial agreement, central government had promised compensation to the states in case of revenue loss, but now because of this coronavirus situation, there is a revenue loss, but center do not have adequate resources to pay that compensation. So please read about this entire concept of GST compensation, and what is the difference between cess and surcharge, what was the promise of GST compensation. Next is UK's Eat Out to Help Out scheme. So to revive the hospitality sector, this campaign has been started by UK government, and as per this initiative, the government will subsidize the meals at restaurants. That means you go and you eat in these restaurants so that they can start earning back, and government will provide 50% support, that means 50% subsidy to your meal. Next is Hezbollah. So they are militant organization associated to Lebanon, and recently Hezbollah was in news as Israel launched air attacks at Hezbollah ports on Lebanon border. So one fact is that Israel shares border boundary with Hezbollah. Now Lebanon was also in news because of the blast in Beirut. Recently Hezbollah were also in news as Germany banned Hezbollah. And last is International Booker Prize 2020. So the Dutch author Marieke Lucas is the winner of International Booker Prize for her debut novel, The Discomfort of Evening. So she is the youngest author to win this prize. Halhumale Central Park, which was in news recently, is in which country? So it is in Maldives. The capital of Maldives is Male. Now why this park was in news? Because there's a renovation work going on in this park, and this project is important because India provided assistance for this project. It is important to note that this is a part of 18 projects that are being financed by India in Maldives. Now the country was also in news because of Operation Sanjeevani. It was operation of IAF. It was also in news because of Addu Atoll, as India and Maldives are going to cooperate for this project. Apart from that, recently India decided to launch new cargo ferry service, and this cargo ferry service will connect Maldives, that means the capital of Maldives, Malé, with Kochi and Tuticorin. Archana Mahanta, who passed away recently, was associated with which profession? So she was well-known folk singer from Assam, and she passed away recently. Her husband is popularly known as King of Bihu. Next question is, who is the head of new forum on artificial intelligence set up by CII, that is Confederation of Indian Industry? So it is going to be headed by Sandeep Patel. Now, if we talk about artificial intelligence, recently India joined GPAI as its founding member. What is GPAI? It is Global Partnership for Artificial Intelligence. Apart from that, world's first graduate level artificial intelligence university was set up in UAE, and it is Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. Telangana is celebrating 2020 as Year of Artificial Intelligence. Apart from that, India organized first Artificial Intelligence Summit, and it is RAISE 2020. RAISE stands for Responsible Artificial Intelligence for Social Empowerment. Now, there was one more RAISE initiative which was in news, and this RAISE initiative stands for Retrofit of Air Conditioning to Improve Indoor Air Quality for Safety and Efficiency. So this is related to air quality, and that one is related to artificial intelligence. Now, this RAISE initiative is a joint initiative of EESL plus USAID. Next question is, as per the Medical Council of India, which module is to be newly added in the MBBS course? So this new module is Pandemic Management. So this module will extend from the foundation course to the final year, and this will help the doctors to meet the challenges posed by pandemics like COVID-19. Next is, who is the longest serving Prime Minister or Premier of Japan? So Shinzo Abe is the longest serving. Why he was in news? Because recently he resigned due to poor health conditions. And after his resignation, LDP, that is Liberal Democratic Party, is going to select a nominee. Now Shinzo Abe was known for his economic policies, and it is popularly known as Abenomics. Shinzo Abe is the Prime Minister of Japan. The capital of Japan is Tokyo. Japan is the host of next Summer Olympic Games. Japan was also in news because of Purvodaya. Japan was also in news because of Hope probe, as UAE launched its mission on Mars with the help of Japan. UAE was also in news because of relationship with Israel, as recently UAE and Israel signed a historic agreement, and this is also known as Abraham Accord. Next is Phil Hogan, who has tendered his resignation, was the Trade Commissioner of which international association? So he was the Trade Commissioner of European Union, and recently he resigned. He resigned because of the allegations that he breached the COVID-19 guidelines, and that is why he was forced to resign. It is important to note that he was the Trade Commissioner of European Union, and the President of European Commission is Ursula von der Leyen. Recently, 15th meeting of India-European Union was organized virtually. Apart from that, recently, European Commission started a new initiative, and it is United for Biodiversity. And this was launched on the occasion of World Wildlife Day. And World Wildlife Day is celebrated on 3rd of March. Next question is, which global organization launched a new initiative named Beirut to rebuild the heritage buildings of Beirut? So Beirut is the capital of Lebanon, and this new initiative has been launched by UNESCO, that is United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Now, what is the objective of this initiative? Objective is to rehabilitate the heritage buildings situated in Beirut. It is important to note that because of the recent blast or recent explosion in Beirut, a lot of historical buildings were damaged, and this blast was because of ammonium nitrate. Now Lebanon was also in news because of Hezbollah. Hezbollah are the militant group associated to Lebanon, and recently Germany banned Hezbollah. Now answer in comment box whether Germany is a part of Five Eyes Alliance. Next question is, where is the headquarters of BPR&D? That is Bureau of Police Research and Development. So the headquarters is in New Delhi. Why it was in news? Because recently it completed 50 years, and it completed 50 years on 28th of August. This BPR&D is under MHA. What is MHA? It is Ministry of Home Affairs. Recently MHA was in news as it approved the Uttar Pradesh government request to change the name of Mandu Adi railway station. So now the new name is going to be Banaras, and it is in Uttar Pradesh. Recently Uttar Pradesh was in news as it launched new electronic manufacturing policy. It was also in news as recently it partnered with Israel to resolve the water crisis in Bundelkhand region. Now Israel was also in news because of Operation Breathing Space, and as for this operation, India and Israel are going to cooperate in order to fight against coronavirus. Next question is, Golden Arrows is a squadron of which Indian Armed Force? So it is a squadron of IAF, that is Indian Air Force, and the new Rafale fighter jets are going to be inducted in the 17th squadron of IAF, and it is also known as Golden Arrows. And for this ceremony, India has also invited the French Defense Minister. The name of Defense Minister of France is Florence Parly. Now France was also in news as India is going to procure Hammer missile from France. France was also in news as recently Jean Castex became the new Prime Minister of France. Apart from that, France was also in news as recently Javed Ashraf became the India's next ambassador to France. Next question is, which state is to set up India's first skill university? So this state is Assam. So government of Assam is going to set up the first skill university at Mangaldoy, and it is in Assam in Darang district. Now Assam was also in news because of Dehing Patkai Wildlife Sanctuary. It was also in news because of Dhanvantri scheme. It was also in news because of Arundoi scheme, or you can write it as Arundoi scheme. The state of Assam was also in news because of Poba Reserve Forest. It was also in news because of Bhagjan oil well. And in this context, NGT constituted a committee, and this committee was headed by Justice B.P. Kat. NGT is a statutory organization. It stands for National Green Tribunal. Next question is, which government scheme has approximately 20 lakh subscriptions in the current financial year? So this is Atal Pension Yojana. Now the scheme was launched in 2015, and it is Universal Social Security Scheme, and the scheme is administered by PFRDA, and it is administered through NPS. What is NPS? It is National Pension System. What is PFRDA? It is Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority. Now it is important to note that Atal Pension Yojana is open to all bank account holders in the age group of 18 to 40 years of age. Now answer in comment box which is the nodal ministry for this Atal Pension Yojana. Next question is, which technology company has introduced health monitoring device Halo Band? So this has been introduced by Amazon, and this is a device which uses artificial intelligence to monitor the personal wellness of the person who is using it. Now Amazon was also in news because recently it acquired Jukes. Jukes is a self-driving car making company. It was also in news because of Project Zero. Amazon was also in news because of Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos is the CEO of Amazon, and recently he became the first ever person with a worth of $200 billion. So he is the first ever to reach this milestone. Next question is, which state or union territory is to set up India's first International Women's Trade Center? So this will be set up by Kerala, and this is going to be India's first International Women's Trade Center. Kerala was also in news because of Thumbi Mahotsav. Kerala was also in news because of Onam festival. It was also in news because of Pulikali. Pulikali is tiger dance. That means this art form is also known as tiger dance. It is a folk art of Kerala. And it was also in news because of Sri Padmanabh Swami temple. Now a special video on this Padamnath Swami temple issue is already uploaded on Civils Academy channel. You can watch it if you want to know more about it. Next question is, which institution has held that state governments can make laws for providing reservation to the subcaste within the SC and ST categories? So first, let me give you the brief background of this decision. Reservation was started and few elites within these SC and ST categories started taking the benefits of reservation, and remaining people from these communities were deprived of any reservation benefits. So now the issue was that why not to create subdivision within these categories, and those who have taken the benefit or those who are already elite, they should not get the benefit of reservation, and only the weakest out of weak should get the reservation benefit from these castes. So that is the context. Now Supreme Court has held that the state governments can make the laws for providing reservation to the subcaste within SC and ST category. It is important to note that this judgment has overruled a previous judgment of 2005. What was the previous judgment? Supreme Court in E.V. Chinnaya versus State of Andhra mentioned that the state government had no power to create subcategories, and this can only be done by President. So this was the judgment of Supreme Court in 2005 in this E.V. Chinnaya case. This was a judgment by 5-judge bench. Now even this judgment is by a 5-judge bench. Therefore there is an issue, and that is why, because the bench is of equal strength, so it cannot overrule the previous decision. So therefore it has referred to a 7-judge bench. That means the matter has referred to a 7-judge bench. Next question is, what is the name of typhoon that made a landfall recently in North Korea? So the name of the typhoon is Bavi. Now recently North Korea was also in news as Indian government sent 1 million worth of anti-tuberculosis medicine to North Korea on the request of WHO, that is World Health Organization. The capital of North Korea is Pyongyang. The capital of South Korea is Seoul. Now recently North Korea was also in news as European Union has imposed first ever sanctions over cyber attacks on the organizations of Russia, China and of North Korea. Now European Union was also in news because of Nirman Sri initiative. So answer in comment box, what is the objective of this initiative? This specific initiative of European Union will be implemented in the 4 districts of Odisha and of Maharashtra. Next question is, Hong Kong based firm PAZ has announced to acquire the controlling stake of which Indian firm? So right answer is Edelweiss Financial Services, and it is going to acquire 51% stakes. Now recently Hong Kong was also in news because of Hong Kong security law by China. Hong Kong is SAR, that is Specially Administered Region, and it was handed over to China by the Britishers. Now recently, in the backdrop of this security law, USA ended the special status for Hong Kong. And as a consequence of this Hong Kong security law, countries like Canada, Australia and UK suspended the extradition treaty with Hong Kong. So these were the most important questions. Now we are going to cover important news. Feel free to skip it at your own risk if you do not like the format. So first initiative is Nai Disha. This is an initiative of SBI, and SBI is going to receive the Human Capital Management Excellence Award for its human resource initiative Nai Disha. Next is Chunoti. So recently this initiative was launched by MEIT Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad. MEIT stands for Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So this is a next gen startup challenge. So the idea is to provide a boost to the startups and to the software products. And for this purpose, STPI is going to play a key role. What is STPI? It is Software Technology Parks of India, and it is under MEITY. Next is Future Group's Retail Wholesale Businesses. So Reliance Retail is set to acquire Future Group's retail and wholesale business. Next is UNSC resolution for greater participation of women in peacekeeping force. So recently this resolution was tabled, and it was tabled by Indonesia, and India supported this resolution, and this resolution was passed by consensus. Next is East Asia Summit Economic Ministers Meeting. So this was the 8th East Asia Summit Economic Ministers Meeting, and this was virtually attended by Piyush Goyal. Next is Sustainable Finance Collaborative. So this SFC as initiative of DEA, that is Department of Economic Affairs, in association with UNDP. UNDP stands for United Nations Development Program. DEA is under FinMin, that is Finance Ministry. Next is Pensioners Corner. So this initiative has been launched by CISF, and this is a mobile application launched by CISF for its pensioners. CISF stands for Central Industrial Security Force, and it is a CAPF, that is Central Armed Police Force. It is under MHA, that is Ministry of Home Affairs. Next is 29th of August. So it was International Day Against Nuclear Test. It was also celebrated as National Sports Day, as it is the birth anniversary of Major Dhyan Chand. Now on this occasion, Uttar Pradesh government launched Major Dhyan Chand Vijay Path Yojana, and as per this scheme, the state government is going to build roads to the houses of international players. Name of the scheme is Major Dhyan Chand Vijay Path Yojana. Apart from that, recently there was a hike, that means increment, in the prize money of National Sports Award. So now the prize money for Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award has been increased from 7.5 lakhs to 25 lakhs. For Arjun Award, it has been increased from 5 lakh to 15 lakhs. Apart from that, there is one more news associated with it, and recently athletics coach Purushottam Rai passed away. He was related to athletics and he was athletics coach, and he passed away just a day before receiving the Dronacharya Award on National Sports Day. In addition to him, recently Congress MP Vashant Kumar also passed away. Next is Wolbachia method. So it is a bacteria and it has been used to control the spread of disease like dengue. So when this bacteria is inside mosquito, it prevents the spread of viral disease, and that is why it was in use. Next is Accelerating CCUS Technologies Initiative, that is ACT initiative. So recently DST, that is Department of Science and Technology, invited proposals under this ACT initiative. Now what is the meaning of this CCUS? It stands for Carbon Capture, Utilization and Storage. So if you are preparing for UPSC examination, please read this topic in detail. This is very important. Next is new rules notification for Jammu and Kashmir. So as per these new rules, police, public order and all India services and anti-corruption are going to be under the domain of LG, that is Lieutenant Governor. That means in these areas, the Chief Minister or his Council of Minister will have no role. It is important to note that the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir was bifurcated into two union territories. One is Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, another one is Ladakh. So this Ladakh will have no legislature, but this Jammu and Kashmir will have legislature. And the legislature will have a Council of Ministers and it will also have a Chief Minister. But this Chief Minister and Council of Ministers will have no role in these areas. These are going to be under the domain of Lieutenant Governor. Next is Chadwick Boseman. So he was well-known actor and he was well known for his work in Black Panther. Recently he passed away. Next is Mahatma Ayankali. So recently he was in news because Prime Minister paid tribute to him. He was a social reformer from Kerala, and this year we celebrated his 157th birth anniversary, and he formed Sadhujan Paripalan Sangam. And last news is related to International Film Festival of India. So this is going to be the 51st International Film Festival and it is going to be in Goa. So that was all for the day.